It's a pleasure to have you join News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Okpeyemi Owoshini. We begin in the nation's capital, Abuja. One person has been reported injured in an explosion that occurred on Monday afternoon at a bus stop along the Mararaba-Nyaya Expressway. According to a statement released by the Nigerian Army, the explosion occurred at the bus stop opposite the Modushi cantonment in Asokoro. The Army, however, did not give details of the incident, but added that the situation is under control. The spokesperson of the Federal Capital Territory Police Command, Josephine Ade, said officers of the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit were immediately deployed to the scene after the explosion was reported. According to her in a statement that was released on Monday, investigation has commenced, including detailed forensic analysis to ascertain the exact cause and nature of the explosion. And the governor of Borno State, Babagana Zulum, says no local government area in the state will be allowed to fall into the hands of insurgents. Zulum disclosed this on Monday while addressing journalists after meeting with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the State House in Abuja. The governor said the meeting was to brief the president on the security challenges in Borno State and other parts of northern Nigeria. According to him, insurgents have recently stepped up attacks in the state, targeting military formations and civilian populations. He, however, said the Nigerian government has been responsive to the state's plea for intervention.
You have heard it all, that within the last few days, things are not getting very well in northern Nigeria, particularly the northeast. I've been away for about 1 week into some of the affected local government areas. We are trying to see how we shall reduce the incessant attacks on military formations and others. So I came and I briefed Mr. President on how possibly best we can, the state and the federal will work together in order to reduce such problems that we are facing. Honestly speaking, we made a plea to the federal government of Nigeria, and I believe within the last couple of days, the Nigerian armed forces have taken some certain decisions that will curtail the menace of the insurgency. And I believe something shall be done. Most importantly, some plans are underway by the federal government, especially the establishment of forest guards. That will be a game changer. Above all, as we have said it all, some of the Boko Haram and ISWAP members are using some sophisticated weapons. I believe the federal government is also working on this direction. But by and large, the president has given me assurance that they will do everything possible to control the situation, and I believe the federal government will do something. On my own part, as the governor of Borno State, I will not relent in my effort in strengthening the resilience of our community, in getting our volunteers, so that the efforts of the Nigerian armed forces shall be complemented. So far, so good. This is what is happening. And a few days ago, I made a call that no local government shall be allowed to be taken over by Boko Haram or ISWAP members.
And the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has condemned the Federal Capital Territory Development Authority for setting off its national secretariat at Wadata Plaza on Monday. Briefing the press after a caucus meeting on Monday, the acting chairman of the PDP, Umar Damagom, called the action of the FCTA irresponsible and vowed that the party would challenge it. Damagom said the caucus meeting is adjourned to 10 a.m. on Tuesday, the 27th of May 2025. Officials of the FCTA on Monday sealed up the Wadata Plaza, the building housing the National Secretariat of the PDP in Abuja, over unpaid ground and tenancy rent. Meanwhile, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has stepped in to grant a 14-day grace period to property owners in the Federal Capital Territory who were affected by the rent enforcement of ground rent arrears. In a statement on Monday, the FCT Director of Land Administration, Chijioke Unwakweze, said President Tinubu had intervened and that by that intervention, the owners of the properties now have 2 weeks to settle the outstanding ground rent with associated properties. Following the President's intervention, the defaulters now have 2 weeks to settle outstanding ground rent, along with specified penalties depending on their property location. Those with properties in the central area must pay 5 million naira as penalty, in addition to arrears, while penalties for Maitama, Asokoro, Wusetu, and Guzakwe districts stand at 3 million naira. Defaulters in Wuse 1, Garki 1, and Garki 2 will pay 2 million naira on top of their defaulted dues.
The FCT administration would commence the taking of possession of the 4,794 properties revoked for non-payment of ground rent. And we've gone to a number of properties and sold them, as we did say we will do. We are now at Weta Plaza, where the PDP is occupying. That's the property belonging to Senator Samaila Maman Kofi that the PDP is occupying. I think this is the 9th or 10th site that we visited today and that we are selling. So simply to take physical possession of the property had since March been revoked, and we've repeatedly told the holders to ensure that they vacate that, because we said it at that time that the FCTA will take possession of those properties in due course, and that is what we have come to do today. Okay. Yes, the property holder whom we deal with, we don't deal with occupants. We deal with the owners, the property owners. We don't deal with occupants or tenants. Senator Samaila Maman Kofi was duly served the revocation notice. And out of abundance of caution, we also came here and pasted the revocation notice served on Samaila Kofi at his Kaduna address, the address on record. Samaila Kofi is the owner of the property, and the address we have in our records for him is that of Kaduna, and we duly served him. This is a copy of the revocation notice and the evidence of service. This is him, served since the 14th of March 2025, and a copy of this was duly pasted at the gate of this building. So I don't know if you are talking of writing to PDP. We don't normally write to tenants or occupants. We write to the owners of the property. That is the person with whom we have a contract. Can you
if you are talking about political witch hunt, we have been to Ibro Hotel, we have been to Access Bank, we have been to FRS, we have been to Total Filling Station, Total Petrol Station. We are also still going to other places. Tomorrow we'll go to places, and this exercise will continue for as long as we are able to conclude the taking possession of those over 4,000 properties. So are we also going to say all those ones that I mentioned are for politics? More so, this place is not owned by the PDP.
And in other stories, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to protecting the rights, dream, and future of every Nigerian child as the nation marks the 2025 International Children's Day today. In an address to children across the country, the president described them as the pride and future of our great nation, underscoring the government's moral, constitutional, and intergenerational duty to ensure their protection, development, and safety. This year's day theme, Stand Up, Speak Up, Building a Bullying-Free Generation, was lauded by the president as timely, reflecting the need to foster a culture where every child feels safe, respected, and heard, both in physical and digital spaces. He further announced the See Something, Say Something, Do Something campaign, urging every Nigerian to become a child protection champion. To politics now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has declared his unwavering support for the All Progressive Congress gubernatorial candidate in Anambra State, Evan Ukachukwu, charging him to deliver victory in the forthcoming governorship election. President Tinubu made this remark on Monday at the State House in Abuja where he officially presented the APC flag to Ukachukwu and his running mate. In a moment laden with symbolism and intent, the president handed over the party flag and shut the door with a clear directive, "Go and get me Anambra." The president commended the national and state leadership of the APC for the successful conduct of the party's gubernatorial primary held in April 2025 and expressed strong optimism about the party's chances in the forthcoming election.
We're the one that made Apuga strong. I was their former senatorial candidate, and also I came out from Apuga. I ran joint ticket with the current governor. I was former senatorial candidate of Apuga. I ran joint ticket with the governor in this last election. So I left Apuga with all my supporters and Apuga people to join APC. And then also my deputy also came into Apuga also and then joined us from Apuga to APC. So it makes APC to be bigger. So if I'm from the south, a senatorial candidate from the south, and my deputy is senatorial candidate, one senatorial candidate from the center, and all of us have joined APC, means nothing is left of Apuga in the state. So we're coming with that momentum. And when the president visited, he saw the enormous crowd that came to his party people that were so happy, whether from morning till the time he left, with so much enthusiasm, with so much joy and happiness. When you see your party member, you know, and the president acknowledge that, and I just go and bring Anambra to center. The Labour, the YPP, other political parties have joined us in the journey, and very soon you'll be here seeing the routine of the campees and other people that are endorsing us from our support group. We have over 80-something support groups now lining up to do endorsement to come into us. And then other parties, YPP, even Apuga people, even Labour people, and other people joining us. So the coalition also it's not the first time. In Zamfara, in Imo, other places, incumbents have lost election. Even in Anambra too. So it's not new to us in Anambra. Incumbents in Anambra have lost election before because we, the leader, did not support them. Now the leaders are in APC. We're going to take Anambra to APC, and because we want to come back and bring our people to the center. Our party, the National Working Committee of our great party, under the leadership of the Ganduje, has set up a powerful reconstruction committee, and they've done a great job. Not only that, even reconciling the APC members back as it is now, apart from one that left, all of us are together.
The Nasarawa State House of Assembly has screened and confirmed 17 out of the 18 council administrator nominees with their members sent to the House by Governor Abdullahi Sule. The governor had forwarded the names to the House for the 18 area administrative councils for screening and possible confirmation. The Speaker of the House, Danladi Jatauk, announced their confirmation after the nominees appeared for screening during the House proceedings on Monday in Lafayette, the state capital. Jatauk therefore congratulated the 17 newly confirmed administrators on their appointment and wished them well in their assignment. He further urged them to live above board while discharging their duties when they are finally sworn in by the state governor. Well, let's now head to Lagos, where the state government has taken a major step towards tackling its long-standing waste management challenges by signing a concession agreement with Ghana's Jospong Group of companies. The agreement is part of the state renewed commitment to its Cleaner Lagos initiative and aims to introduce sustainable solutions while creating thousands of jobs. Speaking at the signing ceremony held at Alausa, Ikeja, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the partnership as a fusion of strategic vision and practical execution, marking a turning point in the state's environmental sustainability effort. The initiative is projected to create about 5,000 direct and indirect jobs and to also ensure the transfer of waste management technology to Nigerians.
Our partners, Zoom Lion, will win, and by extension, Lagos State Government will win. And so for me, it has been a journey of winners. But we've positioned this relationship in such a way that the person that is best suited to manage each of the levels of the engagement has been given a responsibility. Let me say and say it loud. This is not a collaboration that is taking away job from people. Indeed, it's the reverse. This is a collaboration that is going to employ thousands and thousands of Lagosians on a job that will be dignified, that will be enduring, and that will be sustainable. This is a relationship in which everybody wins. Both the tenements who have the challenge of waste management in their homes. We've seen videos of people also conducting it wrongly and illegally. Now they have an opportunity to conduct it properly. It's an opportunity for all of our PSP operators to also up their game and not give excuses of not being able to dump or not being able to have a quick turnaround at the various places where they are dumping their refuse. We will be providing this opportunity for them to have access and to be able to dump their refuse quick, fast, and have even a quicker turnaround. It's also an opportunity for us to, for once, begin to see waste now being converted into recyclables, into things that can be used into other means.
Now away from Lagos State, the 35-member Nigerian delegation to the Economic Community of West African States ECOWAS Parliament has expressed that the country's conviction that regional solidarity is the sub-region's greatest strength amidst complex contemporary challenges. In the report presented at the ongoing 2025 First Ordinary Session of the ECOWAS Parliament in Abuja, Member of the House of Representatives Abiante Awaji Unobek says Nigeria continues to demonstrate its commitment to deepening democratic principles and promoting good governance, serving as a cornerstone for stability and progress in the West African region. On political participation, the delegation also said that during the reporting period, Nigeria recorded incremental gains in democratic consolidation, adding that the democratic landscape remained dynamic with significant electoral activities at the subnational level. In the area of peace and security, the delegation told Parliament that Nigeria's national security architecture faced significant challenges across various regions during the reporting period.
Stakeholders have recommended prioritizing the following actions: streamlining public procurement processes, ensuring transparency in the management of recovered assets, strengthening protections for whistleblowers, enhancing compliance and freedom of information requests, advancing Nigeria's commitments under the Open Government Partnership, intensifying efforts to investigate and prosecute high-profile corruption cases. Incidentally, these recommendations align with the federal government's ongoing reform agenda to tackle systemic governance challenges and institutionalize a culture of accountability across all levels of government. Nigeria's national security architecture faced significant challenges across various regions during the reporting period, but the government has deployed measures to effectively surmount the challenges. In the Northeast, the military sustained counter-insurgency campaign under Operation Hadikai prompted the surrender of over 1,400 Boko Haram and Islamic State West African Province ISWAP combatants in the first quarter of 2024. Although the multi-nation joint task force operations have been severely impacted in the Chad region, Nigeria continues to engage bilaterally with Chad and Cameroon to uphold regional security commitments and address cross-border threats. The Nigerian armed forces are adopting technological warfare and reallocating resources to address these increasing threats through digital surveillance and counter-insurgency modernization.
Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. And in the world of business, the president of Dangote Industries Limited, Aliko Dangote, has said that in the next 2 years, the company will be exporting almost 16,000 tons of fertilizer, which will amount to about $7 million daily revenue to the Nigerian government. In a statement on Monday, Dangote announced this when he paid a courtesy visit to the headquarters of the Nigerian Port Authority in Marina, Lagos. He added that with the exportation of fertilizer, the company will be the major supplier of foreign exchange earnings in the country. Africa's richest man also mentioned that in a few weeks' time, the company will commence the exportation of coal. He highlighted the need to work with the NPA on the development of the marine and blue economy sector, with plans to ensure that the expansion of Nigeria's export operations, emphasizing that as the biggest customer of the NPA, it is important that the interaction between NPA and DIL is sustained. And the Federal Inland Revenue Service on Monday engaged with stakeholders in Nigeria's oil and gas industry as it prepares to launch its electronic invoicing system on July 25, 2025. The event provided a platform for the FIRS to sensitize the stakeholders, exposing them to the features and benefits of the system. The FIRS said the e-invoicing system is a reporting tool meant to streamline tax processes, enhance compliance with fiscal regulations, help businesses with financial insight and capital management, and also expand their global reach by facilitating transactions with firms outside Nigeria. And oil prices were little change on Tuesday on increasing expectations as members of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and their allies, also known as OPEC+, will decide to increase their output at a meeting later this week. Brent crude futures were up 1 cent at $64 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude rose 6 cents to $61 a barrel. The WTI contract did not settle on Monday because of the U.S. Memorial Day holiday. OPEC Plus will likely finalize July output at their meeting, which sources have previously told reporters will entail a production increase of 411,000 barrels per day. And on the foreign scene, the British monarch King Charles III has arrived in Canada for a 2-day visit. The officials say aims to assert support for the country's sovereignty amid President Donald Trump's call for annexing the United States' northern neighbor. The monarch's trip, which started on Monday, comes at the invitation of Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, whose party won the general election last month amid Trump's threat. The king is open to Parliament in Ottawa on Tuesday with a speech from the throne, the first of such address to be delivered by a British monarch in Canada since 1977. And finally on sports, as the world commemorates this year's World Football Day, Nigeria's football experts are calling for greater empowerment of youth in the country. They also demand better support system to nurture and develop local talent rather than watching young players leave the country in search of opportunities abroad. The United Nations World Football Day in 2025 is set aside to honor the first international football tournament in history held during the 1924 Olympic Games in Paris. TV360's correspondent Joy Uchejim completes the reports.
Like in other parts of the world, football has become the most popular sport in Nigeria since it was introduced by the British at the start of the 20th century, birthing Nigerian local leagues. The game of football in Nigeria has undergone a remarkable transformation following the first recorded match in 1904. From the late Sam Okwaraji to Victor Osimhen, Nigeria has produced numerous talented footballers, many of whom are considered legends both within the country and globally.
It's not a joke that Nigeria is known for having a lot of sources, huge sources that is, on the African scene and on the world stage as well, especially for our under 17 and our under 20. We've been one of the most successful teams on the African continent, from the under 17 Nations Cup to the under 20 World Cup. It's no joke that we've recorded that kind of success, and that's because we largely have huge potential in Nigeria. We have a lot of talent that is waiting to be discovered.
Despite these achievements, Nigerian football faces numerous challenges, including poor infrastructure, inconsistent performance of the national team, poor funding and officiating, as well as lack of support, hindering the effective showcasing of players' talents. Amidst the abundance of football talent in the country, taking domestic Nigerian football to another level has become seemingly impossible. These challenges have forced many Nigerian football players to seek opportunities abroad.
The reason is the economic situation in the country. The economy of a country also affects the entertainment industry, of which football is also part of it. They rather prefer to go to areas where they know they will have income commensurate to what they put into it. For instance, the average footballer here in Nigeria does not earn up to what the least paid footballer will earn in Europe and other parts, even other parts of Africa.
To improve Nigerian football and ensure fair competition, investments in grassroots football, infrastructure development, improved coaching and player development are crucial. Sports analysts urge both the private sector and the government to prioritize funding and improve Nigerian football management to further enhance its global recognition.
Call it tournaments now, football tournaments anywhere, an average Nigerian will come out to play. So it's easier for private organizations because you can singularly fund a tournament and then make it not just a tournament, you make it like an empowerment tournament.
Not only is it a form of entertainment that is also yielding dividends in terms of money, empowering the actual participants like the players, the footballers, the officials. It's also empowered the auxiliary staff and the general public, as you already know that anytime there's a football match, there are economic activities going on.
Although the Nigerian Football Federation assures it is actively working to improve the game in Nigeria through infrastructure development, coach education, and grassroots initiatives, pundits call on the government to work closely with stakeholders in the sports sector to revamp the game and generally improve sporting activities in the country. Joy Uchejim, TV360, Lagos.
And that is up our news bulletin on News Now at this time. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpeyemi Owushini. See you next time.
Hello, Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello, Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I'll just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you're raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy, very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and saved from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about... we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, charter house located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say, if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, maybe for Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary, must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about Lekki British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees for primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Chatham House, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in Rivers State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, I beg no verse, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria. The properties in Miami waterfront in rich America. So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So, no go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work, and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome once again to your favorite program, our favorite program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have here with me in the studio Comrade Razak Oladiolokoba, popularly called Komolokoba.
Thank you.
Welcome to the program today.
Good day, brother.
Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
Yes, The Conversation is a topical issues program in which we look at happenings in Nigeria and in the diaspora. On The Conversation, there is no host. We are both having a conversation. On top of the bill today, we want to look at the latest happening in Nigeria, which is the recently released University Tertiary Matriculation Exam, Joint Admission Matriculation Board exam for admission into the universities. According to the results released by the examination body JAMB, over 78.5% of our students scored below 200 marks. The examination is 400 marks because you are expected to write 4 subjects of 100 marks each. And from the result release, over 78.5%, and it has become the talking point in town. A lot of people, to the extent that people have gone to the social media to claim that JAMB need to have a review of the marking scheme, forgetting the fact that some people have also come up to say that during the examination, that a lot of the students, that some of the students in some examination centers where they witnessed that they didn't know how to make use of the computer. And these are students, if you do a thorough survey, some of them are with the latest launched GSM phones. So you wonder where the priority is for a student. And people have started putting the blame on our educational system. Well, if you ask me, I would say one, JAMB since the assumption into office of Professor Ishaq Oloyede, JAMB has been able to put its house in order. A lot of the exam fraud centers that they call magic centers are no longer in existence. In fact, in my own area, I know of one. When the JAMB examination registration fee was about 5,000, I don't know what it's less than 10,000 naira officially now. People were paying as much as 45,000, 100,000 to get magic score.
Claiming that it's coaching.
Yes, JAMB coaching center. But now, all those things have gradually faded away. So it's either you sit down to read and pass, or you sit down to do other things and fail. And if you look at the JAMB results in almost 10 years now, it has been a steady decline.
Yes. You see, we have always known that the racket in the educational sector will come to an end one day. That is, if we are serious. And thank God we have someone like Isaac Oloyede there. Except if you want to be dubious with our assessment, the man is doing very well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So the latest incident now was because JAMB took measures to avert
examination
malpractices.
Yes.
So of course the new style of a computer-based
test, CBT.
We have done CBT. I do CBT in my last semester.
In fact, almost all examination in life, CBT has become the way of life.
So in 10-15 minutes, you become acclimatized with what they ask you to do. It's just use your mouse to click the answer. There's no big deal.
There's no big deal. In fact, some of them don't know how to use the mouse.
Yes. It's a lie.
You don't be. Under
15 minutes.
I saw somebody who told me that he was in a. I said I saw somebody. I know the person.
And what I'm saying is that under 15 minutes.
Yes.
He will be able to do no one point cursor at whatever you want to pick. Under 15 minutes. So that might contribute to it. But the major reason why we had this terrible outcome from performance from our children is not because of that. You have mentioned it. The racket going on. So it's been foiled. That racket has been foiled.
Yeah.
See, we have to call it.
But even with the parents, don't we have blame?
Okay. You want us to start talking about?
Of course. Where should
we go do preamble and come back to the?
No, let us see the. Where do we live? Is it about pointing finger, forgetting that is pointing back at
the parents? When you were writing my way in Babayaba, we call Babayaba that time, it was like a god, a thing god to us. If you want to go and write why, you will read and you still fail again.
Yes.
Then suddenly, we, our own generation, my own generation, we are the biggest culprits in this matter.
No, let me even tell you.
They say they don't want children to pass through the rigor you pass through. Whereas rigor is part of development.
It's part of development. It's what made us what we are today.
In primary 5, you will say you should not do primary 6. They will take them to university.
Yes.
And that university, they won't be able to cope. It has affected even my own children. He got double promotion 3 times in primary school. So he couldn't cope in secondary school. He was being bullied. Is it affecting him today? I'm just trying to make him cope. Back. But you know, our mothers, which is, when we say parents, is the mothers that we should blame most. Because they are the one they will go and look at other people's children and say, the speed at which that boy is going, my own boy must be going in that speed.
Let me even give you my own personal history. My daughter, I met her with the mother discussing, and I said, what are you guys saying? They kept quiet. When immediately I came in, they both kept quiet.
And they know fathers will not
so when the mother now went out, and I asked my daughter, I said, please, what is it you people are discussing? My daughter said some of our mates, our colleagues, our classmates, they already have their GC 5 credits. I said, how did they do it? He said somebody wrote it for them at a special center. He said, but my mother said you will never agree.
Yes.
I said, but you know I will not agree.
I will not agree.
So my daughter now told me that, what about if I write it and I fail? I said, then you write again.
Again.
If you fail, he said, then you'll be wasting your money. I said, this is my money.
The point is even that we should be prepared for the consequence in future, rushing them.
Yes,
because in countries,
and teaching them how to navigate, how to circumvent.
Because if you rush them to an extent, in the next 20 years now, we are going to face a lot of challenge in production line because people graduate 17, 18. Primary school is less than 10. Is they out of university. At 40, they will be retiring because 30 years is the mandatory retirement period. So, who is going to fill in the production line for them when we have the population of a young men that has retired at the age of 40, 50, out of circulation? Countries slow down education deliberately so that they will meet up, so that they won't go and rest early in their life and be watching to do what again. When they should be active. Yes. So, this is one of the exposure to the concern me and you have been raising all the time. And I think JAMB should continue. Parents should have a rethink that you are not helping your children if you write JAMB, if you do GC, if you do all sorts of things for them. You are not helping them.
Comrade Olukoba, for the benefit of our viewers, let me go back in history. That in 2016, 64% scored below 64.24% scored below 200 marks. In 2017, 73%. You can see how we are dropping. In 2018, 74.1. Look at it from 2016. 2016 it was 64. 2017 it was 73. 2018, 74.1. 2019, 77%. 2022, 77.8%. That's 76.7%, sorry. 2024, again, 76.1%. God below. Now, 2025, 78. So, if any parent or any rational, dispassionate mind, when you look at our trajectory in the last 10 years, it's just like the Yoruba saying that Ogede Mbaje, Elon Pon. The rots started not today.
Yes.
We laid the landmine for this rot.
Yes.
Where, like you have rightly said, a boy or a girl will be in primary school, allow her to finish or him to go through the full rigors of primary 1 to 6. There's a reason why it's in the curriculum.
Yes, there's a reason.
You circumvent it, say you want, the son of my neighbor, he has gained admission.
But you can't cope with the exam. Someone will write it for him.
Somebody will write it for him.
And you are creating a problem for them in future because a friend will tell a friend, when they now want to contest election, they will now bring it out, that your exam was written by somebody for you. And there will be evidence.
Of course.
By the time you have half of our population suffering from this kind of challenge. How do you know? That's why I kept saying that the young people at their own time will lead. But with this attitude, they may not lead well. They will lead. So now, parents should know very, very well that they must tighten their belt. We have to tighten our belt if you want our children to meet up with other children in the rest of the world.
We have even misplaced our priority.
Yes.
As a parent, when we were growing up, none of us had the luxury
of using phone.
Anything you want to investigate, you go and
go to the
library. But now they even have the phones on their feet.
So that library is on your palm.
It's on your palm. But no, they will be throughout the day. They will be on TikTok.
Yes.
And other things. So when you are not monitoring or mentoring your children in the academic field,
and you want to excel,
you want him to excel,
that's a contradiction.
And again, we parents, we are fond of one thing: we abdicate all our responsibilities to our children to the school
and government.
The The other day when my children, they went on a midterm break, we went to the school, you know, it's just for 3-4 days to take our children home. Then one of the parents, about 2 parents now said, Mrs. Ajayi, please, I don't want this child to go with me. His wala is too much. Let him stay with
Imagine.
A child you gave birth to.
Yes.
So it is that teacher that should die.
Yes.
Helping you to take care of your
I say she doesn't have her own affairs.
Our own children to take care of.
So parenting is a very, very big challenge, and it starts from, I know I say that from my own generation. The mothers today who are in their 30s, 20s, they came from us.
Yes.
Who are in our almost 60s now. So because we didn't give them that education about marital issue, parenting, and they also gave birth to a children. And you now imagine what kind of mother they will be. If you don't train them well, they can't become good mothers. So it's not beyond redemption, though.
It's not absolutely.
We have to quickly reverse our step.
Yes, we have to look ourselves in the mirror.
Yeah, and that is where government come in. JAMB has done its own now.
JAMB has done very well.
Anybody that has failed, JAMB should not reverse that trend. That
no, if they are calling for it, JAMB will review and the facts will come out.
Yes.
JAMB will
not. I mean, JAMB should not review that less than 200 can invest. No, that should be the consequence.
No, of course, yes. If we have to have lower intake, let it be. Let parents go and sit down.
And
school people that are allowing their children to write in special centers,
measures should be taken.
There's no way for them again.
There should be penalty and consequence for people who write exam for people. That's one. Two, there will also be consequence for people who don't finish primary 6. Because that's where it begins. The people who have done it might have escaped. But henceforth, you should not be allowed again.
But you know, at times there are exceptional students. It's allowed in any society.
My brother, that's any society.
Yes.
You see, a butterfly wants to give birth to it, must go through some rigor. There's no how you cut the larva out if it didn't pass that to go. If it come out that out, if you help it to avoid that rigor, there will be problem. It's not only knowing how to write and pass the exam, the maturity, staying with his colleague and age, is part of education.
Of course, I agree.
By the time I allow him to jump, look at Michael Jackson. The greatest problem Michael Jackson have is because it means his childhood. Yeah, he started mixing with small children at the later stage in life. So if you
take him away from
that childhood, he will missing it.
He will miss it
so
for life.
Immediately you take him to miss primary 6, the picture, the end of the
phone,
the phone. Don't allow him to miss it. It's part of education. So when people put their argument, say, hey, don't put the boss life in danger. See, if you rush him and become a graduate at 17, where are they rushing to? All the rest of the world slow down the education. It's deliberate so that they will not become retarded later early in life. If they be working at the age of 17, it's natural for them to rest after 35 years of their life. Once they rest at 47 or 50 years of age, they are supposed to be in production line because there will be deficiency. Certain population of the country must be in production line. You not retire them. There will be deficiency of production.
Thank you very much, Komile. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it from both of us that the JAMB result outcome for 2025 is a reflection of years of rot in which we have all contributed. So people should stop scapegoating anybody. Go and check yourself as a parent. Are you doing what you are supposed to do? As a teacher, are you doing what you are supposed to do in school? And for JAMB, we must commend Professor Ishaq Oleyede-led management board of JAMB for raising the tempo of our examination. Our examination now is world-class standard. There may be some little hiccups here and there, but the era of special centers, magic centers, is gradually becoming a nullity. It's no longer existing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You are still watching the conversation committee from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name remains Nelson Ekudima. I see with me in the studio comrade Azar Kolade Olokoba. Comrade Olokoba, thank you for staying with us on the program today. Much. Yes, the next topic we are looking at today, we are looking at the issue in Rivers State. Recently, the governor of Rivers State was captured in a public event where he told his supporters to shift their confrontational style. that they are making matters worse for him. We are looking at how do we restore democracy to a democratic rule to Rivers State that is in suspension for 6 months by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in line with his constitutional powers, in order to avert an economic, disaster that was staring us all in the face because of the political crisis engineered, aided, and abetted by the suspended governor, Similaye Fubara, who aborted the legislature in the state and ruled like a dictator. That was what the Supreme Court, that was how the Supreme Court described him, that there was no government in Rivers as at then, because it was just one man ruling at his whims and caprices, which was in total violation of our constitution. We also saw the Minister for FCT, His Excellency Nyesom Wike, also did a media interview where he said, he affirmed, like we have heard, that Fubara is reaching out. And but if you look at the facts on the ground, I watched Fubara at the program for late Pa Edwin Clark.
Yeah.
I also watched the interview for the Minister for FCT, Nyesom Wike. And for me, I want to believe strongly that the person that needs to make peace most, who is the one at the receiving end, is the suspended governor.
Of course, you are right. Because as it is now, is the one that has been thoroughly decimated by his own making.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, he did it. Nobody pushed him. He undid himself.
The moment he did that to the parliament, an arm of government, I knew that this man may not likely end well as the governor of Rivers State. So, and he didn't reflect on what he did. We thought he did it momentarily, that, what did I do? Begin to reverse his step. He didn't.
He didn't.
He became so
more brutal,
yeah,
more
but
daring.
He was becoming more confident that he began to do more and more and more things. After that, he didn't take budget to the
yes, there was no parliament.
Then he cut ties completely with his
benefactor. Yes, his benefactor.
Which is everywhere in the world. Andrew Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller, the Clintons, the Bush in America. They play a role in who becomes, and they mentor them.
Mentorship is part of life.
When Papa Enauro wanted to move the motion for independence, Awolowo was sitting behind him. So you call that the Godfather too?
Yes.
And which is Godfather?
Of course.
So I don't know where we get it from, where that you say that people should not be mentored. People should just imagine. In the life of people, you want to put 10 million people in the life of an individual.
An individual.
And you say you should not be mentored.
You should not be mentored.
Till tomorrow, Tinubu still calls some people for consultation.
Absolutely.
And that is why he didn't leave Lagos alone.
Yes, now.
He will guide Fashola.
Even former President Muhammadu Buhari, as a president, now, just like you have said, he was still taking consultation. He was still going to some people that what do I do here?
Yes. Even if Tinubu goes to meet Buhari, Buhari will still consult.
Yes, because we have
what do we do?
Yeah, we are Africans, and we have this saying that yes. You cannot have the wisdom of the elders. There are some people who came before you.
The young people might be vibrant.
They have seen life more than you.
So, in the case of Fubara, he thought he can go it alone. I know in every crisis there are beneficiaries.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Just like in the oil,
but sector. when the chips are down, you bear your cross alone.
He's bearing his cross alone now.
Yes.
He's in the history of this country, if he didn't come back, it would be the most disgraced governor out of office. Because he had all the things to succeed. Your state is prospering.
Yes.
Nothing. Just have your mentor discuss with him and see if he makes.
Ogasio, this is what we are planning to do.
That's okay.
He's not going to direct you how to go because you are an adult.
I heard later that it was the same person that Wike was trying to protect from being decimated by people who doesn't want him to come to government. So, is it the same person Wike was protecting that time before he became the governor? So, it's the same person that behaved like that. That's not fair. It's not. You don't treat your mentor like that. We're not talking and say. We are not saying that the pocket or rivers should be handed over. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely not.
For someone who navigated the rivers for 8 years, you said I should not have an input in
what becomes after.
No.
Nobody can allow it. We must be honest.
Like you have said,
sincere when we are talking about
very,
issues.
very correct when you said that the game, well, the situation on ground now, it is Fubara that is injured thoroughly. Politically is the one the most injured. So if he wants the situation to go away, he must be willing to be completely humble.
Yes, he must go the whole hog.
There's here an air of arrogance in him. One, you are not willing to talk to Wiki until you are impressed to. You don't want to talk to members of the family and say the way he even discouraged his followers. He said that you have to persuade them because there's something they see in you. That's why they follow you, even with his money.
Yes.
Even if it's because there's a benefit.
Yeah.
Even if because there's a good Friday every Friday for them.
Yeah.
There's a reason.
There's a reason.
So you have to placate your followers. And it is the same spirit that he also insulted Wiki. You don't discard people like that. So, and that's why I blame Wiki. He didn't give him that tutelage very well. Because for him to behave like this, don't you lecture him about the complexity of governance? Don't you tell him that the road might be, so that he will be prepared? But and you know, there's something you will always disagree with me.
But wait, come look about
like in Kwara now.
Before you go
the governor of my state is a businessman throughout his life, but he's not behaving like as a governor. He's running affair in Kwara as if he's running his own oil company, and that's why INEC should give all these people political education. All the benefits he inherited when he became the governor in Kwara. They fought him, Lai fought him, Bemsola fought him, even Salu Mustafa, Lukman Mustafa, everybody have become his enemy. So that's why, see, INEC needs to educate these people.
INEC doesn't have that powers under the. That's what I'm saying.
That power must be there. That that's what I'm advocating.
Yes, that's INEC does not have it
there
now.
must be that legislation to give INEC that power to educate them. But see, if you want to become the president, if you lose this election, that's not the end of your life. You must be willing to become a progressive opposition. Even if you now win, don't decimate your opposition. That should be that given that so that you keep reminding them. Whether it's our duty at civil I don't know. Maybe it's our duty.
I believe there
or maybe it's duty of Nigeria. I don't know.
I believe there are institutions of states that when you get into public office,
protocol.
You are made to undergo some tutorials.
It's protocol,
yes.
Not a political
so
question.
If you see,
it's majorly protocol.
Yeah, but even as at that, the character the attitude a lot of us exhibit is what we come from our homes. So if we are talking about a Fubara today that is at the receiving end, you expect that those actions he took, those unconstitutional and illegal actions he took, he should have learnt
how those period.
Yes, even when he was, because from the records, he was once the Accountant General of Rivers State.
Okay.
So for you to hold that key position in a state, it means you have passed through
certain tutelage.
Yes. So you don't expect him to have behaved the way he behaved.
Maybe we should be more conscious than that. We should be more deliberate in that. More deliberate about it. See, in the last 5 years, the most bashed governor of any state is Sanwo-Olu, but he maintained his calm. He's responsible for everything that is not his business.
Of course.
COVID-19, not his business.
Yes.
NSAS, he maintained his calm. He didn't misbehave. There was the late governor of Oyo State. When he was talking, he said, "We are the constitutional authority." May his soul rest in peace. But he didn't see Sanwo-Olu behaving like that.
So, Ajimobi. Late Ajimobi. Abiola Ajimobi, yes.
So Fubara needs more political education. And if he goes to come out of this, he needs to go and sit down with somebody so that people will teach him how to navigate it. He has to be extremely humble and be willing to concede.
Well, you can't put it better than that. Like Kombelo Koba, like you have rightly said, we are more interested in the return of constitutionalism to Rivers State. We recognize the necessity why the state of emergency was declared, even though some parties are in court today and they are seeking the judicial interpretation of that action. But we on the conversation, Nelson Ekujimi, I stand behind President Bola Ahmed Tinubu because it was a political crisis that was degenerating into an economic crisis. And yes, as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is responsible for the security and welfare of Nigerians, he cannot allow any part of Nigeria to go up.
He took the right decision.
He took the right decision. He took a presidential decision. And on that we stand. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is how far I want to go today on the conversation. We've had a very beautiful conversation. We have 2 beautiful conversations. So we'll come your way again next time. Please consider to watch the conversation on TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ga hamada saboda ni na ɗauka a waya kuma yi ne kamar yanzu kamar ana mutum yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada ko gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi kana tafiya wani gangare in ka diga ko ka kan ka sai ya tafi da kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed: rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadija Nguru wetlands.
ina magana a kan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na daga kwararwa hamada, mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo ne har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su lokacin gama, kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan jari hamada ta riga ta ci karfin wannan lokacin gama, ta yi nisa, ta ci sosai, ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba, amma ɓangaren gwamnati
the challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaydam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan? Akwai. Na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayyana? Kai kamar 100. Ok, wanda suka bar nan wajen. Kaɗan ɗin. A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. They move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They will have to move. They will have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While during the rainy season approach, they go north. Since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
To shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin mu anan mun yi da mu da su aka mu kore su. Muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarinsa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da ba kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin shinkafa kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
makiyaya kuma sai suka zargo
a cikin gona
sai suka zargo suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran sai na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbin sashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare. Da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai ɗan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa. Shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan. Sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda. Kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya taho da gudu. Sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu. Adda? Da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa. Ya yanke itacen. Kuma ya yanke hannu. Hannun yanzu haka babu, yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi ba zai zama hannu ba.
Shi ne wannan kibiya ɗin kibiyan kenan?
Shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi.
Kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su. Amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa.
Kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa. Wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba. To dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda Fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su. Suka shiga ka zauna kuma abinda sauran shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da me suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu na maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders, whose cattle graze on the farms closer to town before harvest.
Gaskiya wannan dai kuma da ta'adin da Fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba kowa ya taka rawa ciki gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tun da daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa
sosai ba sa ɗaukan sakamoni muhimmanci
gona biyu haka aka ce gona biyu aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
They are all affected in the land. We have the only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm. 90%. Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gained something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I pay me more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Okay, kana ka dauka
babu sun cinye ne yayi kuma ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da ake mutu a cikin su.
To a tsarin mu na uku kare na ba sai mu ya jawo a gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani comes because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su manoma duk sun je sun kakkare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kashe burtali da sauransu. Amma hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. Suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron hannatar da kayan mutane, kuma ba sa tsoron fada.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they are all what they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Seed most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga daren mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da rigar da ke samu a cikin kwari.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié, intégré les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension. Et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'ont planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Nos projets d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ga hamada saboda ni na ɗauka a waya.
Kamar yanzu kamar ana mutum yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada ko
gurin kiwon ma babu, gonakan kan babu ma maganar gonakai. Duk inda muke da gonakai gurin Sahara ya ce gurin kiwo Sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi ni kana tafiya wani gangare in ka shiga ko ka gani ka sai ya fi da kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed. Rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadija Nguru wetlands.
ina magana a kan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, dab da faduwar damuna ciyawa ta kan yanki.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na takwarawa hamada mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zaune har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su lokacin da kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a kasa za ku za kan dai hamada ta riga ta cika lokacin da ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma bangaren gwamnati
the challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan?
Akwai.
Na biya kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayyana?
Kai kamar 100.
Wato wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing the even the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent, more often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They will have to move. They will have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if during the rainy season approach, they go north, since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
Ruwan baɗi irin na ba, saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba, gashi kuma ga gurare gonaki ko ina fili ya ƙare ba gurin ki yau to shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin mu anan mun yi da mu da su akan mu kore su. muka yi mu kore su, abun ya gagare mu, muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarinsa, abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma, duk kowa ya san da baki kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba, daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can, su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka, su yaran suna gabar, ni ina tafiya gun su gabar, su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa.
Kai kana so ka iso wajen su?
Su kuma wannan
makiyaya kuma sai suka zargo
a cikin gona.
Sai suka zargo suka fara harbi.
Sai suka kama harbi. Suna harbi na, suna jifa, ni ban sani ba ma. Ni da na gani haka dai, ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa. Amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba, ban gani ba ma. Ashe wai su harbi suke. Sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran, sai na tafi gun yaran Fulani din. To ina tafiya, ɗayan yana yin harbinsa, ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare. da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa. Shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan. Sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba, sai ya jefa masa adda. Kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya taho da gudu. Sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu. Adda? Da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa. Ya yanke itacen. Kuma ya yanke hannu. Hannun yanzu haka babu, yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi, ba zai zama hannu ba.
Shi ne wannan kibiya ɗin kibiyan kenan?
Shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi.
Kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su, amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa.
Kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa, wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba. To dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su suka shiga ka zauna, kuma abin da sauran shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da mai suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci, an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu muna maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders. Cattle graze the farms closer to town.
Gaskiya wanda ya biyo ba wanda a ce ba
kowa ya yi taka rawa ciki.
Gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun, ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abun. Hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru, zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda datin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su. Da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune, muna zaune da ruwa, daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12. Da akwai ruwa baya, amma zuwa yanzu
sosai ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar wani muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka cinye, gona biyu aka cinye, kowanne a baya ina samun 30. Gona biyu ina samun 60, babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu. Kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama.
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
They are all affected in the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm. 90%. Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Zama kamar mu 30 kuma ana yin ba ko ɗaya ba samu ba.
Okay, kana ga da ka dauka
babu sun ce shanu sun cinye shi ne yayi. Kuma ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da ake mutu a cikin shi.
To a tsarin mu na uku kare lamba sai mu ya jawo a gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani come because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. For the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su manoma duk sun je sun kakkare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kashe burtali da sauransu. Kuma hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. Suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane, kuma ba sa tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they know nothing apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga daren mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da 500 da samu a cikin kwarin
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogumbadejo Fola. So when he came to this school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs are even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding hands. Then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago, as the senior prefect of the 1994 said.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
the only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, and then, build it up to lintel level, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, you know, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what they used to say in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now, I can boast. This is the school I passed out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as Downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it will be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what an old student has done, and then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something, and not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person. I'm not rich. It cost me so much, and but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I'm Tamilore Akinkolie, and these are the stories we're following at the moment. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has condemned child bullying and is promising to create a better and more secure environment for children in the country. This was the vein of Tinubu's message on the 2025 Children's Day celebration. In a statement he issued on Tuesday, President Tinubu said this year's Children's Day theme, Stand Up, Speak Up, Building a Bullying-Free Generation, is a fitting reminder of the need to build a culture where every child is respected and heard. Now, following the decision of the Federal Capital Territory Administration (FCTA) to seal the National Secretariat of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) over its inability to pay requisite fees regarding ground rent for 28 years, PDP yesterday accused the Nigeria of raising abuse of power. Leader of the arrested should government continue to harass the party over the ground rent. However, the party and other alleged defaulters got a reprieve last night following President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's intervention, with a 14-day grace for them to put their documents in order. Meanwhile, Olabode George were kidnapped on Monday evening while returning from Bible study at the Kashemola area in Ogbese community. When contacted to secure their as 2 years and the Dangote headquarters of the Nigerian Port Authorities in Marina, Lagos. They added that with the expectation rises, the company will be the major supplier of foreign exchange earnings in the country. Africa's richest man also mentioned that in a few weeks' time, the company will commence the exportation of coal. And on the global scene, a four-tank fire has halted production at Ecuador's largest oil refinery, sparking the evacuation of nearby residents as a giant plume of smoke billowed from the facility. Operations at the plant in Esmeraldas province, which can refine 110,000 barrels per day, were suspended to safeguard the security of the facility and personnel, state oil company as well.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Sydney Okafor. In keeping with his administration commitment to delivering quality education for students in Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has officially opened state-of-the-art classroom blocks, complete with a mini football pitch and a multi-purpose sports court at Keme Balogun Junior Senior College in Ibeshe, Ikorodu. The inauguration marked the commissioning of 16 state-of-the-art classroom blocks for secondary schools, facilitated by the Special Committee on the Rehabilitation of Public Schools across the 6th Education District in Lagos State, in line with the state's Team Plugs agenda. Please take a look at the new state-of-art classroom blocks for secondary schools.
The commissioning of the new classroom blocks is expected to enhance the school's learning environment and improve the quality of education. Governor Sanwo-Olu, who was received by a large crowd of residents and students, said the simultaneous inauguration of 16 new blocks of classrooms across the state is a testament to his administration's commitment to providing top-quality education for all residents. The governor further emphasized that the construction and renovation of these schools not only improve educational quality but also create jobs, stimulate the local economy, and provide livelihoods for workers involved in the projects.
Do one commission or two, we have to do it in concurrent and in large number. And today, in the past 1.5 months, we've been commissioning roads, we've been commissioning drainages. Now is the education sector, which is under a Teams Plus agenda. For some of you that are monitoring, earlier today, we went and commissioned the very ultra-modern, beautiful classroom block in a brand new school of Ajegunle Junior High School in Koshofe local government area on our way here. Also earlier today, with the Permanent Secretary, Tutor General, and 1 or 2 cabinet members, they've gone ahead to commission the Odogunyo Junior Grammar School, also here in Ikorodu. You can see that these ambitious events consolidate our commitment to development and pursuit of educational excellence and the social economic development in our state. Education, we say, is a cornerstone of our Teams Plus agenda. It's the engine that drives economic growth. It reduces inequality and empowers individuals to break the cycle of poverty. By investing in these schools, we're investing in the social economic fiber of our various communities. Earlier today, and you could see it from the video, I was deeply moved when we went to the Ajegunle Junior High School. This was a community that has been denied for the past almost 15 years. When heavy flooding ravaged the entire community, and they lost the only school that they had. But about 2.5 years ago, they did road works passionately, and we did responded. Driving into that community this morning brings a nostalgia of the real essence of governance. When government make a promise and you keep the promise. Not only have we done the road into that community, that school had almost 150 PALs. We did not consider the extent of what resource we needed to do to give that community a befitting world-class educational institution. And they also have the sporting grounds because a canteen and a football pitch was also constructed for them.
In the address, other speakers say the structures would not only enhance academic excellence, but also provide a conducive environment for learning.
Your action consistently reflects the premium you place on learning, demonstrating a deeper appreciation for its transformative power. Indeed, this is a shining testament to your dedication to educational advancement and holistic well-being of our students.
Keme Balogun got attention following instructions from Mr. Governor when he got the information that the first state of the classroom blocks had 3 bungalows here before. To my left here, you see 2 bungalows still existing. In between those 2 bungalows, there is another one. So when we came here, we realized that they are all in derelict situations. We conducted some soil tests, and the result of the soil test immediately advised that we need to demolish one of the bungalows. When we did that, it became obvious that the classroom rate to student ratio was not adequate. The population spiked, and as a result, when we approached Mr. Governor, the situation we are having here, he instructed the construction of the edifice we are seeing to my right. Thank you very much, sir. To do this building, typical with our modus operandi, standard operating procedures of scripts that have been laid down by Mr. Celibo, we conducted a structural test in this environment to be sure of the type of foundation we are going to put this building on. You know, because we don't want to assume that Ikorodu is solid soil. So what we do generally as a standard operating procedure that Mr. Governor has insisted we go through is to do a soil test to be sure, because we don't want to have any collapse.
The Lagos government says it has constructed about 1,290 blocks of classrooms across the 6 education districts of the state, and also rehabilitated over 4,000 classrooms in both primary and secondary schools in the state within 6 years. It's promised to deliver some of the ongoing road projects in Ikorodu and build more primary and secondary schools for the benefit of the residents.
Education is the future of any nation. So it's to pay close attention. But where I want improvement is the teachers, because teachers only teach what they know. So our teachers in those schools need more trainings, because they can't do what they don't have. What I've observed is that some of the teachers are not even qualified to teach. So they should pay attention to their trainings. They need to be trained to train. If they don't have the training, no matter what facility they put down, nothing will, because what goes into the hearts of the children that will cause a society. So education is very fundamental. It's a vital key to the development of a state, a nation, or any country. So that's my take on that. They should pay attention to the teachers, because the children will learn well and they will understand. That's determine how, because they are like leaders, they're like role models to the students.
We shouldn't even for that. It is the right of every Nigerian to be educated. Constitutional, from the primary school to secondary school, every Nigerian child has national law right. That
They enjoy this. Guy, do you think this man just says? I seriously doubt. I'm not one of those that see like.
Do you know the way to find out if this thing is safe or not? This is the contract app. It gives like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency project. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amount allocated, amount funded, level of job done, and even profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app. Are you serious? This is the go-to app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The construct app is developed by other people in Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
Yeah, it's true.
Because I told you.
Welcome back. That is truly commendable by Governor. Our next story focuses on the commissioning of the local council development area in Lagos State, which has now been integrated into a expanding network of modernized public bus stations connecting various communities. Commissioned the newly completed Abule Egba bus terminal, aimed at improving and facilitating seamless mass transportation between suburb and other parts of metropolis. Can you take a look?
This new Abule Egba bus terminal has officially been proposed to the public by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu alongside Deputy Femi Amzat and other stakeholders. The launch is part of Governor Sanwo-Olu administration's commitment to build a seamless and integrated transportation network that will provide Lagos residents with improved daily commuting. The governor, speaking at the event, disclosed that the project is a fulfillment of his pledge to upgrade the
Here in the ever-booming Abule, we have to hand over the people another that this is a big step to the construction of it has a very about. I'm happy to improve enhancing our services. We are anticipating the arrival of new CNG buses and electric buses by the third quarter of this year. They are being produced as we speak, and I believe everything will be done preparatively to begin to receive these buses before the end of this year. This will leave our current fleets, which will improve availability of buses and reduce waiting times at all periods.
Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation Oluwaseun CM
Soon Commission the affairs and seats of Lagos State Transport Policy. It will provide a service for network departments of Lagos, and based on this, want to congratulate Saguna on commission get another powerful and life-changing infrastructure for the player community of Adige and the entire Lagos State. Saguna, please be assured of our desire to continue to work until the last hour of transition to bring your vision and that of this government to reality.
This administration prioritizes traffic management and transport as the first pillar of its Teams Plus agenda. The Lagos State government has been and is still investing in the provision of infrastructure for public transportation, including rail, bus services, and water transportation. To properly coordinate bus operations in communities, bus terminals are necessary and thus provided. Bus terminals are important because they provide central passengers board and exit buses and connect to other forms of transportation. To date, the Lagos State government has provided bus terminals in Kinji and Fakona and Uleba. The Nigeria bus terminal currently also under construction. Like other terminals before this, Uleba terminal building base, a toll building, the customer service area, a waiting area, spaces for restaurants and other commercial services, offices for ground staff and BOCs, public conveniences, a water treatment plant, and general energy, among others.
The development has integrated Abulegba, located in the Orile-Agege local council development area, into Lagos' growing network of communities connected with modern public bus stations. Abulegba residents have met but urged for affordable bus fares.
That is moving forward because they are going to create 5-10 years back. I lived at don't go like that. Face of place and they are building gradually. So I will probably go say they should remember that presently I decided that God help them fight for the express road and God help them to do more and more to all sectors, all the areas of Lagos State, Nigeria.
When you are partaking in BRT buses, it applies to everyone, whether you own a car or you don't. It's majestic truck on the highway. So everybody does to put their cars on the road. So sometimes if you don't have a special function, you can just leave your car back and make use of public transport. Like big. So the one now I think is like and because that place is heading towards Ogun State, so if you are able to get there faster, you can continue your journey to other areas. And people that are staying there really live like in
You can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books and all that, and she's still performing low. I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class.
My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results. Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also, sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Okay, clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids, it has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life, so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and they'll be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Gorée Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscle. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for the rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the ropes. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million.
very emotional, very emotional. But he knows it very, very, very in a high level the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Victoria Konde, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The 8th candidate of the West African Senior School Certificate Examination abducted by pirates along the Bile waterways in Degema local government area of Rivers State have been rescued after spending 21 days in captivity. The victims were rescued on Monday evening by a local security outfit, the Royal Fouché Security Services, popularly known as the Amama Soldiers. The victims were abducted on May 6 after the pirates hijacked 2 passenger boats traveling to Bile in Degema. The governor of Borno State, Babagana Zulum, says no local government area in the state will be allowed to fall into the hands of insurgents. Zulum disclosed this while addressing journalists after a meeting with President Bola Tinubu at the State House in Abuja. The governor said the meeting was to brief the president on the security challenges in Borno State and other parts of northern Nigeria. On the political scene, the National Caucus meeting of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) on Monday concluded without a resolution, with the Governors Forum and Board of Trustees leadership and Peace Committee headed by former Senate President Bukola Saraki set to meet on Tuesday to decide the way forward for the stalled National Executive Committee meeting. PDP acting National Chairman Umar Damagom told journalists after nearly 3 hours of the caucus meeting in Abuja that the discussions will resume on Tuesday. The PDP has been grappling with internal political unrest both before and after the 2023 elections. Now, there are indications that the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, NDPC, has already initiated investigation into the alleged data breach at the Joint Admissions Matriculation Board (JAMB). Sources familiar with the case disclosed that NDPC opened investigation into the allegation based on the concerns that confidentiality and integrity of personal data relating to candidates may have been compromised by hackers. According to sources, the commission would leave no stone unturned to unravel the truth about the matter. Now, and the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunjojo, says more than 200,000 unprocessed passport application backlogs have been cleared since he assumed office at the Ministry of Interior. He revealed this while delivering a charge to the public and private sector at the Access Bank Guest Lecture Series held at the bank's headquarters in Lagos. On the global scene, 17 members of the Greece's Coast Guard have been formally charged in connection with the deadliest Mediterranean migrant shipwreck in a decade. The charges stem from the sinking of the Adriana, an overcrowded fishing vessel that capsized off the coast of Pylos off the Greek coast in early hours of June 14, 2023. Finally, on sports, a former Super Eagles captain and head coach Sunday Olaseh has been appointed to the advisory panel of the International Football Association Board. This appointment was disclosed by Olaseh in a tweet on X. IFAB is FIFA's football rulemaking arm responsible for revising, adjusting and introducing new laws into the game. Those are the major stories from our newsroom at this moment. We'll keep you updated at the top of the hour.
Welcome to the program. I'm Okpeyemi Owosheni. We start off with business news. Nigeria's external reserves witnessed a net increase of over $260 million within a single week, signaling a modest improvement in the country's foreign account. Latest data from the Central Bank of Nigeria revealed that the increase began on May 9th, when reserves stood at $38.12 billion. The figure had risen to $38.21 billion by May 12th. It continued again, reaching $38.30 billion on May 14th and $38.33 billion on May 15th, before closing the week at $38.38 billion on May 16, 2025. Now, the rebound follows a challenging period caused by pressure from external debt repayment, falling oil production, and volatile forex demand. And the federal and Lagos state government have called for investment in production of local goods as well as consumption of made in Nigeria products to boost small and medium enterprises in the country. Speaking at the 16th meeting of the National Council on Industry, Trade and Investment, organized by the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, the Lagos State Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment highlights the urgent need to diversify the country's economy from over-reliance on oil. TV360's Victoria Akonde completes this next report.
Recent global shifts in energy policies, coupled with declining oil demand and volatile crude prices, have underscored the urgent need for Nigeria to reduce its reliance on oil revenues. At the state level, the Lagos state government says it is already making efforts at creating an enabling environment that will attract investment, support industrial growth, and empower businesses to thrive. While advocating more investment in producing local goods and consuming them rather than relying on importation of foreign goods, the Lagos State Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, Folashade Ambrose, urges both federal and state governments to explore new markets, unlock the potential of the country's youthful population, and embrace the digital economy as a catalyst for industrial and trade expansion.
Strategy is rooted in two far-reaching frameworks. One, the proposed Lagos State Industrial Policy, LSIP, 2025 to 2030, which redefines industrialization as a deliberate, inclusive, and technological-driven enterprise focused on local value addition, manufacturing excellence, and green industrial growth.
In his address, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, says Nigeria must swiftly implement necessary measures to diversify its economy.
Build up labor-intensive sectors, all right? And of course, produce locally for domestic consumer market. I made a reference earlier on that economic activities are in three planks: production, consumption, then exchange or trade in between. Now, my recommendation with respect to production is that we should look at what India did. India began to promote a concept. They called it Make in India. Not made, Make in India. Which speaks to the fact that we make our geography conducive to manufacturers to produce within India. Now, the same thing can be done by every subnational.
Other speakers urged the governments to adopt policies that will make Nigeria's manufacturing sector conducive for both local and international manufacturers.
Studies have indicated that flexible work hour arrangements within the clusters, and that's what our study shows, have led to improved employee performance and retention, highlighting the importance of adaptive human resource practices in manufacturing setting. However, like I said, challenges such as infrastructure deficit and overregulation by government agencies, 3 tiers of government agencies, persistently result in suboptimal performance. I move to another part of the country, Aba manufacturing cluster. The Aba policy measures and reducing bureaucratic hurdles are essential to create a more attractive environment for businesses within these clusters. Provision of tax incentives can encourage investments and growth, simplifying trade procedures and reducing import duties on raw materials will lower production costs and improve competitiveness.
All the speakers say Nigeria has the potential to become #1 in Africa in the industrial sector. They also call on the government at all levels to aggressively explore the non-oil sector, which they argue holds strong potential for revenue generation, job creation and economic transformation. Victoria Akonde, TV360 News, Lagos.
We'll go on a break now and be back with company news. Welcome back. The Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, has reassured the public of the stability and safety of the country's banking sector, describing recent media reports questioning the financial health of a Nigerian bank as misleading and unfounded. In a statement issued by its president and chairman of the council, Pius Olariwaju, the institute emphasized that such publications are intended to disrupt ongoing reforms and undermine the steady progress made in strengthening the financial system. Now, aligning with the Central Bank of Nigeria, the CIBN urged the public to disregard false narratives and rely solely on information from verified sources. Now, there's more ahead when Money Matters return. We'll break down why the Central Bank of Nigeria is holding interest rates steady again. Stay with us for more details. Now, for the second consecutive time in 2025, the Central Bank of Nigeria has retained the monetary policy rate, which benchmarks interest rate in the country at 27.50%. Now, this decision is part of the outcomes of the Apex Bank 300 Monetary Policy Committee meeting. The CBN Governor, Olayemi Cardoso, reviewed that the committee retained the cash reserve ratio at 50% and liquidity ratio at 30%. TV360's correspondent, Tamilore Akinkolie, has more details on the outcome of the CBN's MPC briefing in this next report.
The CBN governor says the decision to maintain MPR at 27.50% was unanimous and reflects a conservative policy stance aimed at consolidating the effects of earlier tightening measures. He also said the committee noted the relative improvement in some key macroeconomic indicators, which are expected to support the overall moderation in prices in the near to medium term, such as the narrowing gap between Nigeria's forex market and BDC windows, as well as easing price of PMS.
Retain the MPR at 27.50%. 2. Retain the asymmetric corridor around the MPR at plus 500 to minus 100 basis points. 3. Retain the cash reserve ratio of deposit money banks at 50% and merchant banks at 16%.
Referencing the latest inflation figures released by the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS), which eased to 23.71% in April 2025, down from 24.23% recorded in March, Cardoso commended the federal government's efforts in boosting food supply and addressing insecurity in farming communities, noting that these steps contributed to moderation in food inflation. However, the committee also acknowledged ongoing inflationary pressures, including high electricity tariffs, persistent foreign exchange demand, and lingering structural issues in the economy.
This improvement was driven by both the oil and non-oil sectors, with the services sector being the major contributor. Gross external reserves increased by 2.85% to $38.90 billion as at 16th of May 2025, from $37.82 billion at end of March 2025.
On the broader economic outlook, the CBN governor said the naira has become more competitive, attracting increased interest from foreign investors and boosting confidence in the economy. While acknowledging the challenges faced by the current leadership over the past 18 months, Cardoso assured Nigerians that ongoing reforms are geared towards correcting past policy missteps and restoring public trust in the central bank.
There are a lot of areas that we literally need to reset completely and start all over again. And we are doing so. But those things do take time. They do take time. But what I want to assure you is that we will be consistent as we have been over the past 18 months. And we believe that once we continue in that direction, we will be successful in building back the trust that has been so badly eroded over a period of time.
With the Monetary Policy Committee opting for stability over change, all eyes will now be on how inflation and currency markets respond in the coming months. Tamilore Akinkwole, TV360, Lagos.
Now, to unpack this decision and its wider impact, I'm now joined by financial analyst Femi Oladele. Thank you for joining me on the program, Mr. Oladele. Now, why do you think the CBN has chosen to hold the interest rate steady for a second consecutive time, despite moderating inflation? And also, what will you say are the underlying risks it is prioritizing?
Thank you so much, and good morning once again. So I would say that all of the reasons as adduced by the CBN governor are clearly stated and highlighted, but I would say personally that one of the significant reasons would be that it's a learning phase for the CBN, really. Many things are going on in the monetary space, including the fiscal space, and it looks like knowledge is a bit out of touch and we want to learn what is happening. So I believe that significantly, while they might say, oh, inflation figures are going well, FX demands, and there's a bit of stability in FX and all of that, I believe more significantly is the fact that it's a learning phase and you want stability when you are learning. And so that's, in my opinion, what the CBN is doing at this time. They want to understand the effect of all of those policies and see how they impact the economy before they now shake the tables. That's what, in my opinion, is the reason for the retention at this time.
All right, speaking of learning phase, after 6 rate hikes that we saw in 2024, now what does this double oath suggest about the CBN's monetary policy outlook? Would you also call it a learning phase, and also about its confidence in current inflation trends that we've seen so far this year?
So generally, 2024, I would say, is a roller coaster for Nigeria. Generally, we saw unprecedented figures and it was out of touch. Many people, many analysts were shocked by the results that we saw last year, but this year has been quite stable. And I would say generally that it shows that the CBN is also learning quickly. So I wouldn't call it in this sense right now a learning phase anymore, but I would believe that they are learning quickly and understanding how things work generally in Nigeria, especially when we have just recently rocked the boat. Because at that time, many things were happening. There was heightened political tension. Security was a big deal, especially in the food-producing areas, Benue and Plateau. There was also the issue with people having not come out of the shock of the elections. And so many things were happening at the same time. And then we now brought in the monetary policy reforms, which didn't sit well. And that's why I believe we had those significant distortions or instability in those figures. But right now, I would say that they have learned significantly and they are understanding the terrain very much and handling it well. I would highlight two things that I see, especially with respect to what is happening now. We see significantly in the fiscal space that a lot of activities and policies, including programs, are going on, helping to stabilize the economy, although they are not achieving the expected results. Expected, I mean now, from the masses. We want inflation to go to single digits, if you ask me. We also want FX to go to maybe $1 to, let's say, 500 naira, but that's not. So that's the expectation bits that I'm talking about. But we also understand that things are generally improving. Generally, I say generally carefully because there are still things that are quite, and the CBN governor also noted it. You recall that he mentioned about electricity. It's a significant issue. Even internet access and so many other things, health services and all of that. Although we understand that there is a growth trajectory for the pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria based on research. But looking at it generally, we have seen improvements and a bit of stability. And I think that that's a very good one for the economy at this time.
Right, so let's now speak about the organized private sector. They've raised concerns about retaining the MPR consecutively. Now, what will you say are the likely effect of sustained high interest rate on credit access now for businesses, especially SMEs and manufacturers?
Thank you. So many times retaining the MPR does not necessarily mean that the finance costs will be retained. It does not mean that like to be retained at all. So now we have 27.5%. It does not mean that when you go to the bank, if you had a previous loan of 33%, it doesn't mean that it's going to be stable at 33%. It's even likely to increase because the retention does not mean that things are slowing down. If it was a reduction, then we could say, oh, the rates would be retained. But now that we have a retention, I fear that some facilities would even receive increased rates, and that's not too good for businesses. So while it looks like retention on face value, for businesses, it actually means a bit of uncertainty or risk. And I fear that some facility holders will begin to reach out to their debtors to say, see, we're increasing this rate a bit. They won't increase so much. So I don't expect a significant increase in rates. They're looking at maybe between 1 to 2% just to ensure that there is a bit of stability also for them. But it increases finance costs, in my opinion. I am expecting that there will be a little bit of increase, and that also affects productivity, that affects access. That if you want to take a new loan, you wouldn't be taking it at the rate you took the last one. So I believe that it impacts especially small businesses. And when you now combine it with the fact that we live in a collateralized economy where your cash flows don't necessarily matter in getting access to significant finance. So I fear that it's going to slow down borrowings.
All right, now, speaking about effectiveness and retention, do you think the current MPR of 27.50% is still effective in curbing inflation, or is it now doing more harm than good to real sector productivity, I meant to say, bearing in mind that the main reason why they kept on increasing MPR last year was because inflation was over 30%. So now that it has reduced, do you think it's still very effective in curbing inflation?
So I have significant reservations with the inflation figures. You know, I earlier mentioned one time that I don't know the methodology, I mean the intricacies of the methodology used to just change those figures from the previous methodology. But I have reservations, even with respect to the inflation figures that were recently released. But let's leave my reservations. But the truth now is that if you consider that the reason why we're pegging the MPR to inflation figures and other economic indices is to see how to manage inflation. I don't think that MPR alone is enough to manage inflation. I had mentioned it many times that for public policy, you cannot use just one metric or one system to change the entire thing. It needs so many things. There will be political factors, there will be economic factors, there will be social factors. And I had mentioned also that Nigerians are perceptive. So just hearing about it alone can change things, swing either ways. And so I wouldn't say that retaining it at 27.5% does any significant difference to the inflation figures if we don't address those other factors that are significant in managing inflation. I've mentioned them: infrastructure, energy, security. If those things are not dealt with significantly, there is no magic that the MPR would do to that.
All right, now let's speak about the high cash reserve ratio of 50% on commercial banks and overall liquidity in the economy. What will you say are the short and medium-term implications of maintaining such a high cash reserve ratio? It's like about 50%. Do you think it's a good one?
So I don't think it's not good. The reason why, because it's also moderated. If you retain that at 50% and for merchant banks at 16%, there's also a moderation. So having that, I don't think it's a high figure really, because if commercial banks want to access more than that, they know how to do that. And so that figure is actually, in my opinion, it's more theoretical than practical. In the practical sense, if there is a need to reduce that figure, even the bankers committee know what to do. And so that won't be a problem at all. And in my opinion, I think it's more theoretical than practical. I mean, the figure.
Now, how effective do you think the monetary policy alone is in addressing Nigeria's inflation? I know you already mentioned that it is not very effective. Now, let's look at structural issues like electricity pricing and food supply constraints, and most importantly, insecurity. What other things do you think the government needs to do to put a balance between the MPR and other things to maintain inflation, basically?
Okay, so aside the real sector that I've mentioned, enhancing, improving infrastructure, improving energy, but when we talk about improving energy, we also have the responsibility of higher costs, and higher cost translates to higher rates for consumers as well. And then we look at other areas that we are currently having difficulty: data costs. We know what is happening in that area at this time. And so when you look at all of them together with the MPR, then a difference can be made. And that's why I said that we shouldn't look at the MPR in isolation, because in isolation, it can do little. If we imagine we are doing it theoretically and we run a regression analysis, the percentage control that MPR has over inflation will be very, very insignificant if we exclude all of those other factors. And so I don't think we should focus on isolating the MPR. Yes, that's the issue for discussion in this interview, and I understand that it's important that we discuss its impact. But more significantly, I think we should take it as a whole and not just the MPR alone. The MPR can do significantly if other assumptions are met. Right now, where we are in Nigeria at this time, we haven't met those thresholds for the MPR to begin to pull numbers that would ensure that the inflation rate goes down significantly. And so if you ask me what else can the government do, I would say that aside the real sector, if you look at what rent is doing at this time, you would understand. And many states are beginning to raise concerns. The landlords are increasing rates, and the landlords' argument are that the economy is also difficult. So go and talk to the government. And so if we don't address structural issues, there is nothing the MPR can do. Even if we choose to reduce the MPR to 20%, which I know that won't happen. If we choose to reduce it to 20%, it won't automatically have the inflation figures. So in isolation, it can do just little, in my opinion.
All right, so now one of the things the CBN governor mentioned during the MPC meeting was the fact that the Naira has become competitive against the United States dollars. Now, to what extent would you say the CBN's current policy stance has contributed to exchange rate stability and also foreign investors' confidence? Because according to him, many investors have been coming into the country.
Yes, so but my question would be as what? As FPI or as FDI? Because we need to make those distinctions. Yes, I understand that investors have been coming, but how have they been coming? Because we cannot rely on FPIs alone. We need FDI. It takes time. And I've mentioned this, and I'm an advocate for patient capital in Nigeria. If we don't have patient capital, it will be very difficult for us to develop. You can't develop you can't develop the real sector with short-term investments. We need investment into the long term. And I give an example of mortgage. You see mortgages in other clients for 25 years. But in Nigeria, when you talk about access to finance, you're looking at 12 months, 1 year, 2 years. That cannot give us the kind of spin-off that we need. And so we have to look at that in that area. And so if I would profile a solution, I would say that we need enough significantly sufficient patient capital where people can now build. Yes, investors are coming in, but are they patient enough to ensure that we build an ecosystem that can sustain itself, or they're just going to come in and pull out after a few months or maybe 1 to 2 years? That's not good for our economy. And I hope that the CBN is doing its best to monitor the inflows and not just have those inflows come in and go out at will. I'm really hoping that we get FDIs to develop our real sectors.
All right, so briefly, just before I let you go, do you think there are any risk of over-tightening the economy, especially with such elevated interest rates and restricted liquidity?
No, I don't think so. But in the next MPC meeting, I'm hoping that rates will be reduced. This is my own hope, that the rates will be reduced so that it gives a bit of, because we are looking at a 2025 where we make more impact, especially in the MSME sector. And if that is to be done, then we need more access to finance. And if we need access to finance, we need them to be affordable also, so that you can ensure that we can produce well and also contribute significantly to the economy. So I don't think we should be looking at tightening anymore, and so we should be looking at reducing the rates in the coming days.
Well, we'll keep monitoring what the CBN will do ahead of the next MPC meeting. Financial analyst Femi Oladele, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program.
It's a pleasure to be here again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, that's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpeyemi Obosheni. See you next time.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall. And they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they saw that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscle. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for the rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very emotional, but he knows it very in a high level the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slavery.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, charter house located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, not before Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary. Must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees of primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Chatham House, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in Rivers State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, Yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, with some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria, than properties in Miami waterfront in rich America. So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So it no go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello and welcome to another electrifying episode. E360 is back with more exciting content than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, fashion, comedy, food, anything you can think of entertainment, I got you covered. So before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest news in the world of entertainment. So last weekend we had the African Magic Viewers' Choice Award, and it's been amazing seeing our own Nigerian celebrities nailing it with their outfits, with what they know how to do best, likes of our actors and actresses being nominated for specific categories. And I'm really happy seeing everyone even being recognized for what they do. So first on the list, let me just talk about the category. Two categories that stood out for me. We had the Indigenous Award, Language Award, which went to Lishabi. If we've all seen that movie, you know that they literally deserve the award. Lishabi is beautiful. The content and everything was just amazing. Like seeing them being recognized, like they put so much work into it, likes of Lateef and his wife. Like his wife even played a role in this movie, and you even notice that he's like, maybe they're married or something. Like everything was really amazing. They nailed it for me, and they deserve the award. I was really happy that they got recognized for this particular category. So the next one that actually got my attention is Seven Doors. Trust me, the actors of Seven Doors, likes of Femi and Choma, they nailed it, and it was just amazing because Choma, his wife, is an Igbo lady in the movie, and he's a Yoruba man, and he had to go leave the city to go back to the village to maybe rule, to be the king of the community at that point in time. But he had issues. If you guys have not seen it, please go back and see it, because this movie nailed. And it's really amazing seeing Choma. Choma did not just start now. Like she has been in this industry for a very long time. Like since I was little, I know Choma, and I'm really happy seeing her. She won the best lead actress for this movie, and also him, so he won the best lead actor. Like I'm really happy seeing them actually excel in this particular category. So now moving away from the category, let's go to the outfits. Trust Nigerians to always come through. Like Nigerians are good. We are talented. I don't know what you guys talk about, but like everybody is just, all these designers, they just have one or two things they always want to chip in. Let's just say Vicky James. Vicky James every year comes out with her own designs, and guess her favorite moves? It is Osas. Osas' dress was beautiful. I don't know if the nature of let's just say the theme for the AMVCAs this year was nature, because I saw so many designers trying to create nature, trees, fruits and other things, but Osas nailed it. She was styled by Vicky James. We have another one which was actually contradicting. That's Desmond Elliott. Desmond Elliott came out and was like, who is this? Like, we've not seen you, so where are you coming from? It was very funny, but his outfit was good. It's not that bad. But everyone kept on talking about the lion in front of him and one at the back. It was really amazing seeing them actually excel. So last on the list, we have our very own Davido, our OBO. Davido's album, all the songs for me nailed. Like the one that actually I like the most is With You, where he featured Omale, and that song is just amazing. I don't know, and I like Davido for the fact that he's a calm person, he's full of life, he's generous. He even gifted a TikToker that actually just danced to his song, like just flowed with it and everything. It was very funny, but it was amazing. And Davido is always giving us back-to-back hits. So that's it we have for entertainment. So today we dive into the world of fashion industry. So sit down and relax. Let's explore the magic screen together. I'll be right back. Welcome back. Here with me in the studio is Akin Oluwasewu, who is a fashion content creator and a stylist. Hello and welcome to the show.
Hi, good to be here.
Yeah, nice meeting. I love your outfits. Like it's giving like what you do. Literally, it's amazing.
Thank you
I like the glasses, signature on the tie and everything, and the colors. You know what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so tell me about yourself. How did you get into the fashion creation and everything? You styling it and all. Just tell me a bit about yourself.
So yeah, just like you said, my name is Akinlolu Oluwaseun.
Okay.
Most people know me as Akinlolu Certified.
Oh, good.
And I am a fashion content creator and a fashion stylist.
Okay.
What my motivation for getting into the fashion space. Like I've always been a fashion person, like way back since when I was young.
Yeah.
But like it got more pronounced when I was in school, like uni.
Okay.
I just loved looking good to class, basically, you know, because I went to a private school.
Oh, okay,
so
okay.
I know
you have a good advantage there.
Exactly. So I went to a private school, and we were almost, let me say, forced to wear corporate clothes to school and all of that. So that's what sparked up the interest more in me.
Okay.
And also I feel like the use of social media also influenced me a lot.
To show
When I saw so many people that were doing what I wanted to do, what I felt like I could do.
Okay.
And those were some of the things that sparked the interest more in me.
Oh, that's good.
For fashion.
So now let's talk about your education. Like you talked about, you started from school. So did you study fashion, or what did you do? Because I know most people like to just deviate from what they actually studied. We all do that, fine. But like, just tell me what you did and what actually attracted you to go into what you're doing now.
So I studied architecture in school.
Oh.
BSc, MSc.
Is there like a connection? Yeah, there may be a connection.
Exactly. So I believe anybody that goes to architecture school, it's kind of sparks some form of creativity in you into whatever you are doing.
Okay.
Either if you're designing furniture, if you end up doing whatever, even if it's fashion, there's some form of creativity that architecture brings into you. So I feel like so what I studied in a way, even though I'm not actively practicing now, so it kind of sparked something in me. So I studied architecture in school.
Oh, that's good. So will you describe your styling in 3 words?
So my style, I would say dandy. I would say prim and proper.
Wow, that's good. That's good. So tell me what fashion item you can't live without.
I'll say my suits.
Your suits?
Yes, my suits.
Now I know where the corporate thing comes from.
I'll say my suits. I have so many suits. Like it's literally my life. Like,
okay.
So suits. I can't live without suits.
Okay. So will you tell me about you coming up and the influencers you get to or you saw that actually attracted you, or people you look up to?
Okay, good question. So just like I said earlier, like social media kind of influenced me getting into fashion. So some people I looked up to while I was like in my early years were people like Akin Famino. I don't know if you know Akin Famino. Is a major stakeholder in the fashion content creation space. Okay. But outside Nigeria, like internationally, there's Blake Scott, there's Steve Onoja. Those are the people I looked up to, and to the glory of God,
you've been nailing it. Okay, good. So now tell me what inspired you to start sharing your fashion content online.
Okay, so I have always loved social media. So I just saw social media as a platform for me to show what I do. To voice out without doing too much. And that's why till now, like if you've gone through my content, I hardly talk too much.
I've not seen one. I actually went through, I'm like, where's the voice? I need to hear your voice. I don't know how you sound.
Exactly. So I just saw social media as a means to, put myself out there without doing too much, It's more of like my portfolio.
Yeah.
So
let's say, what's the most defining moment of your life or of your career? Like when you started, what moment did you really say, oh, I did this?
So, So for me, in fashion, there have been so many defining moments. But like in the early years, I would say winning awards in university for fashion, like best dressed in my department, best dressed in the school. Do you understand? So those were some of the, and I've been recognized by so many well-known blogs, even in Nigeria, Bella Niger. I've been featured on Vogue too. So like, I feel like that's like the peak.
Of where?
Yes.
That's good. So like, tell me about how you balance being creative and staying relevant, like keeping up with everything you have to do, keeping up with your daily life as a content creator and also a stylist.
So for me,
did you find any difficulty anywhere?
Definitely there will be difficulties.
So tell us about it. So in case we want to be like Oluwaseun, what do we do?
So just like I said, definitely there are difficulties. But I feel one thing that makes you, keep pushing is just the goal you have in mind, and there is nothing that has an advantage that doesn't have a disadvantage. So for me, it's just me looking at the end goal and saying, oh, let me persevere through this. Let me do all I need to do to get to become the kind of person I want to be. So like, it helps me, be able to maneuver these obstacles in my way. And so on so many days I have multiple things on my schedule and all of that, but I just find a way to properly manage my time, to meet up with all of this, and also deadlines, basically.
That's good. I know, like, it must have been really, really stressful, but like, can you walk us through one day, like a day in your life, the process, what you have to do? Do you style your clothes yourself, your outfits?
Yes, I do.
Or do you have someone that styles you?
No, I style right.
Do you style people too?
Yeah, I style people.
Oh, good. So, like, just walk us through you meeting deadlines and you taking pictures, because I don't know. I feel it's a lot. It's a lot. Like, one thing I know, maybe styling it and you actually waiting for it to come out the way you want it to be. So, like, the positions you stay when you're taking pictures and creating content and all like that. So, walk us through a day in your life.
Okay. So, as a fashion content creator, I feel Pinterest should be your friend. Because I feel like there's no idea that is really original. So you can always go through Pinterest. So let me use myself now, just like yours. I always go through Pinterest, scroll. Sometimes when I see things I like or feel like I see things I feel like I could recreate, I save them, But there's sometimes the ideas just come like off the top of my head. Like, I'm just doing something, I just pass through somewhere, I see something, I see someone online, I see someone wearing something online, or just the combination just makes sense. There's that too, and there's just me just being myself, and trying to evolve on what I'm already doing. You understand? So, like, right now, like, my kind of style, it has evolved over the years. Not just from like corporate outfits. Like, now the way I am, it's kind of, you could say it's kind of corporate, but it's not corporate.
Casual corporate, like, in the mix.
Exactly. So it's a mix. So it has kind of evolved over the years. So, like, a typical day in my life is when it comes to like fashion content creation is ideation, reaching out to. I have like a team, like my photographers, majorly photographers. Because I love.
Must be really good.
Yes. So and they're also very creative people. So we rub ideas to let us know what we need. Either if there are some props you also need, try to put it in place, get it before the day of the shoot, and we shoot. And even on set, there are some other ideas that pop up.
They have to.
Yes, I also implement into and that's how we make it happen.
It seems like a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot.
It's like, when people just see a picture, wow, this is beautiful, this is good. They don't know the process. They don't know how difficult it was to go through just to achieve that result. Now let's talk about you combining colors. Trust me, not everybody in Nigeria literally knows how to do that. Not everybody in the world, like, just so both colors are like purple and orange. How will this go? How have you been able to maneuver that phase?
So for me, I would say it's just my kind of person. I've never had to think about, will this color go or not. I've never really had to do.
Sorry to cut you. Have there been any situation where you see yourself say, this color did not gel at all?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just really my kind of person. So so many times if I feel something will work, it actually just works. I don't know how, to be honest. It might be God. It might be
God is good.
It's even God. I credit that to God. So, like, so many times I just try out things, try out colors, and also as an advice to people, I'll just say try out different things in the comfort of your home. Don't now go out and be looking like tetracycline in front of other people. So you can, like, your house is like your comfort zone where you can try out things. Let your family members insult you.
Oh, good. I was about to ask that.
Exactly. Let your family members insult you before you go outside and embarrass yourself. Exactly.
Okay, because living alone maybe and you're trying to match colors, you may not exactly get to
your mirror. Your mirror is there for you.
Oh, your mirror is there, but sometimes
and open your eyes.
Sometimes you look at yourself like, I think I look good, but when you step out, you don't look good at all. So now tell me how you've been able to, how social media has changed the way you work as a stylist.
Well, social media actually has so many benefits, and it has really helped me. It gave me some form of influence. And the reason is because I actually started early enough. I started way back in 2015. Not too many people were doing this back then.
Not everybody.
Exactly. Not too many.
It's also a thing.
Exactly. So in like the university space, people actually knew me. Like when you talk about people in Covenant, people in Redeemers, these are people that actually do fashion at that time. So many of them knew me at that point. So social media has really changed and helped me like with my style and how I really approach things in general. Like I would give so much credit to to social media.
Okay. Yes. So now speaking of social media, what platform do you use the most and why?
Majorly Instagram.
Okay, why
because
Instagram?
That's where I started
it's a
from.
Good platform,
it's a good platform, and that's where I started from. Just when Instagram first started, it was majorly for pictures. There was no even video. It's just I think 2020 that they started Reels and all of this, and so just like that, I also tried to evolve and advance, and start creating video content also because if you don't evolve, you won't be relevant. Do you understand? So I started evolving also, start creating video content on social media. So yeah, Instagram works for me the most. But right now I'm trying to I'm already doing that. I'm already trying to like diversify my platforms. Yeah, TikTok, Pinterest. Because I got to, yes, exactly. I got to discover last year that there's actually a very big market on Pinterest.
So you'd have been yelling that.
Exactly. So I'm doing that right now.
That's good. I like the fact that like you're evolving and you're changing, and social media is helping you to become better in your field. So let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. We'll go on a quick break, guys. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Here with me in the studio is still our stylist and our fashion content creator. So now tell me about, have you faced any criticisms online and how have you been able to manage it? Because I know the word out there is not easy for anybody, but like, tell me how you've been able to maneuver and just keep pushing regardless.
So, because of my kind of personality, I have not really faced criticism that much because I believe I was using platforms like X, which was formerly Twitter. I would have received a lot of even when I know I talked about diversifying my content. Yeah. And there are sometimes I post something on TikTok on X and you see some kind of comments that are just really man. But like on Instagram, everybody's all love and light.
Yes,
everybody's all love and light. So I've never really had to face that form of criticism, and because of my kind of person, I don't like putting myself in a situation where I am in that place where people have like different
things to say about you.
About me now. So,
okay.
I believe it's just my kind of person.
Oh, that's good. So, who is your favorite fashion icon now, and why?
Well, my favorite fashion icon, I believe it's not one currently.
Okay, just mention and why.
Okay, so Pharrell Williams.
Okay.
Pharrell Williams is a grand commander of style. Yes. Grand commander of style.
And I agree to that.
Yes, and I believe that our kind of styles are similar, so that's why I connect more with Pharrell Williams.
Now I'm drawing the line. Now I'm drawing the line in your pictures. Yeah. Wow. Okay, that's good.
So it's Aproki too. Is someone's style that I love a lot. It can be very minimalist. It can be quite edgy too. Yeah. So like not giving yourself a box. This is the reason why I like Isaproki. Yeah. So those two.
I like Isaproki as well. So now, if you're going to style any celebrity, who would it be, and what style do you think you would put on them?
Locally or internationally?
Let's do two. Let's do Nigerian and international.
Okay. Locally, like within Nigeria.
Yeah.
I would like to style the video. I really like to start the video.
You can be funny, Sha. So whenever I hear the video, I just want to jump.
I really like to start the video.
In what way?
Putting up something for him that just gives him the superstar vibe. To like project him more as a superstar that he is.
Okay.
Yes, because on some occasions, sorry to say, on some occasions I've seen when he has worn some kind of outfit, and I'm like no, the style should have done better. So yes, and that's my reason for choosing the video.
Okay.
And internationally, let's say Idris Elba. I mean, he has a great sense of style, but like it would just be an honor to style someone like that.
It's amazing. It's amazing you're mentioning people that I know. Like, no, that's good. That's good. So, what's the most challenging shoot or project you've ever worked on, and why?
Off the top of my head right now, the most challenging shoot. Okay, so just like I mentioned, I've been featured on Vogue once.
Okay.
But it wasn't my idea, it was the photographer's idea.
Okay.
So it was something that brought me out of my comfort zone. Because if you see that picture, I was looking kind of homeless. And because it was an editorial image, just that I wore like lace and stuff. So I feel like that kind of that was kind of difficult for me to do because it was not like my normal kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, who doesn't want to be on Vogue? So yeah.
So it was really difficult process.
It was kind of difficult for me, but I believe, but like for like my own personal stuff, I mean in the early stages it used to be quite difficult, but like right now I believe it's almost like it's almost easy for me, like very easy for me to just because I have like a system. You understand, that makes things work easier for me.
That's good. I know Lagos is like a fashion zone entirely. So have you been able to attend events and let's just say GTCO Fashion Week and other fashion shows that we have, and have you been able to, do you attend them?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Especially Lagos Fashion Week, because Lagos Fashion Week is one of the biggest fashion weeks in Nigeria. So like it's even like, don't let me not to talk down anymore, but like it's one of the biggest fashion weeks. So there you get to meet even people you look up to in Nigeria, you know. So I attend Lagos Fashion Week a lot. Every year I've been attending since I think 2019, until even last year, and I'll still attend this year.
Oh, good. So tell me about GTCO Fashion. What do you think about it and the idea behind it? Because last year I got to attend one for my very first time. I'm like, oh, this is amazing. I love every single thing happening here. So will you want to be in that position, styling people, and what do you think you will bring up?
You mean styling attendees or styling?
Let's just say styling models.
Models on the runway. I mean, it's something I'm very open to. I mean, GTCO Fashion Week is also a very big fashion week in Nigeria. So yes, it's something I'm very open to. You know, working with a designer to put out their pieces in the best way possible on the runway for everyone to see.
Okay.
Yeah,
so now you creating content like on Instagram and other platforms that you work with. How do you get your inspiration from? Like, do you see not only from Pinterest, but the ideas of you creating videos? Like, what do you think? Or is there like a brain box, someone that just says, oh, I think you should work this way? Or do you just bring everything, every idea you do? Because the videos are amazing, trust me. So like you working this particular way, looking up this way, is there someone that directs you? Or you do everything? So
first and foremost, I'm a believer, so I'll give the glory to the Holy Spirit. Like the Holy Spirit helps me a lot, gives me direction on so many things. Yeah, and also, that's why I mentioned the team that I work with. So like, there's just this synergy between us where some of the ideas come from me, some of the ideas come from them. So it's just easier that way. I believe every creative, if you are looking to build a team, you should actually look for people who share the same ideas and who share the same visions like you, so that whatever you're looking to achieve will be easier. And so that's basically what has been helping me. So so many of these videos that you see, they are basically some are my ideas, some are their ideas, and we bring them together.
Because you pass off like a model, like maybe you don't even do anything, but like the way you just position and taking photos and everything. I will call you model.
Yeah, it took so many years.
Okay.
It took so many years, you know. I believe in my early stages I wasn't that comfortable. Like when I started this, I didn't like taking pictures in public.
Oh.
But right now, if you put me in the middle of the road,
anywhere I can
take pictures easily, like, because that's what I'm born to do.
Okay, but you know, like you standing out, like with your styling and everything, your outfits actually draw attention of people.
Exactly.
So like now you said before you were shy. Were you a shy person?
Yes.
Okay, so you wearing those outfits, it was like.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like to get to a stage, there's a point to do something to a point of mastery, where you are no longer shy.
So you're used to everyone looking at you.
Yes, like I'm already used to it. I've done it a lot of times. I'm already used to it. So yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good. So what advice we give to anyone trying to go into this fashion content creating business?
So any advice I'll give, especially to younger people?
Yeah,
I would say start as early as you can and be consistent, because consistency in anything just makes you better.
Okay.
You get, and the earlier you start, the earlier you can make the mistakes you're supposed to make, which will make you better. Okay. So I'll just say I'll pass out two advices. I'll say start early and be consistent in what you're doing.
Okay. So let's go on a quick break first. We'll be right back. So guys, we'll go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So before we end this show, let's just take 60 seconds, 10 games. Questions rather, just in and out. So let's just say your favorite celebrity couple. Who would it be?
It's Rocky and Rihanna.
Thank you. Most outstanding day of your life?
Most outstanding day of my life?
Yeah.
Most outstanding day of my life has to be... There are so many. But let's say the first day I was recognized for what I'm doing right now.
Okay. Yeah. Football or basketball?
Football, basically.
Favorite relaxation sports?
Favorite relaxation in Lagos or anywhere?
Anywhere.
In Lagos, I would say Landmark Beach.
Okay. So movies or novels?
Movies, I'm a movie person.
Favorite city you like to visit or you have?
Favorite city I would like to visit? Mauritius.
Okay. So favorite indoor sport?
Favorite indoor sport? Let's say indoor basketball.
Okay. So favorite food?
Favorite food, jollof rice and chicken.
So mention one thing on your bucket list you like to tick off.
Favorite thing on my bucket list I would like to tick off, especially this year, is like travel to as many countries as I can.
Okay, so let's just say sneakers or corporate shoes.
Corporate shoes.
Okay, good. So if you're giving $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment without anybody for 6 months, just you and food, no internet too, will you stay?
$10,000 to stay for how many? For how long?
6.
No, I won't. No, I won't.
You won't. Okay, let's reduce. Let's say 2.
2 months.
Okay. Yeah, 2
no
months.
Internet, no food.
No internet.
I can run mad.
No, there'll be food.
Okay,
There'll be
food.
good food.
There'll be food?
Yes, but no internet.
No.
No, you can stay.
Because I feel like all I do, I can give you some sense of purpose, you know.
True.
So all of that within 2 months, like I can't.
So what if there's internet? You're going to stay?
If there's internet, we are getting there. So, yeah, internet. With internet, I'm good.
No problem. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
It's really nice seeing you and what you do and everything.
Thank you.
So is there anything you want to share?
Yeah.
Where can we watch you? Where do we see you?
Okay, so you can check me out on Instagram. My handle is at akinlolu.certified. I'm also on X. I'm also on every other platform. Yes, so these are the platforms where you can check me out, and it's so nice being here.
Oh, thank you so much for coming on the show. So guys, that's all we can take on this episode. Thank you so much for staying with us. So see you next time. Bye for now.
My name is Bintu Salihu Garba, IGB. From secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting. And I'm happy I was the first female to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Aladidia, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of master's paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from there. Because I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, boy, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing from there. It is to painting. Honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now pick up painting and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get to where I am today. I started teaching drawing. I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting. I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I even say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I guess I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio, I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent and then you now coach him, you develop his skill, you understand? So that is what I do now. I get teenagers and even adults, some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, I would like to paint. I would like, fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. For over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school and I take many classes. You understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano, so many. so many schools, and all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now, I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting, and alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like though I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists. We are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there, like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. Anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting, and besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my painting. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it is something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a side. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there, then, I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses, and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people. Even the government now, they do commission artists to come and do paintings in strategic places like what do you call it, recreation centers. Even in hospitals, we even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on, say, a kind of disease. Like now we have this COVID-19 around. You need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not to do. Start of COVID-19, honestly, I've been able to make 1 or 2 paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can, yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now. I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But would I go to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do? Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them, instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release funds for agriculture, they release funds for education, they should release funds for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing there, you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. You are a client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color you use, or acrylic color, you have so many medium.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth, and from there we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks. And we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life, and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests, and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that
we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Hello and welcome to the program. The recent wave of defections by federal opposition lawmakers to the ruling All Progressives Congress is the biggest talking point right now in Nigeria's polity. This comes as the country's major opposition parties, especially the People's Democratic Party, the Labour Party and New Nigeria People's Party, continue to grapple with internal crisis. Now, members of the opposition parties have accused the APC of taking advantage of the crisis and luring their members and in what it described as the APC's plot to kill opposition and quiet dissent. Reacting to the defections, the leadership of the Senate dismissed arguments that members of the opposition were moving to the ruling APC to avoid prosecution or for other sinister interests. Speaking recently during the defection of PDP Kebbi senators, the Senate leader, Opeyemi Bamidele, dismissed claims that they were coerced into defecting to the APC, insisting that the decision is voluntary and rooted in the spirit of national unity. Here's some of what the Senate leader said during the defection announcement.
The President of the country, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, is working with his party, the APC, to turn Nigeria to a one-party democracy. We are not at the polls. No one is being coerced. If anyone will be coerced, definitely it is not Senator Adamu Alero that I know and that all of us know. It is not Professor Yahya Abdullahi that will be co-opted by anyone. Neither is it Senator Medoki, who had also made a mark in the private sector before he ever ventured into politics. They are not in politics so that they could feed.
Obamidele further emphasized that the move was not an attempt to weaken the opposition or build a one-state party, but rather a step towards consolidating a government of national unity. He described the decision of the defectors as one made in the national interest, calling for less political grandstanding and more cooperation now to address Nigeria's pressing challenges. Well, let's discuss this. I'm joined by a political affairs analyst, Muyiwa Akin, today. It's a pleasure to have you on the program, sir. First of all, let me get your thoughts on these several defections to the ruling APC. Are you surprised at all by the number of people joining the ruling party?
All right, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would say I'm not surprised. Many more will join APC. Build up to 2027 general election. Because the truth of the matter is that the politicians we have now in this era are politicians who only think about themselves, about what is it that will benefit them, and not necessarily about the people that they represent. So in the build of the 2027 election, we are going to have more defection than we have now. Because the truth of the matter is that the opposition political parties have not been able to put their acts together. They keep blaming the ruling party of, poaching their members, of threatening them with corruption charges, trials, and all of that. But the fact is that if the table were to be turned the other way, this same opposition party would behave the same way that the APC is behaving now. Which is to look for more members as we get into the general election proper. This year is the only year that we have for governance. Towards the last quarter of this year, we begin real politics. And what APC is doing, which PDP and other opposition parties will do to are in power, is to get the system ready for that battle that is almost upon us. So that's why I see. I don't usually pity politicians because they have a written up sentiment, but what they do behind the door among themselves is quite different.
Now, these defections now beg the question, the place of ideology, in Nigeria's political system. How come the Nigerian political system is not built on ideology, rather it is built on personal gains, like you mentioned earlier? And what then is the future of politics in Nigeria, particularly democracy now?
Well, I think we are practicing a new form of politics, a new form of democracy in Nigeria now. I think we are practicing a new form of democracy. And some people are worried, I'm also worried, that we may end up having a one-party state. There are other countries where we have one-party state, and it's good for the people. For as long as the Nigerian people want a one-party state, it will happen. Only the Nigerian people can stop a one-party state. Why I say that is that if you look at members of political parties, I think it's only APC that has come up with the number of members that they say they have across the country. That's 40 million. And if you look at the number of registered voters, it's far more than that. So which means that if you remove, and you can be sure that not all members of the political party will vote during election or even vote for their political party because of a lot of issues within the party, internal crisis and all that. So if the rest of Nigerians decide that this is what they want, APC is in power, and they say, okay, we don't want APC anymore, we want to try another party that is even new on the block. Nigerians are the ones who will determine whether they want a new political party, whether they want a multi-party democracy that is really truly multi-party, in which you have an opposition party that is effective, or whether they want, a new political party to take over. Nigerians have been complaining at every opportunity that you find them, at every platform that they can use. They've been complaining about the difficulty of this time. The government itself has been explaining that it's been doing a lot, and these difficulties were not caused by the party, by the government, and all of that. Nigerians are the ones who will determine whether they were in a better position in 2023 when they last voted, general election, and then compare it to 2027. I don't think that this movement will be led by politicians. it should be led by Nigerians, because politicians only go to where they find their own personal benefit. I mean, imagine now that the whole of the structure of the PDP in Delta State has been collapsed into the ruling party at the center. This is the first time in the history of Delta State that you are having the party move into what you can call a social welfarist party. The party has not, the PDP has not, the Delta State has always a conservative party. I mean, to go back to the question you asked about the ideology, in the way we practice politics in Nigeria, there is really no ideology anymore. It doesn't really matter. Somebody can wake up on the so-called welfarist side this morning, and by the evening it's going to the capitalist side. It doesn't really matter. The whole thing is very free. So you now have a situation in Delta State where the party, the state that produced the running mate to the PDP in 2023, just about 2 years ago, that same individual has now crossed over to the opposition party. That same individual who, got a lot of votes or whatnot, couldn't beat Labour Party in the presidential election, Delta State, has now moved. The governor himself, who was massively voted by the people of Delta State on the ticket of PDP, has now moved to APC. So what are we talking about? You are saying that there is really no distinction between party A and party B. And so the issue of ideology does not really exist in Nigerian politics. That's my take on it.
Well, but a very vital question now is, do the people actually have the power, to speak against what is currently happening? Because like you rightly said, these numerous defections have triggered the conversation that Nigeria is edging towards a one-party system. People, are saying that very soon there will be no opposition to stand against the APC in elections, like you have said, like you have mentioned. But then the people actually have, what it takes to speak out and insist on, insist on not wanting the return of the ruling party?
I will tell you clearly that people have it. The people have the PDC. Nigerians always believe that votes don't count. And I say that votes do count. Yes, there will be malpractices, we've seen all of that happen, alteration of figures. But what I always, the way I look at it is that if we have 500 voters registered in a particular polling unit, and then we are able to mobilize 350 people to come out and vote. It doesn't matter which political party they vote for in the first instance, but 350 people are able to come out and vote. Any political party that is going to manipulate the result in that polling unit will have only 150 votes to contend with in terms of manipulation, adding and subtraction. The problem we have had, and if you look at the figures for mileage for our election, is a low turnout of voters. People complain about poor governance, they complain about hardship, they do all of that. And then when it comes to election day, everybody sits down in their sitting room, watching TV and monitoring radio and doing all kinds of playing on the
It's another factor that should be considered, because there's a very high level of voter apathy. So what's the guarantee that people are ready, to stand up to this impression or this fear that Nigeria is sliding towards a one-party system?
Okay, this thing did not start overnight. This issue that we're talking about did not start overnight. So we can't actually expect that we cure all the ills or most of the ills in our politics overnight. I'm saying by 2027, let's begin the process of getting people educated about the need for them to vote. The truth of the matter is that the power is in the hand of the electorate. Your PVC is your power. But people always have this perception that even if whether I vote or not, the result is already known. I'm sure you will have come across that kind of conversation almost every time we're having an election. I mean, it takes a lot of my having to convince so many people to say, look, you have your PVC, go and vote. You are going to the polling booth and you see so many people doing all kinds of things on election day. And you are asking them, have you voted? They say, what's my own? What's my business in that? So majority of Nigerians are the cause of our problem politically, because we don't trust the system. And if you are not part of it, you are not part of it, there's no way you can have the kind of result that you desire. And we have to adopt the approach of a marathoner, long distance runner. This thing cannot be achieved overnight. Let's start with 2027. Let's see how far we can go in 2027. The result may not come the way that majority of us expect. But I think that if we sustain that momentum, by 2031, by the next election, some things will begin to change. And that's what I'm asking Nigerians to do. Don't just sit down there and say, votes don't count. It doesn't really matter what I do. Votes will count if we all come out and exercise our franchise, or majority of us come out and exercise our franchise. The vote will begin to count.
Now, these defectors from these opposition parties, particularly from the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party, and even the NNPP, have cited the leadership crisis in their camps. Now, the PDP has accused the ruling party of taking advantage of the crisis and luring its members, especially those who have been accused of corrupt practices. People actually refer to a statement made by the former national chairman now of the APC, Adams Oshiomhole, back in 2019, where he said, in quote, "When you join the APC, your sins are forgiven." Although Oshiomhole has said that the statement was taken out of context, but then could there be some truth to this allegation leveled against the ruling party?
Well, I would say that to some extent it could be so. But I will look at what Oshiomhole said as a marketing tool, just a way of getting people into his own political party, which is fair enough. I mean, when you are campaigning, you look for all things that are legitimate, including those that are not outrightly legitimate, and throw into the mix. But the reality is that there are a lot of APC former governors too, who have also had to face EFCC or are also facing trial. So it's really not foolproof that if you join the ruling party, you are safe from being prosecuted. It's not true. It's not really true. It's just that politicians look for excuse for everything that they do. I mean, why will it become? The thing is that all of them want to belong to the winning party, and they fail to realize that if all of you in the opposition party, stay within your political party, come together, galvanize yourself, you will be able to defeat the ruling party. After all, in 2015. The ruling party, PDP, was defeated because there were a lot of, deflections from PDP, the NPDP, the APC, the NPP, the CPC, and a fraction of the ABGA. They all came together in the build of the 2015 election and decided to work together. And they defeated the sitting president. It is not impossible. That's what it means. I mean, look at the last election. The president that we have now, Bola Tinubu, lost in his own state on the presidential election. He lost in his own state. So it means that some of these things are possible only if the people come together and decide to do the right thing. What I'm saying is let Nigerians realize what they want. The cash and carry politics can never go away, but maybe if you say you are hungry and you want to collect the money, but at the end of the day, you have to realize that you are actually paying for the pains of the 4 years by collecting the money that you probably will blow within a minute or 5 minutes or even within that day. So what I'm saying is that Nigerians should know that they can actually replace a ruling government. And I've given an example. It has happened before. It can happen again.
Mr. Akintunde, we'll continue this conversation after this break. Do stay with us. The program will continue shortly. Welcome back. We're still discussing the gale of defections to the ruling APC. Political affairs analyst Moyiwa Akintunde is still with me on the program. Mr. Akintunde, as it currently stands, these fresh defections have raised members of the PDP in the National Assembly, that's across both chambers now, the Senate and the House of Reps, to 265, while opposition lawmakers have been reduced to 202. You think this is a threat to Nigeria's democracy?
Well, you look at it that way, yes, it's a threat to Nigerian democracy because we are expected to have a multi-party National Assembly to be able to stand whatever the executive is bringing and scrutinize it. Not necessarily, I don't believe in opposition for the sake of opposition, but if you have something that is better than what the executive has presented, you should be able to, put it forward. It's all in favor of the country. But let's be realistic. When let's say the issue of Natasha, when the issue of Natasha came up, and all of the emotion that issue brought into play, when they were going to vote, people did not vote across party lines. Let's remember that. Secondly, when we also had the issue of state of emergency in Rivers State, and the president brought, as expected, as required by the Constitution, brought it to the National Assembly, the Senate and House of Reps, there was no dissent, particularly in the Senate. Yes, they said they had to do voice vote. No, sorry, they had to do acclamation, not counting senator one by one. But there was no single party senator. And in that Senate, we have Labour Party, we have PDP, we have NNPP in that Senate, just as we also have in the, I think there's one SDP in the House of Reps. None of them in the other opposition party raised any issue about this. So that means that politicians have agreed among themselves that this is the way we want to go. I'm talking about those who are leading us in the National Assembly. I am for multi-party democracy in the region of the world. I am not happy that we are beginning to have a Senate or House of Reps where the overwhelming majority belong to one political party. But what about those who are still there, even if it's only one or two people that are in the opposition party? What have they done to really show that they want something different from what the ruling party is doing? So that's what I think we should look at.
Focus to the opposition parties now, specifically the PDP, Labour Party and New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. Right after the 2023 elections, the internal wranglings in the parties began, and there seems to be no end in sight to this crisis, which of course is why their members are leaving. Now, recently, the acting national chairman of the PDP, that's Umar Damagam, mentioned that the APC is taking advantage now of this crisis and luring their members. Do you in any way agree with Damagam, and what would you say has fueled the inability of these parties to come, to sort out their differences?
First is self-ambition. Every politician wants to be, the leader, president, governor, whatever. If they can subdue their self-ambition and look at the collective interest, I believe that some of these things will begin to work out. Okay, let's look at what happened in 2023. PDP has institutionalized zoning. In 1978, when PDP was founded, leading to the 79 election, they decided to agree on zoning the presidency. If the chairman of the party comes from the south, the presidential candidate will come from the north. That's what they have been doing on 2023. When, for whatever reason, you knew that we had a president from the north, whether it is a PDP or APC or any party. The president, outgoing president, Muhammad Buhari, had ruled 8 years and was from the north. One of the problems that PDP created for itself, and generally for the opposition party, is to insist that they will have a candidate also from the north. It then means that if PDP had won the 2023 election, in the country, I believe in merit. Anybody can come from anywhere and become leader. But we have to also understand the diversity of this country. So that means that if PDP had won that election, we will have had a northerner rule for 8 years. And then another one ruling for almost for 8 years. It should be like, because there's this story about Atiku saying he would only want one term. It's just a story. The moment he gets into office, he wants to take a second term. So what I think that the opposition party should do is to first subsume their selfish interest. Even now that everybody is galvanizing, you still find the likes of Atiku Abubakar still determined to be. What if in 2023, for instance, Peter Obi was not virtually pushed out of PDP? Because Peter Obi knew that they are likely to give that ticket to Atiku from the north, that he left PDP and then moved into PDP and Labour Party. And look at what Peter Obi was able to galvanize, even within a short space of time that he joined the Labour Party. Assuming he had run, assuming a strong candidate, maybe not an Atiku, but a strong candidate from the north, not the running mate that he had, who could not even win his polling booth. Assuming a strong candidate from the north, I also contested against it. APC had a problem of the Muslim ticket in a country like Nigeria that is very, when it comes to religion, we are really very tense. And yet, you couldn't put your house together. And the same thing is repeating itself for the opposition party now. I expected that, like I said before, in the period of 2015 election, by this time in 2013, what became APC had galvanized itself. Those who were in the new PDP, NPP, those who were in the then ACN, those who were in the AMPP, CPC, had come together and formed a new political party called APC. And they started galvanizing themselves. What is the opposition doing now, the coalition of opposition? What are they doing? They still don't know whether they want to, and rather than even getting stronger, they are becoming weaker. Do you know how many governors that are on the waiting list now to do what Delta State Governor Bolo already did last month? Many of them are governor of Akwa Ibom already fled his allegiance to the second term of President Tinubu. Although he says that he doesn't want to pick with PDP, but he has already openly declared his support for President Tinubu. So what kind of opposition are we having in this country? It's painful that we don't have opposition that really can stand and look at the political party in power and say, you are not doing the right thing, So that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that for opposition to look at themselves first, remove remove all this issue of the pressure from the ruling party. If the table were to be turned the other way, if the opposition party were to be the one in power, they would do worse than what APC is saying to them now.
It will be quite sad for the opposition parties if their members keep leaving for the APC, particularly as far as the 2027 elections are concerned. And Mr. Muyiwa today, thank you very much for coming on the program and for sharing your thoughts. Thank you, sir. That's all on this episode of the program. Thank you very much for watching. Join us next time.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation building process of Afghanistan.
even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV, 360 Sport. As usual on the program, it's definitely going to be another exciting moment on the show. A moment that even after the show, you have a lot of reasons to go and visit us on all our social media platforms to get those parts of the program you miss. I have two important guests in the show, and these two guests from two different parts of the world. One from the side of the federal government and also a private sector. A lot of people have been talking about private sector and public sector involvement to enable a lot of things go forward. And I'm sure these investors, these entrepreneurs have done so well for themselves to really collaborate to ensure that equestrian sport gets to where it's. A lot of people are also surprised that we have equestrian sport in this part of our world. Well, without so much ado, let me go straight to Abuja, where we have the president of Equestrian Federation, that's Nigerian Equestrian Federation, talking about Dr. Anthony Obiora. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Also, in the studio with me is we have Madam Vanessa Asuni, who is also into equestrian services. She is the owner of Giddy Equestrian Services. A lot of things has to do with animals, horses, and Giddy horse ride. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah. So we go straight, I'm sure a lot of our viewers are wondering, we go straight to Dr. Anthony Obiora. As the president of Nigerian Equestrian Federation. What was it all about? Because it's still a sport that 90% of Nigerians don't know that such sport exists in this part of the world. What can you say about that?
Yes, thank you so much. Let me begin by saying that we're really happy to be on this platform. Thank you for the opportunity to, speak about these very important sports. Nigeria Equestrian Federation was established on the 9th of December 2022, and we are the governing body that regulates equestrian sports in Nigeria. We regulate the FEI equestrian disciplines. By these disciplines, I mean the show jumping, the dressage, the eventing, the vaulting, and endurance. These are new disciplines which we are trying to establish, trying to develop, and these are the Olympics disciplines. So we are working in hand with some stakeholders like the Giddy Up Riding Academy to promote these sports. And this is a sport that has a lot of following globally. I'm sure you must be aware that equestrian sports has huge economic impact globally, over $300 billion. And it is sad to say that Nigeria hasn't yet tapped into this enormous potential. So it's a good thing that is a wake-up call, and we are happy that platforms as yours is seeing the importance of having this discussion so that Nigeria begins to also tap into these enormous potentials.
Well said, and I'm sure a lot of people agree with that. But do you see any reason why we lack in the sport, why we are so behind? There's some sport that are local sport that you know that from generation to generations, there are sports that has been always around us. This equestrian sport, do you think it's a sport that has been with us in ages and we decide to leave it behind, or we have nothing to do with the sport from inception of the country?
All right, so equestrian sports, as you know, is an elitist sport. It's very expensive, and it's not like it hasn't been in existence. It's a sport that has over a century existence. Prominently, we have the polo and the horse racing. These are the prominent equestrian sports we have in Nigeria until recently, when we decided to introduce these new disciplines. So it's a sport that is very expensive, and I believe it's one of the reasons why it hasn't gained that prominence, because of how expensive it is. People having access to horses is difficult. Horses are very expensive, and their maintenance and all that. But the good thing now is with the likes of Giddy Academy, with the likes of other riding clubs that are coming up, and of course with the support of Nigerian Equestrian Federation and other stakeholders, we are trying to open up this access so that you don't necessarily have to own a horse before you can participate in equestrian sports. You can actually come to these riding academies or centers and register, and then you go through the training procedures and preparations towards competing. So the sport has been in existence, but access points and of course some other challenges, have made it not gain the required attention, such as funding and challenge, such as infrastructure. We have limited infrastructure across the country. We have also the quality of horse care is not as it ought to. So there are several challenges which we are trying to overcome. So that's why it hasn't been that prominent as it ought to.
Has there been any time given that you are aware of that the government, as the Nigerian government, whether the state level, the local government level, or the federal level, has dedicated a particular fund or a particular time or a particular innovation to elevate the sport?
Yes, currently we are having several discussions with the ministries, the National Sports Commission, the Olympics Committee, and you see, the thing is, the existing equestrian sports, right, the polo and the horse racing are not Olympics disciplines. And I should also think it's part of the reasons why government have not really given the kind of support. Now, this industry, before now, like the polo, the horse racing, they haven't given it that economic outlook. Okay. Now, the federal government, with the coming on board of Nigeria Equestrian Federation, which has the Olympics registered discipline. Now, it means that people who participate in these sports can compete at the Olympics, and which is where the National Sports Commission, Nigerian Olympics Committee comes in, because now they can train athletes to participate in international events. So the government has actually shown serious interest, and we are having that discussion with the Olympics Committee. We are having that discussion with the National Sports Commission to promote the sport. So it's at the moment, I would say, gaining that required attention, but a lot needs to be done.
Well said. Well, we will just come into the studio where we have Madam Vanessa Asuni here with us. You are from the private sector, and you obviously agreed to some of what you said. What brought you to the sport? Because it's obvious that you probably be the only one in Lagos or thereabout, not less than 5, doing this. What's the motivation behind a sport that lasts so much of followership?
Thank you. You know, equestrian sports and working with horses is something that requires the knowledge, the passion, and also a great deal of dedication. And this is one of the reasons why you don't see many people doing it. You have to bear in mind that we're working with live animals that are huge, and one really needs to know what they're doing in order to do it properly. So the way it started for me was that I started very young at 5.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we had something called the Ikeja Saddle Club here in Lagos, and my parents were members of that club. I started riding there, fell in love with horses, and was able to turn my passion into a career by you know, starting the Lagos Polo Club Riding Academy and then Giddy Up Horse Riding Academy. So those are the 2 riding facilities, academies that are available here in Lagos.
Well, sir, probably for a sport like this, there'll be so much challenges. For you on the private sector angle point of, what have you done to overcome these challenges?
You see, we don't look back, we keep going. And because I'm fueled by passion, there's no need to wait for anybody. And once they see like what is happening now, they're seeing what we're doing, they're seeing how Giddy Up is empowering the youth, not just those that are able to afford equestrian sports, like Dr. Obiora and you stated correctly. It is quite an expensive sport. So what we do at Giddy Up is we also empower the youth. We empower those kids who on a normal day would not even dream of coming near horses, which is why we have our equine youth empowerment program. So kids from the barracks, kids that would usually not do it, we bring them in, we train them, we teach them how to ride in exchange for, you know, helping out at the stables with the horses in their free time.
Obviously, you have. Let me bring Doctor into this particular conversation now. She has stated so well what she's doing and the passion. On the side of the government, is there any model avenue or a model infrastructure in place to also encourage those that we want to be part of this? Like she has rightly stated, a passion. So far, so good. Has there been anything on the side that the government have pushed to the forefront that will probably enable people like her to continue their passion?
All right, so we are currently making some propositions to the federal government and state governments to develop infrastructures for equestrian activities in the states and the federal level. And like I mentioned, it's a sport that hasn't gotten the required attention until recently. But the federal government is we actually proposing to set up a national equestrian center.
Okay.
It's part of the proposition the federation put in to open up that access point for clubs, for youth, and even for international events to hold, because as it is now, assuming there's an international event is to hold, we don't even have a very standard equestrian center that we can use for such. Yes, we do have some polo club has their own pitch, horse racing pitch and all, but for also these new disciplines, we don't have a center that we can actually have such sports. So we are having discussions with the federal government to maintain some of the existing infrastructures in the states, equip them with infrastructure, equip them with what the youth can use for their training and performance. And then also setting up the National Equestrian Center that would open up that, gives you that international link, so that if tomorrow the FEI wants to host an international event in Nigeria, such centers can, be a place, especially also as we are looking at beginning the Nigeria Equestrian League next year. It's also a league that can attract investment and that can open up the sector as well.
Okay. Well said, Doctor. And Vanessa, let's not look. He was also there when the second edition. What's the whole equestrian giddy game also about? Because we saw a lot of different kind of horse races. Tell us about.
Okay, so the Giddy Up horse riding and show jumping competition is for, the kids to come and showcase their talents and what they've been doing. So equestrian sports and horse riding is not just something you do. It's more of a lifestyle. It's a hobby. It's something that you keep doing. These kids eventually want to be able to own their own horses and, take care of their horses and keep riding. Horse riding has so many benefits. So we had the obstacle course competition for those that were on the lower level that can't jump yet. And this showcased how well they're able to control their horses. We also had the show jumping on junior division and senior. So for the seniors, we allowed the kids from our Equine Youth Empowerment Program to come and also showcase, and which we gave cash prizes to them, thanks to our sponsors. So this is what it's all about.
So, what areas do you think we need the president and the public sector to encourage such sports? Now that Dr. Obiora was there yesterday, from the government's angle of collaboration, what role do you need the government to do to strengthening the sport in the country?
Well, that's a very good question. I think Dr. Obiora is on track when he says we need a center that actually knows exactly how to groom these youths to learn about the whole equestrian sports and just the facilities, the horses. I'm also very big on animal welfare. It's not just about getting horses and keeping them there. It's, can you maintain the horses? Can you maintain the facility? Are you able to, give them the proper care so that when people see, if you see our horses, they're very well looked after, and we put a lot, that comes first. Without the horses, there's no equestrian sports. So it's very important to put these animals who are serving us, giving us the opportunity to do this, put them first. The people that are taking care of the animals also take care of them and empower them, teach them the right ways and the wrong ways. And when we're able to do that, everything will go smoothly.
The other parts that I need to say before I come to Dr. Obiora is there's a connection between some of the riders and the horses. How long does it take to connect? Because I know for a dog, the connection is maybe divine. But for horses, does it come that way? What does it take for a child to get connected to an horse? Because I can see some of the child controlling the horse, and the horse is really obeying some of them.
Yes, that's a very good question. And to answer that, horses are even more intelligent than dogs. They recognize sense, they recognize people, they remember, and they can sense everything. They know who is scared, they know who is anxious, which is why we have something like equine assisted therapy.
Okay.
So if you, at our event, we actually had one of the riders compete who is on the spectrum,
Okay.
and he comes and rides and he loves it, he enjoys it, and you know, it's an honor and a pleasure to be able to give this kind of opportunity to kids in this part of the world.
Okay, and I'm sure there's so much you need to do to ensure, and that should be for Dr. Obiora right now. There's so much the government needs to do to ensure that the sport penetrates. Is there an initial resistance of interest in the sport? I mean, there should be so much to do on the grassroots. What do you think the role the government needs to entail that the sport gets to the grassroots, even if not in practice, in knowledge?
All right, I can tell you that we don't have resistance. There are lots of interest. Actually, there are lots of interest among youth. You know, we've had some grassroots programs across the country, and the enthusiasts are very passionate. One thing about this sport is passion, you know, and that passion can drive you to any length. So we could see that passion among the youth who want to get involved. And by the way, Nigeria has a rich cultural heritage in horses.
Definitely.
You know, it's a heritage that has spanned over a century. So it's not new to us. It's something that we love. But then with the right collaboration, with the right investment, with the right support from the government, and truthfully, it's not just about the government, because the government has lots to do, you know. So that's why we are really encouraging the private sector to come in and support, you know, sponsorship, training, providing this infrastructure and all. And it's something that can really open up the equestrian space, create opportunity, job opportunities, and even boost local economics. So it's a big space, it's a big sector that with the right support will really do a whole lot. In one of our conversations, I did mention that this sport has the potential of bringing in about $500 million annually into the coffers of Nigerian economy.
On that, Doctor.
This is the fact,
Let's
when
see,
it's properly harnessed.
Well said, but one aspect I think probably will do so well for development of the sport is train the trainers. I saw there were 3 judges on that day, and how many of the judges do we have, or how many of the technical know-how person is the federation having, or what are they doing in ensuring that other people get to know about the sport, and training the trainer kind of scheme that will also I tell you, it's a big privilege for me. My years of sport journalism, broadcasting, this is my first time of having anything to do with this sport. So what's the government, the role of the federation doing to ensure that there's always a training the trainer scheme to ensure that people know the rules? Because journalists, we need to put down our reports, we need to write the technical, who won, how the scores are being counted. What role is the federation doing in regards to that?
All right, so the federation has a national coaching program.
That's
level 1, level 2, and level 3. So it's a national program for people who are interested. Currently, we have about 20 coaches and judges who have undergone this training. So, and it's an ongoing program, and it's open to every individual who is interested to be part of this industry. So it's a program well structured that takes you from grassroots to advanced level of coaching and officiating the events.
Okay. So, Dr. Obiora, Vanessa Asuni, we'll go on this quick break. Where we come back, there'll be so much question to ask, and definitely to get a lot of people aware about this beloved and noble sport. Don't go away. It's still 360 Sport Nigeria. Welcome back. Still 360 Sport. If you want to be part of the program, you can join us on all our social media platforms where the conversation never ends. And if you're just joining us, we have Vanessa Asuni, who is the founder of Equestrian Giddy Up Services, and the Federation President, that I'm talking about Dr. Obiora Anthony, who is the President of Nigerian Equestrian Federation. On the final note today, I want to go with Vanessa to tell us the list of 1 or 2 things that can just change the sport around under 2 years.
So this exposure that we're having is great for equestrian sports. This is something that will really put us on the platform and enable us to cement our youth in that global equestrian space. It's something that once people are more aware of, we know that they will want to come and do it. And with the support of our government, it will really help us, accelerate this goal, and also the support of the Nigeria Equestrian Federation as well.
Okay. Also, Doctor, I want to use the example of the Archery Federation, which have been involved for a very long time in the development of the sport. So there's a lot of issues going on between the Archery Federation presidents and also the stakeholders. Something I'm aware of, and I've played a great role in that. Meanwhile, while everything is going on, there's so much of private sector that has made archery go beyond the federation. How much are you going to collaborate with so much of your private sector, like Giddy Equestrian Services and the rest? How much support are you willing to give? Because I know that the private sector in this part of our country always do so much innovation that also encourage the public sector. So tell us about what you tend to do to ensure that it is not just the private sector involvement, the government will always support, like you support, collaborated with Madam Vanessa Asuni.
All right, thank you very much. So the Nigerian Equestrian Federation is open to collaborations because we believe this is one of the ways these sports can thrive and gain the accelerated attention it requires. And like you rightly pointed, we collaborated with the Giddy Up Riding Academy. We sanctioned this event because we want to encourage them. We want to encourage the Riding Academy to do more. And because we want to make this event known globally, we want to make this club known globally. We want to showcase them to the world and inform the world that what they're doing, we are in support. It increases their credibility. It gives them that national recognition. So we are also open to every other riding club across the country who are interested in developing this sport. We are also open to other private sectors. The people also, the private sector that also want to get involved, and we have that collaboration. Like Nigerian Equestrian Federation has collaborations with different other stakeholders. We have collaboration with Kano Polo Club.
So, Doctor, in the next 2 years, where will we be seeing this sport before we round up the show? Where should we be seeing? Is there a trajectory for where we should be expecting the sport in the next 2 years?
Yeah. In the next 2 years, we envision this sport gaining the required attention. We envisage in 2 years, Nigeria should be in the first World Equestrian Games. We already have one of our members who is pursuing his qualification. And we are very, very also certain that Nigeria will be in the next Olympics in 2028. So these are part of the things we are positioning for this federation and for Nigeria entirely.
Yes, this is all we take on today's program. It's been a wonderful time. I want to say a big thank you to my two guests. One in the studio here, on my left is Vanessa Asuni, and in Abuja is Dr. Anthony Obiora, who is the president of Nigerian Equestrian Federation. And we want to thank you for giving us your time and for the development of the sport in the country. Thank you very much, Vanessa Asuni. And thank you very much, Doctor, for giving us your time. If you check your time, It's time to round up today's program. It's been wonderful. Like I said earlier, want to join us? You can join us on all our social media platforms where the conversation never stops. For everything that has to do with equestrian services, you can join us on our YouTube page to also listen again, watch this wonderful program, and probably the first TV station to talk about equestrian services in Nigeria. Thank you very much, our viewers. Same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sports. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome. Governor Umara Zulum of Borno State has spoken about what he thinks could be responsible for the resurgence of the Boko Haram attacks now in some parts of Borno and the northeast axis, alleging that some influential politicians, members of the armed forces and local communities were acting as informants and collaborators for the insurgents. The governor, who made the allegation in a televised interview, also criticized the current state of military equipment, noting that devoid of politics, Boko Haram could be wiped out in 6 months. According to him, the Nigerian government needs to prioritize security by investing in drones to combat insurgents, just as the campaign now for the fusion of both kinetic and non-kinetic approaches. While also stressing that military force alone cannot bring about a total end to insurgency, Zulum urged President Bola Tinubu to pay attention to ground-level intelligence and professional advice from the military. The governor vowed to deal ruthlessly with saboteurs, frustrating the efforts of his administration in tackling insurgency in the state. Now, recall that Zulum had raised a land that Borno State had suffered a significant setback in its fight against terrorism, noting that the renewed attacks showed that the state was losing ground to the insurgents. So far, more than 50,000 people have been killed in the Boko Haram attacks, while millions have been displaced from their homes since 2009. Joining me now to discuss this further is retired Major General Chris Olukolade, who is the former Director of Defense Information when he was in the military. Thank you very much for coming on the show, and thank you for making out time now to talk to us. What the governor of Borno State has said is not something new. It's something you have heard even when you were in service. But give me your take on it.
Listening to, by the way, thank you very much for this opportunity to make a comment on that very disturbing situation as narrated by His Excellency. And listening to Governor Zulum, one can really understand his plight, his concerns. One thing one cannot take away from Governor Zulum is his passion in tackling the insecurity, bedeviling not just the state but the nation. And from the way he has, made his points, they are very clear, and they demonstrate a lot of passion. That's what we expect of leaders. That notwithstanding, there are other aspects of that remark that should give some concern. Concern both for the authorities to address the system, but also concern for the implications of those remarks he has made and the way they were presented, they definitely have some implications for national security, which is another angle to his presentation.
Yeah. Let's talk about those angles that have to do with security, that have implication now, security implications for the country. Could you shed more light on that?
Yeah, like I said, the passion is commendable, and naturally nobody will be happy with what we are facing. But if we are to look at the implications of the statement of His Excellency, with due respect, they were looking exuberant and I would rather say eccentric with the way they were conveyed, considering the privileges he has to interact with the federal government and the authorities of the military. Now, going to the extent he made to so publicly denigrate the position of the armed forces can be very disturbing and has a lot of implications. For instance, it undermines national security in the sense that publicly declaring that Boko Haram has more sophistication and capacity than the nation's military, apart from it being not
certainly can be correct.
It can be correct, but it also has implications on morale and national security, and this could be very, very disturbing to the morale of troops. I know we have the burden of time for this program. Otherwise, I would have pointed attention to previous engagements with His Excellency, which always point at this direction of wanting to run down the capacity of our military. It's not a thing to be encouraged. And besides, the confidentiality and protocol of relating with the system has been seriously breached here. Like I said, His Excellency has the access that should not warrant the level of remarks he was making. And it has the risk of causing public mistrust or loss of trust in our armed forces, which ordinarily I don't expect that to be his intention, but that's what it's turning out to be with those remarks. And it has effect on our operational efficiency and the public confidence in the armed forces. This is one of such trends of unnecessary politicization of our security matters, and that's what this has turned out to be, and it could be very disturbing, like I said. Many times I've had opportunity to commend officers who stomach some of the remarks of His Excellency. I've seen him interact with officers in the field and literally dress them down, even in front of their troops, make them look as if they are not working. This is not the first time, and I think those tendencies should be discounted now. His Excellency certainly has access, but should avoid unnecessary politicization and demoralization of our troops. That's why I said some of these look eccentric, and if we must criticize, the criticism should be constructive. Like his demand that the military be equipped is certainly not new, and a lot of presentations are done by foreign quarters, and I think the authorities are conversant with it. So if it is to be presented, it should be presented in appropriate circles, not in public layers to run down whatever. And it could have a sorry to interject.
Sorry to interject, but okay. The governor, of course, is certainly not a military officer. He's not a military man. But when you hear him now making, operational suggestions, military operational suggestions now, like saying that, look, drones should be used and all of that, it tends to give the impression that those in charge of the military probably don't understand the problem better than he does. What do you make of such operational suggestions that he's giving, saying that, look, drones should be used, this is what should be used, this is how it should be done, and all of that?
Well, it's easier said than done. War is not ball game, and definitely officers who face the situation understand what is appropriate. Yeah, he can give, that's why I say he will even help himself and help the system by giving these remarks. Some of the remarks he made are actually already noted by officers, and they are making the case in appropriate quarters without, causing unnecessary public sentiment and attention. Anybody can think that war is like film, but being in the front itself is a different ball game. And like I said, running down whatever is in place at the moment is not always the best approach. You mentioned earlier in the introducing that this is not the first time one is confronting this situation. I want to recall that a similar statement was made by the President, Vice President, sometimes in, was it 2014 or thereabout? Very similar in the sense that he said that the Boko Harams were more motivated than the Nigerian armed forces. Officially I had to respond to that. The fact that one is dealing with unconventional or true people who don't have any normalcy to follow in using the weapons does not mean that we should be comparing them with a well-trained and well-organized system. By now, I'm sure His Excellency knows the difference by virtue of his position as Vice President of the Federal Republic. That's one thing that politicization of these issues can lead to, especially when one is not, facing it squarely. And sometimes one can save himself from this tendency by speaking directly to the authority, where they can correct you, they can give you a clearer picture of the situation than you get from speaking to the public and making some impression. I want to refrain from appearing to be, indicting His Excellency, but I don't think it is proper to vilify our nation's military publicly and before the international audience. It is not the best, and I will encourage politicians as much as possible to refrain from that tendency. The fact that they cannot respond does not mean that the point is taken or it is helping the situation.
Does it bother you, for instance, the allegation he made? Of course, nothing new, and you're quite right. When the current vice president was governor of that state, he made the same allegation as well, that Boko Haram has informants within the military and that some military personnel may be working for them. Yeah,
certainly I will be very incorrect if I in a wholesale fashion, just dismiss that as untrue. Indeed, there are such indications, but the system knows how to deal with it. And indeed, that should not. Where I agree with His Excellency that no patriot should be happy at such tendencies. But even if the reality is there, management of it so that it does not end up compounding our national security issues is what I think we should consider. And if we even look at previous instances, we have seen a lot of trial of personnel who were found in this tendency. The system does not condone it, and it is not proper to present a situation where it appears that the system is enjoying it. No, it's not enjoying it. And I'm glad you also said politicians. Maybe you can deal with fellow politicians. They know how to communicate to themselves, but not to just do a wholesale situation to rubbish ongoing. And if he has very clear information in that respect, like he promised to deal ruthlessly, welcome. But if he has such, vital information about the military system, he should engage where it is proper with appropriate authorities.
But General, what do you think could be responsible for this resurgence we are seeing? Resurgence of Boko Haram and ISWAP. I mean, we're seeing more attacks now, not just in Nigeria anyway, we're seeing them in Benin. What exactly could be responsible? Could this have to do with, say, for instance, the decision of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger to pull out of ECOWAS, and as well as Niger as well pulling out of the MNJTF as well?
I don't want to swallow this whole hook, line, and sinker, but definitely it's a trend that, like we have rightly observed, is beyond Nigeria. And what should be of interest to us is to how to curtail it at this side of the divide. And I also believe that they want to just prove a point. Perhaps they have just landed or be able to acquire some wherewithal to dare the system. And it's left for us in the system to prove them wrong. It is not to give them the impression that they can have their way. I think that the response so far, or the understanding that their latest attacks are provoked, should position us to repel it and ensure that their idea does not stay. One thing I've noted in this latest angle is that it is not like the previous where they try to hold ground. This time they have not been able to hold down to any territory. So each attempt has been duly repelled, and they've not been able to discomfit our system at all. And I believe that with time, with the ongoing reorganization and approach to curtail it, they're definitely going to get a bloody nose this time around.
Finally, General, do you think we can end this insurgency? As the governor said, that in 6 months it can be ended, that Boko Haram can be wiped out.
Well, let every hand be on deck. Where experience has proved that putting a timeline on this has not been very helpful. But I think our target should be to even end it wholesale. There's always the belief, particularly among the terrorists themselves, they believe that it will never end, and they will ensure it doesn't end. But we have seen instances where terrorists have been really, really curtailed to a zero level. If I point at instances such as Sri Lanka, the approach may be different, but they achieved it. I also believe that somehow we can achieve it. We're already in that direction. Someday, we'll be able to curtail the tendency of terrorism and insurgency, as they call it.
All right. General Lulu Kolade, thank you very much, sir, for coming on the show, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you for this privilege, and I wish you all the best in this station.
Thank you very much, sir. I will take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, amid talks of a coalition ahead of the 2027 elections, the Senate caucus of the main opposition People's Democratic Party has asked that the party actually lead any coalition to face the ruling All Progressives Congress APC. Speaking at a meeting in Abuja, Minority Leader of the Senate and Chairman of the caucus, Abba Moro, said the PDP is best positioned to spearhead a coalition capable of strengthening democratic governance in Nigeria. According to Moro, the PDP, as the largest opposition party in the country, has the structure and capacity to accommodate and coordinate such efforts. While addressing concerns over the PDP's internal wrangling, the caucus dismissed claims that the party is on the verge of collapse, noting that other parties, including the ruling APC, are facing similar internal issues. They also warned against efforts to weaken opposition forces, arguing that a healthy democracy requires strong opposition to hold the ruling party accountable. The senators urged party members to stay committed and united, expressing optimism that the PDP will emerge stronger and more formidable. Moro's comment now comes as the PDP's presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, Atiku Abubakar, explores the option of a merger with other parties. However, governors on the platform of the PDP have firmly rejected merger talks. Joining me now to discuss this further is the immediate past zonal secretary southwest of the PDP, Rahman Owokoniro. He joins us from Ibadan. Thank you very much for coming on the show. Let me start by asking your position on this. Are you in support of a coalition or a merger as being canvassed by Atiku Abubakar? Because earlier we saw the League of Northern Democrats. I'm sure you must be aware of that body, where you have Atiku and some other political leaders also from the north and the south, appointing Amechi and Lieli Moke to, come up with a plan as to whether whether there will be a merger or the adoption of a political party as that coalition. But where do you stand on this? Merger or coalition?
Well, my party, the PDP, has taken a position on this subject matter. And our position is that we as a party, we have a very strong institutional arrangement and a better organized, and we are willing to work with other parties in a coalition arrangement to fight and defeat the ruling party. So the idea of dismantling what we have in place to now start to set up structures and things. We have those structures in place as far as a PDP is concerned. We have the capacity to bring closer all the other forces, all the other political parties, so that we can form a coalition that is formidable, strong enough. We all know a coalition is required. Working together with other parties is the only way out of this, and we are willing to work with them. So I stand by my own party and the position we have taken to date.
But let me ask you this, sir. If the only way to dislodge the ruling party is by the PDP now getting subsumed in another, another platform, which would you consider, would that be too much of a sacrifice for the PDP to make?
Well, as far as I know, the PDP as a party, we are concerned about the state of affairs in this nation, the hunger in the land, the insecurity that is consuming lives, and the destructions that is going on all over the country is a major concern to us in PDP, and we'll be willing to sacrifice and work with others to make sure that this suffering do not extend beyond 2027.
So in other words, you're saying that, look, even if it requires the PDP merging to form a new political party, so to speak, I mean, the party would not be averse to that.
No, I can't take a decision on behalf of the party. What you are saying is a policy position. The party, as we move on, will get there. I mean, this is a journey, it's a marathon journey that we have embarked upon. And as much as the party is as concerned as all the other parties, I am sure they will get to a stage where decisions have to be taken to make sure that we are able to satisfy the people, so we are able to assure and ensure that our people, are rescued from this crisis that we are currently facing.
But does it help the party at all that your presidential candidate in 2023 and the governors of the party, leaders of the party are working at two different directions? Because clearly, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar is working in one direction and the governors are working in the other direction. So two opposite directions.
No, I'm not sure you are getting it correctly, because I believe this last week, former Vice President Atiku just told the whole country that he remained a member of PDP. So as for Atiku at that point in time, earlier on, he felt that the crisis in the party was slowing things down, and he was part of the initiative that we have to put some things together to make sure that APC is ultimately defeated in 2027. That's why he embarked on that mission. And I'm sure as it was going on, he will have been consulting the party leadership. And at some point in time, I'm sure there will be meeting of minds.
Now, many of your party members, and when I say members, I'm talking about senior members of your party now, think Atiku Abubakar is the problem of the party. What do you think?
Well, I don't think anybody is the problem. I don't think Atiku, for me,
when I say Atiku Abubakar being the problem, I mean, you know, his ambition. His ambition to still, to contest in 2027. He's not heeding that ambition at all. Many say that is actually the problem, and that, you know, if only he could just bury that. A lot of the problems now facing your party would have been addressed.
I don't share their pessimism. You know, the reason being, Tinubu was a problem in APC, but unfortunately for those who are afraid to have him on the ballot, all kinds of propaganda were being dished out. We have a constitution, and we need to live by the constitution. We have to follow what the constitution, says. So, if any group of people are aspiring or willing to come out and vote, it's okay. Whatever the decision of the party is, ultimately, is what the decision will be. But for me, those are just talk for talk. You can't talk anybody out of the race, and you can't talk anybody into the race. All you can do is to try and raise concerns, and those concerns to me are not legitimate. But that is not going to scare Atiku from running. Neither is it going to scare other people who are interested from running. Everybody just have to do their own work. This is a democracy.
But would it be fair for the party to give its ticket to Atiku Abubakar again?
Look, in the game of politics, everything is fair. Everything is fair in game of politics. You can't. It's a struggle. It's a struggle to be at the front, at the forefront. So saying something is not fair. Is the party going to be fair to Atiku if he has to be displayed? So if you are talking about fairness to the party,
but don't you think the party has been fair? Don't you think the party has been fair enough to him? Fair enough. I mean, we're talking about a man who left the party at some point. Not just on one occasion, left, came back, and the party still allowed him, gave him all the support and gave him the structure, and still allowed him to fly the ticket of the party. He's run on the platform of the party on 2 occasions now, if I'm not mistaken. So hasn't the party been fair to him enough?
Again, you are moralizing in party. There's no room for that in the constitution of the party. The constitution says it only describes the legitimacy of individuals who are willing to run for the election. And once you meet the requirements to contest, moralizing, the issue will be out of the place.
So you're saying there's no morality in politics?
What?
Are you saying there's no morality in politics, sir?
Well, I'm not saying there's no morality in politics. I'm just saying that there are fundamental rights, and those rights have to be observed. If what you are saying is to be followed, the party might as well just sit down and disqualify the individual. That, hey, enough is enough. Don't come again. This won't be a subject for discussion here.
No, but then your party also has been the one championing zoning, and your party also came up with this idea of, rotating the presidency between the north and the south. So,
yes,
why is it then difficult to apply it in this case?
I agree with you that the party have that understanding that there must be rotation for balancing of power. There's nothing wrong with that. So that decision will be taken at the appropriate time. We are going for the convention, it can be addressed there. So whatever the resolution of the convention is, that's what the party will uphold.
Yeah, the reason why I'm bringing up all this is because many of your party members think this is where the problem is, and that if there's no clarity on this issue, you would continue to have this current situation that you have now, where quite a number of your members are leaving the party, and the crisis continues to fester.
Well, I believe that, I know that there are crises in the party, but that crisis is not about, so far for now, it's not about zoning of offices, because when we get to that bridge, it's easy to cross. Go to the convention, pass our resolution, but before we get there, there will be noise here and there for people to win their own favors, or to propagate their own interest out there. So for me, rotation, I believe that is the position of the party for now, and we should live by those rules. So I believe it. I believe there should be rotation.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Romano Okonura, for coming on the program, and thanks a lot for making up time to talk to us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, that was Romano Okonura, the immediate past zonal secretary southwest of the PDP. He joined us from Ibadan. We'll take a short break now, and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, with ongoing talks ahead of the 2027 elections, President Bola Tinubu has said that the growing popularity of the ruling All Progressives Congress across the country is a reflection of its achievements in less than 2 years in office. The president made this known at the APC Renewed Hope Agenda Now Summit, which brought together key figures within the party, including the National Working Committee, members of the National Assembly, and governors from the Progressives Governors Forum. At the summit, the party leadership assessed progress made under the current administration, addressed national challenges, and strategized ahead of the 2027 general elections. Now, one of the key highlights of the event was the unanimous endorsement of President Tinubu by all the 22 APC governors now as the party's sole presidential candidate for the 2027 elections, in a major show of solidarity and confidence in his leadership. While addressing the recent wave of defections from other political parties into the APC, President Tinubu said such movements reflect the democratic rights of Nigerians to associate freely and choose their political affiliations. He however assured Nigerians now that the country will not slip into a one-party state. Joining me now to discuss this further is the National Publicity Secretary of the APC, Felix Moka. Mr. Moka, thank you very much for coming on the program. So let's take it off from the issue of the country slipping into a one-party state as, you know, a concern, of course, raised by the opposition. And you have the president, of course, addressing it. And the president said, look, people are free to move, that you just can't stop them. But how would you address this concern by the opposition that, you know, the fact that quite a lot of politicians are gravitating, defecting to the All Progressives Congress could literally mean the country might be slipping into a one-party state?
No, that is not a legitimate concern at all. The country is not sliding into a one-party state. We're not. What we're witnessing is democracy in action. You know, individuals, political actors, making informed choices about what platform to affiliate with. You know, we happen to be, you know, I think the beneficiary, if you will, of the exercise of this choice. You know, people are choosing to join our party more than those who are choosing to leave our party. And that is normal. You know, you cannot erect fences and erect walls or gates to keep people out of a political party. A political party, you know, by definition, is an association where people come together, you know, voluntarily and exit voluntarily. So when people who are in the opposition parties decide to join us, that shouldn't raise any specter of, you know, a one-party state. You know, let me remind us that there was a time in the history of this country when PDP governed. And when they governed this country with nearly 30 governors across, you know, the states. At that time, I don't recall that there was any hue and cry about the country, you know, slipping or sliding into a one-party state. How come APC, we only just recently made 22 governors with the joining of the Delta State governor? Before that, we were 21. Nowhere near PDP's 32 governors when we all were here singing, you know, that our democracy was flourishing. So look, you know, this is double standards. We can't, the opposition cannot be going about recruiting and mobilizing people to join their ranks and then be, criticizing the APC for receiving, people who decide to, who choose voluntarily to join us. That's unacceptable.
And I know it might soon be 23 governors for you. Consider, I mean, if the comments of the Akwa Ibom State governor is anything to go by, but I want you to respond to, some of these statements now from the opposition, and I believe you must have heard that one of the reasons why you have this movement to your party is that some of these governors or some of these people who are coming to your party are just seeking some kind of soft landing, like in the case of the Delta State governor, for instance, allegations, of course, that the whole reason is just because the former governor was looking for some kind of, to get the EFCC off his back, and that your party probably had promised some of them that if they came to the APC, any case at all they have with the EFCC would be swept under the carpet.
That's unfounded, idle talk. You see, when people don't have anything, significant to say, they begin to conjure up things that don't exist. You see, people can say what they want. The opposition members can say what it is they like, but it doesn't cut it. And I don't think Nigerians are paying attention to that. This government has taken a very firm position and policy against corruption. There are people, governors even, or former governors of, APC, who have had to occasion to answer to, invitations or allegations, from the EFCC. Now, look, that is completely unfounded. Nobody is joining APC because they're looking for soft landing or because they're looking for a safe haven. They join APC because they choose to join APC. And they're joining APC for two major reasons. One is that they obviously believe that this president is on the right track, that the president's, reform, are leading the country to where Nigeria needs to go. That is one. Implicit confidence in the reforms of this president and his leadership. The second trend is the fact that the PDP itself has, completely shot itself in the foot by its inability to manage its own internal affairs. That is the reason for the drift. And it's so funny that the ones who are leading this argument, the likes of Atiku Abubakar, were the architects of the internal, dysfunction that is rocking the PDP, which is the reason people are leading. Because look, politicians join parties because they desire to compete for power. They seek a platform to, compete, to exercise their democratic rights. When the party like the PDP loses its capacity to offer a safe, sensible platform to engage, you don't expect people to stay there and stagnate. They will move, and that's what you're saying. So we are not responsible for what is happening. But, again, like I said, in a democratic process, you cannot erect, barriers or gates and say to people, you may not come in. That's also completely anti-democratic.
I'm just wondering if your party would be able to manage this huge number, the deluge coming into your party, and some of them coming, of course, there are issues in their local party. Take, for instance, Delta State, where, whether we like it or not, there is a contention over, the leadership of the party in that state. The governor, of course, at some point had to come out to openly say he is now the leader of the APC in the state. But you also have the former deputy Senate president there. You have this contention. I'm just wondering how your party would manage this. And now you are expecting the governor of Akwa Ibom State to come in as well, and then you have the Senate president from that state. How would your party manage this to ensure it doesn't degenerate into a crisis that you'd find difficult to manage?
No, it will not degenerate. And there's nothing complicated about the scenarios that you refer to, whether it's in Delta or in Akwa Ibom. There's no complication. There's a sitting governor who today has joined our party. Now, everyone in our party, from the president to the leaders of the party in the state, have welcomed the governor into our party. Now, APC has evolved very strong systems for mediating anything, conflicts, or mediating competing interests, whatever it may be. We have evolved systems to do that. And which is why people have confidence in the party, why they're willing to abandon their old party and to join us. So the situation in Delta, which is my state, by the way, I can tell you for free that, yes, as you would expect, you will have people who are anxious, who are not sure. Any system of, coming together, whether it's, a personal marriage or, a political marriage or, anything similar, people are bound to, be anxious. But anxiety is not, a negative necessarily. It just means that people then put their concerns on the table, discuss them, and then work out, some understanding that allows the integration to happen, like we're witnessing in Delta. And I bet that if the governor of Akwa Ibom State makes that decision to join our party, the same thing will happen. They will come in. Yes, you will find areas where there are initial, tensions and anxieties, but at the core, both the old members and the incoming members will, sit down at the table and work out whatever areas of, uncertainties there may be. That is how a political party is supposed to function. Nobody has promised, any sort of, just hitch-free, that smooth integration. You have to work for it. Anywhere two people are gathered, you must work to reach compromise and to reach understanding. We, I think, have demonstrated that capacity. The opposition have not, and I think that's why they appear to be having, challenges.
Now, so many parties, so many opposition parties are blaming your party and blaming the government for the crisis they are contending with. You must have heard the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, recently blaming the government, your party as well, for being responsible for the crisis in the Labour Party. What would be your reaction to that?
You see, look, DG, that's just utterly ridiculous, quite frankly. I mean, for Peter Obi to take the microphone and suggest that the APC is responsible for the problem in his party, this is an individual who, even without anyone caring, will tell you every day that he is, able and capable of governing Nigeria, a country of nearly 300 million people, with all of our, multi-complex, our complexities, to put it, mildly. He says he has the capacity to govern the country. But this same individual, Peter Obi, does not have the capacity to fix a problem in his little party.
And that's, sorry to interject, and that's what he said, that the reason why he's not been able to address it is because, this whole thing is orchestrated by the government, by your party.
Deji, I think that I've heard this, commentary enough, and I think that it's time for, some of our colleagues in the media to begin to demand, I don't want to say proof, because then you think, oh, we're not in court. They should begin to demand some, basis for these claims. Because you see, a bad workman can blame the tools all he wants, but he needs sometimes to go back to actually worry about his capacity and his competencies. Because it's easy, it's very cheap to say, look, we can't fix the problem because, the APC is doing something. What are we doing? How are we doing it? We are not doing anything. These guys are just dysfunctional. They are utterly, they proved incapable of solving their own internal affairs. And how do you then convince Nigerians that you cannot fix the problems in your small party, but you can govern Nigeria? So, now imagine a situation where some of these characters, are assuming they ended up, finding themselves governing anything. How many excuses are you going to make when things go wrong? Who are you going to blame when things go wrong? You see, look, the PDP was a ruling party. In the PDP today, you still have the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar.
Sure.
And you have governors who are sitting governors and former governors who are members of that party. Now, if you suggest that APC, a political party, is doing something that has completely constrained all of these eminent Nigerians who are in these parties, all of these, heavy weights who are in these parties, that the APC has somehow managed to confound them and cripple them, made them incapable of actually, extricating themselves from this mess, then in that case, they are not as big as you might think.
Are you bothered about the coalition talks going on now among the opposition parties? They're planning to come up with a very big coalition to challenge your party and possibly, get your party out of power in 2027. Is that something you are losing sleep over?
No, we're sleeping very well, Deji. We're sleeping good, I can tell you. We're sleeping good because, we are busy minding our business. We're busy, putting our party together. We're busy governing, creating milestones while they're busy, grumbling. We're busy creating milestones, just like the president said yesterday at the summit. APC is governing. We're busy fixing the economy. We're busy tackling serious matters of state and, showing Nigerians record of progress from, a very sordid history to now a place where, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Look, our people have endured quite a bit. And they've endured for a very long time, not just under this administration, but, quite frankly, through the years, the phantom, economic years of the PDP, we've endured a whole lot. And Nigerians, deserve a break, which this president is working to give Nigerians in the long term some sustainable, growth, stability, and prosperity that I think our people will be, thankful for, down the line. So look, it's okay because we're in a political system where members of the opposition will say something, we'll never see anything good. That is, even when the world is acknowledging that we are making progress in various sectors, they will still, want to push a false narrative that everything is bad or is going wrong. But, like the president said yesterday, APC is government. And if people want to come into the party because they want to support this vision of the president, they're welcome to come. They're welcome to come. They should, I think, give people a reason to embrace them as well. Nobody's stopping them. And nobody's going to stop us. And I think it's completely disingenuous for anyone to suggest that because we're a ruling party, we must not engage as we did yesterday. Our governors who came out to endorse the president, a mere expression of confidence in the work that this president is doing. People are saying on the opposition side that we shouldn't have done that. Meanwhile, that same yesterday, they put out a lot of information about the progress with their so-called coalition. So, why is it okay for the opposition parties or individuals to band together to have these conversations about, floating a coalition to challenge the APC? But APC is required to just sit back and do nothing. We can put up a summit to bring ourselves together and, share information and, tell Nigerians how far this government has come.
But some people are saying, look, the politicking is coming.
We will do that, irrespective.
Yes, some people are saying the politicking now is coming way too early. 2027 is still somewhat far away, and already the president is being endorsed by at least by the governors now, as the sole candidate of the party. So the concern of some people is that, look, this is coming way too early and it's some kind of distraction. The government has not even completed 2 years in office. Besides that, with this endorsement now, does it mean we're not going to see any kind of opposition to the president, during your primaries, when that happens, sometime next year?
Look, an endorsement is an endorsement. No one has proclaimed any law or amended the APC constitution to prevent anyone else from aspiring to any office. So I think we're misreading this. This is an internal, event where members of the party, came to the conclusion that this president has done enough to justify their confidence and for them to then express confidence in his leadership. That is normal. That can be done at any time in the life of an administration. It can be done even on the first day or the second or the third day. And especially in a situation where the opposition is busy, again, moving around and, just creating, some energy around false narratives. I think it's normal. We're not speaking to Nigeria or to, we're speaking to the party and saying to ourselves, we members of the party, the governor said yesterday that they have reason to have confidence and to express, their confidence in this president. And then, suggested that they will endorse him, in his bid, which he has not announced yet, to run. And that is perfectly normal. And I think, we shouldn't make too much of it.
So it doesn't foreclose any form of primary at all, it does not stop other should I say, aspirants from within the party or other members of the party now to also declare their interest in running for the presidency as well, contesting the party's ticket with the president.
No, the governors and those who moved this vote of confidence yesterday were very clear. Nothing in their statement said, "Oh, all party members, you must not." They didn't go, in that direction. They simply were expressing their democratic freedom to pass a vote of confidence in this, president. And I think, it should be understood as such. And I think, besides, we're not in a primary mode right now. We're not in that zone where we start having conversations about who is interested and who is not interested. All the governors did yesterday, and I think the National Assembly leadership as well, and even the National Working Committee of our party, we all expressed, confidence in this president. And so, I think those who want to, mischaracterize it can do so, but, that's not on us, it's on them, because we didn't go in that direction. We simply said yesterday, we're very pleased with the efforts of this president, and we're going to support him in his leadership, both through this term and then hopefully into the next electoral period.
All right, I think we just have to leave it there. Thank you very much, Mr. Felix Nwaka, for coming on the program, and thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you so much, Deji. Thank you.
All right, that's how much we can take this week. I'll see you again next week. Until then, stay well.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول يتذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
we hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability.
On the news, in observance of this year's Children's Day, President Tinubu calls for collective action against bullying, assures of government's efforts to protect Nigerian children. NEMA reveals Abuja explosion caused by suicide bomber attempting to sneak into army barracks. And Nigeria targets 1 billion standard cubic feet daily gas production by 2030. Thank you for joining us on News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Simisola Achikun. As the world commemorates Children's Day, President Bola Tinubu has strongly condemned the rising cases of child bullying in Nigeria, pledging decisive action to create a safer, more nurturing environment for the nation's children. In his official message marking the 2025 Children's Day celebration, President Tinubu described this year's theme, Stand Up, Speak Up, Building a Bullying-Free Generation, as a powerful call to action for building a society where every child is respected, protected, and empowered. The president cited alarming statistics to underscore the urgency of the issue, noting that more than 1 in 3 children globally experience bullying regularly, with studies estimating that up to 65% of Nigerian school-age children have endured physical, psychological, or social abuse. Reaffirming his administration's commitment to child welfare, the president highlighted the recently launched National Plan of Action on Ending Violence Against Children 2024 to 2030, which lays out a clear framework for prevention, accountability, victim support, and multi-sectoral coordination. He commended the progress made so far, noting that all 36 states have now domesticated the Child Rights Act, just to save children's nation. A letter on the bullying children and education time brought down children. It is not seen videos of children aspects and even president of this problem. They are the responsible threat. That's the consequence.
In the education sector, I, for one, am an educator. I grew up in a society where bullying wasn't encouraged, so to say, but then it happens continually. Then in school, it has always continued to happen. In as much as school organizations, the government, parents have always tried several means to curb bullying or to stop it totally. But this would always happen. And for example, a child that is in school being bullied sometimes would not want to say it, would not want to express him or herself. But then it is the duty of school management to identify this, to help to control that. However, I want to applaud the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This wasn't expected of him by me. The President making sure that he addressed the issue of bullying, because presently the education system is facing lots of challenges about this bullying. And we have lent our voices, brought in parents, been able to educate the teachers themselves. There are several programs on child rights training and so on, having to sensitize the educators, the parents, the whole institution about bullying, even the children themselves, to be able to stand up, to speak up. Now, having the president himself talk on this, on a special day for children, it is amazing. I really, really love it. So, Bullying is a phenomenon. It is happening. We cannot deny that. We need to also look at homes. Children are coming from somewhere. They are coming from homes. This is not the time to point fingers. Oh, my child learned this from school, or the school saying they learned this from home. It is about coming together of the school, the home, the entire society, even the worship centers, to be able to find out ways through which we can curb this bullying. It is affecting the learning and teaching processes. It is affecting the well-being of the child. It's affecting every area of the society. Children are growing up with the knowledge of being bullied one way or the other, be it physical, psychological, in every form. It is no longer tolerable. Even for educators who are in charge of children, any form of bullying is not tolerated at all.
Let's speak more on the necessary steps that should be taken to ensure that bullying is curbed, both in the education system and in homes as well, by both government and citizens. What should be the immediate action following the president's speech?
All right. The immediate action, well, actions have been taken already, coming from sensitization, punishments that is necessary for anybody who is involved. But then I would suggest, if there is a way that schools, the policy makers in the nation, would find a way to create special punishments. I am not in support of proper punishments where cane is used, no. But for parents and children to know that there are consequences. Some of the children these days do not even understand the consequences of bullying another child. We talk about bullying of a child. Do you know that some children as well turn around and bully educators? And that is also because educators' hands these days seem to be tied. Many educators, many school owners' hands are tied because of several policies that are created to take care of bullying or reported cases of bullying in any form. Therefore, when a child does something, certain educators or people in the education sector would find a way to look away or change the narrative so that everybody will feel safe. Everybody is no longer feeling safe. It is serious now. Children are very smart. They know when the system is not serious about something, and they will take advantage. They are taking advantage. You would watch that children coming from several homes, from things that they've learned from their parents and so on, are beginning to display certain attitudes that are not, tolerated in school, which is hindering the teaching and learning process, which is number one primary assignment of education system. Now, the parents need to get involved more than ever. The government needs to take it serious more than ever. It goes beyond the president just saying this. This is the right step in the right direction, but then the president needs to take it serious. The governors, not just the governor, the local government chairman, the necessary institution need to take it serious. Go into school, sensitization, be it the missionary school, be it the government, the private school, sensitize children. It is a continued education in sensitizing people, then laying out the punishment meant for bullies.
Kakachi Edu, teacher and education advocate, we do appreciate your time and your thoughts. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Moving on, Nigerian children have been advised to be good ambassadors of the country and stay away from drugs and social vices. Senate President Godswill Akpabio gave the admonition while receiving students from selected schools in Abuja to the Senate chamber on Tuesday. Akpabio restated the commitment of the 10th National Assembly to protecting the rights and privileges of Nigerian children through effective legislation, adding that the present administration of President Bola Tinubu would continue to prioritize the needs of children.
We commit ourselves to creating the enabling environment that will support your growth.
support your education, and support your well-being. We pledge to prioritize policies and programs that protect your rights, that will promote your welfare, and unlock the potentials within you. Already, the Senate of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is already pro-people, pro-Nigerians. And this time around, on a day like this, we dare to say pro-children of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So to our young heroes and heroines, we urge you to dream big, work hard, and never give up on your aspirations. Your generation is the future of our nation, and we have no doubt that you will shape Nigeria into a brighter, more prosperous, and more equitable society. On this special day, we wish you joy, happiness, and love. We welcome you to sit here and dream to come here when you become an adult.
Unveiling us the opportunity to participate with my fellow uncommon children to celebrate this year's Children's Day First celebration in the National Assembly complex. Observation of plenary sections in both chambers, tours of library and rows of reading and libraries in children's development and academic or fun games and plays. We, the Nigerian children, have no doubt that just as Your Excellency, as Governor, provided landmark facilities such as the e-library, ICT Center, International Stadium, all the best in Africa, so do we know that subsequent edition of this occasion will witness your uncommon transformation. On behalf of all the participating schools, I say a big thank you to Your Excellency, the uncommon President of the Senate.
While Children's Day is set aside to celebrate childhood and promote the welfare of children, in Nigeria, the day also highlights the severe crises that hinder the growth and development of many children across the nation. In this report, we bring the spotlight on the remarkable resilience and quiet strength of children displaced by insurgency in Borno State. TV360 correspondent Solomon Josiah reports from Maiduguri, the state capital.
Years of armed conflict in Nigeria's northern region due to the Boko Haram insurgency have displaced millions of people, disrupted livelihoods, and left children and adolescents in harm's way. 12-year-old Adiza is one of the many internally displaced children in Borno State, the epicenter of the attacks. But despite the trauma, loss, and the difficult living conditions, Hadiza remained determined to survive. She makes and sells traditional caps as a means to cater for herself and family.
In 2014, during the Boko Haram insurgency in Bama, I was forced to live with nothing but hope. I trekked all the way from Bama local government area to Maiduguri on foot. But when I arrived, I had nowhere to stay. For 2 months, I lived without shelter until I was eventually taken by the IDP camp. It was there I began making traditional caps as a skill that now helps me to feed myself. Boko Haram slaughtered my father in Bama, and the tragedy forced us to leave everything behind. Life has been so difficult, but I believe things will get better with time.
Speaking of the resilience of children in conflict-affected communities, an official of UNICEF, Joseph Senesi, highlights the importance of continued investment in these displaced children to secure a guaranteed future for them.
Our children are the greatest treasure and investment of any nation. Prioritizing them through quality education, sanitation, nutrition, health, and protection delivers the greatest returns for our collective future. However, several indicators remind us that urgent work remains. Only 3 in 10 children across Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa have their birth registered. This denies them legal identity and blocks their access to health care education, and protection services.
According to the United Nations, over 1 million children have so far been displaced by insurgency in Nigeria's northern region. The experiences of internally displaced children underscore the urgent need for sustained humanitarian support, inclusive education programs, and stronger child protection policies tailored to the needs of displaced children. Solomon Joseph.
An explosion that occurred near the Nigerian Army's Mogadishu cantonment in Abuja on Monday has injured a passerby and killed the carrier, suspected to be a suicide bomber. The Nigerian Army announced the explosion on its X handle on Monday evening. In a statement issued by its spokesperson, the FCT Police Command disclosed a comprehensive investigation had commenced, including detailed forensic analysis to ascertain the exact cause and nature of the explosion. Meanwhile, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, says the suicide bomber was trying to sneak into the barrack when the explosive detonated. We'll take a short break. Still to come on News Now. South Korea bars 2 former acting presidents from overseas travel over alleged link to martial law bid. Stay with us for details.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other Paper Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. Let's give you a recap of our top stories. As the world commemorates Children's Day, President Bola Tinubu has strongly condemned the rising cases of child bullying in Nigeria, pledging decisive action to create a safer, more nurturing environment for the nation's children. We also told you that an explosive that occurred near the Nigerian Army's Mogadishu cantonment in Abuja on Monday has injured a passerby and killed the carrier, suspected to be a suicide bomber. In a statement, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, says the suicide bomber was trying to sneak into the barrack when the explosive detonated. In case you missed any of our news bulletins, or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, the truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On Digi360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it. Use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
It's time for business news, and Victoria Akonde has the latest. Over to you, Victoria.
Thank you very much, Simi. Welcome to Business News. Now, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas Ekpo, has urged major gas-producing companies to increase production by 1 billion standard cubic feet per day to meet Nigeria's 2030 target. Speaking at an engagement with upstream gas industry stakeholders held at the NNPC Towers in Abuja, Ekpo urged the producers to align with the nation's gas production goals and work towards eliminating routine flaring. He stressed the need for accelerated growth in the sector to meet the federal government's target of 12 billion standard cubic feet of gas per day by 2030 from the current 7.3 billion standard cubic feet production capacity. Right now, we'll go on a short break and be back with stock market updates. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's the second trading day of the week, and the Nigerian equities market closed on a positive note, advancing by 1.57%. The market capitalization now stands at 70.4 trillion naira. In total, 126 equities listed on the NGX participated in trading, with 36 recording gains and 21 posting losses. Airtel Africa led the gainers, appreciating by 10% to close at 2,372 naira 50 kobo per share, and was followed closely by Omatex Ventures. Now, at the close of today's session, over 409 million shares were traded in 15,992 deals, amounting to a market value exceeding 9 billion naira. Now, when this is compared to the previous trading day, which is Monday, May 26, today's data reflects a 1% decline in volume and 11% drop in increase in the number of deals. Now, turning to the global scene, Wall Street stocks edged higher on Tuesday after U.S. President Donald Trump backed down from a proposed 50% tariff on the European Union. The move eased trade tensions and boosted investor sentiment as markets reopened following the Memorial Day holiday. All our tracked equities, the UK's FTSE, US Dow Jones and Japan's Nikkei, all closed in positive territory, as you can see on the chart. Now, meanwhile, in the foreign exchange market, the Naira continues to face pressure. On the parallel market, it traded at 1,620 naira to the US dollar and at 2,050 naira to the British pounds and 1,720 naira to the euro, reflecting ongoing currency volatility. And that's it on both business and stock market updates. Back to you, Simi, for the rest of the news.
Thank you very much, Victoria. In South Korea, authorities have slapped travel bans on 2 former acting presidents as part of an investigation into alleged insurrection linked to ex-leader Yoon Suk-yeol's martial law bid last year. Police barred former Prime Minister Han Duck-soo and ex-Finance Minister Choi Sang-mok from traveling abroad in mid-May as they underwent investigation as suspects in the insurrection case on Tuesday. Yoon, who served as president for 3 years, declared emergency martial law in December 2024, claiming that anti-state and North Korean forces had infiltrated the government, deploying troops into the streets of the capital. And Argentina has ratified its decision to withdraw from the World Health Organization and reaffirmed its collaboration with Washington during a visit to Buenos Aires by United States Health Secretary Robert Kennedy. The decision to pull out of the WHO was initially announced in February by Argentina's President Javier Milei following the footsteps of his U.S. counterpart Donald Trump, who had previously made the announcement in January. Buenos Aires has previously accused the agency of disastrous management during the COVID pandemic with what it described as its caveman quarantine. And on sports, referee Adebayo Kudus has been suspended indefinitely by the Nigeria Football Federation following a string of controversial decisions during a Nigeria National League fixture between Gateway United and Sporting Lagos on Saturday. In a letter on Monday, the NFF Refereeing Development Committee cited Kudus' conduct in the matchday 19 encounter as a breach of the laws of the game. He was found guilty by the committee of awarding an unjustified penalty to Gateway United alongside several other decisions that undermine the integrity of refereeing. Still on sport, the Saudi Arabian government is set to provide the necessary funds for Al Hilal to complete the signing of Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen in a deal worth up to 50 million euros, with the player in advanced talks over a permanent move from Napoli. According to reports, Osimhen is in direct negotiations with Al Hilal president Fahad bin Nafel, with personal terms close to being agreed on, a contract that would see the 26-year-old earn an annual salary of up to 17.5 million euros, including bonuses. Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Sports is yet to approve, with the Financial Viability Committee yet to give the green light to release the necessary government funds required to finalize the transaction. And that's it on News Now. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Hello, Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello?
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون ليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول تذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
welcome to another episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkwolye. Now, every year, companies and institutions around the world grapple with the growing menace of forged certificates and falsified credentials. But one Nigerian startup is changing the game with an innovative solution, the Akowe app. Now, today we dive into the story of a revolutionary app that is tackling the global challenge of document falsification. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Akowe.
Akowe is an online platform designed to reduce the incidence of credential fraud in the job market. We've built out technology that allows employers to be able to instantly verify the authenticity of academic records, as well as technology that allows educators to be able to issue digital certificates easily. My name is Ayodiji Agbola and I'm the founder of Akowe.
Initially, Akowe was funded with a simple mission: to approve and manage certificates for individuals. However, as demand for reliable verification grew, the app evolved into a cutting-edge platform used to confirm the authenticity of credentials and certificates.
The story starts from when we were trying to solve our own problem. We did have a contract in 2018 with Facebook where we were training lots of small business owners on how to use Facebook products for business. And after the training, we need to give certificates. We trained a total of about 70,000 people across 4 years. And you can imagine trying to give certificates to this large number of people. So I decided to build a simple solution that could easily issue these certificates out to these recipients. So we're looking for an English name for this application because I realized that we weren't the only ones who had the problem. There were other Facebook partners who had the same problem. And there were other educators out there who were running trainings and who wanted to issue certificates, and there was a need for a simple tool like what we had built. I was looking for an English name that would work. I just couldn't find any, especially as we wanted to buy a domain name that was appropriate. And we tried so many different English names, and after a lot of frustration not finding an appropriate name, I started to think, okay, maybe we should go indigenous with this. And the name Akowe popped into my head, and simply because of what it describes what the application does. At the time, the application would simply write your name on the certificate and then issue it out to you. So it was an application that writes, right? So that was why I named it Akowe. But it's turned out to be a great name because it's now even doing many other things around academic space, around graduates and the likes. And you know, typically a literate person is what you call an Akowe or a clerk, you know, in the Yoruba language. So that's the story behind that. So shortly after we launched the initial product, which was issuing of certificates, quite a number of our customers started asking, okay, thank you for this, but can you help us verify certificates? And that was obviously not why we built the application in the first place. Then we started looking into that problem, and then we realized that that was even a bigger problem because quite a number of either postgraduate schools or employers had a challenge trying to verify whether this person they're trying to hire, you know, actually has the grade that they say that they do. You know, because there's no system in place that is quick and fast that can help people, you know, actually get that information. Because what happens is, if you need to verify credentials, you either send someone to the school or you call the school, and that takes a bit of time before you get that answer.
Akọ̀wé has quickly gained recognition as a one-in-a-million solution to the global issue of document fraud by allowing companies and universities to verify and upload documents securely. The app has become a trusted tool for maintaining integrity in recruitment, academics, and more.
They just, give themselves a little notch upwards to the next grade. So if you had a second class lower, you would say you have a second class upper. Most people don't go and say they have a first class. They just, go to the next upper grade so that there is a higher chance that an employer could say, okay, you have a good grade, we can hire you. So that's what you find that is very rampant. Many times as well, because there are no systems to easily check, somebody who didn't graduate would have a CV that says they graduated from so school. It's so hard to check. So even if you're book smart or whatever it is, you might get hired even if you didn't graduate from school. And then your performance might then start to show that, okay, you said you had this grade, how come your performance is this way? And that's how people have been discovered over the years, to see, okay, your performance doesn't meet what you say you have in your CV. So you have many of those types of different methods that people do often. So with what we have done, which we have aggregated a lot of academic records onto our platform, it means that you can check and you can get information instantly. So for providing that instant information to you, you pay. So to access the system, we allow you some free trials where you can sign up, create an account, go into the platform and check a few names for free. And after that free trial, then you have to pay to continue to access the information. So basically you pay to search and then you pay to download a generated report. That generated report is what you can keep in your files as HR department.
While these features have brought much needed efficiency to credential verification, some skeptics have raised concerns about the safety of sensitive data on the server. But Ayodeji, the visionary founder of Akọ̀wé, assures users that the app servers are maintained and protected steadily to prevent hacking and data breaches.
Your academic records they're permanent records. Once your academic record has been issued by your school, it's a permanent record. It's not supposed to change, right? People change it because of, nefarious reasons. So what we're building out a solution where people can list their academic records on our platform. And because it's supposed to be a permanent record, we use blockchain technology to secure that permanence. It's tamper-proof and all of that. But however, who's to say that what you are listing on the platform is actually authentic? That's why we have multiple ways for actually verifying what you are listing. Once we verify that what you are listing is the same thing that the university has issued, and there are multiple other ways that we can actually verify that information, we then make it tamper-proof on the blockchain. So in essence, what it means is that a person can have their academic dossier on the Akọ̀wé app and their entire education history going backwards or even going forwards, right? So with that, anybody should be able to check this person. Which school did they go to for primary school? Which school did they go for secondary school? What did they come out for the university with, and things like that. That entire academic history is important information. Right now it's scattered everywhere, and that's why Akọ̀wé is a very collaborative company. We're speaking with people who already work with secondary schools using software to say, hey, there's a lot of education history that you guys have access to. There are people willing to pay to see the education history. Let's collaborate and let's put it out together. So that helps to solve some of those problems.
The app's import doesn't end there. Recognizing a broader need, Akọ̀wé has expanded its services to include undergraduates, enabling their credentials to be confirmed when they apply for loans. This feature is helping young people access opportunities while also ensuring transparency and accountability.
Right now, we're developing 2 new other products that we found that market is asking for. Right. Again, people have come to us. We need to verify undergraduates. And something as simple as that, nobody in Nigeria today can do that. If you are an undergraduate, you are in 100 level, no. You are in 100 level, a 200 level student. Maybe a bank wants to give you 50% off to be able to buy this laptop, they cannot verify that you are a 200 level undergraduate from this school. It's just, I mean, there's no way to do that because there's no system in place that anybody can trust that says that you are actually an undergraduate from this school. Because are you going to bring your ID card? Anybody can make an ID card, right? So we're building a collaborative solution with the universities as well to say, let's be able to verify without a doubt that this person is an undergraduate, is doing microbiology, and is from this school. Next year, we can say, yes, he's still doing microbiology, but he's now in 200 level, right? And that cannot be done in isolation. It has to be a collaborative effort, private partnerships, universities themselves, and then customers from outside can pay to access that.
When asked about government collaboration, Akawe's leadership remains tight-lipped. However, the app has secured partnership with prominent organizations in Nigeria, a testament to its credibility and trustworthiness.
You really can't execute business without the government. You must register your business as a legal entity, so the government must be aware that you're doing something and what you're doing is legal, right? So, but the challenge has been that Nigeria is very peculiar in the sense that, you know, great ideas often find their ways to the top and often just find a way to be replicated even when you get what I mean. So, and that's happened to us quite a number of times, you know, so we figure that the goal or the objective, or if you're going to win in this market, you know, that's probably not the way to go. We're also aware that the government is also trying to build out similar solutions. And, you know, again, if everybody is trying to solve the same problem, I believe that collaborative efforts get us there faster. Akawe is very difficult because it's not just B2B, it's B to universities. And if you understand universities, and not just Nigerian universities, universities across the world are not known to drive innovation. They're very slow to move. They're very, very academic, and therefore they're not very easily swayed to move into new technologies, especially African universities. So it's really, really difficult. And what we've been able to do is to show to them that there's a whole lot of revenue, there's a whole lot of innovation that if we work together, we can unlock a lot of revenue for they themselves, the universities, and a lot of ease for their stakeholders, graduates, lecturers, and I mean, for instance, it takes forever to get a transcript, even as of today. Like, why? Why should it take forever? The technology is there, the data is available. We just need to be able to work together. So the biggest challenge has always been that being able to work with universities in a way that technology would be the solution end to end.
One of the company's greatest milestones came on the global stage. Akawe's effort to bridge the gap in document verification earned them recognition at a prestigious event in the States, where they were celebrated for their innovative approach to a global problem.
I would say when we were invited to pitch at TechCrunch Startup Battlefield in the USA, it was 2023. You know, we had applied for the program in around April, and I promptly forgot about it, you know, and then in August, I got an email to say, hooray, you're welcome, we're inviting you to the US to come and pitch your startup on a global stage. And that was a great milestone because for Akawe to have been chosen out of about 3,000 global applications, and they chose only 200, that was a great morale booster that, okay, we're solving something really global here, and TechCrunch, and if you know TechCrunch is a global brand, right? You know, so that was validation for us. And that also helped us to realize that it was not a Nigerian problem, because standing on the stage in San Francisco, talking to a global audience about the problem you're solving from Nigeria, you had to find a way to make them relate to it. And there was a great aha moment where people realized that I'm from India, I have the same problem. I'm from Pakistan, I have the same problem. You know, so that was a great moment for us to actually see that, okay, we are onto something here.
On the African front, Akawe has established a partnership with a company in Kenya, marking the beginning of its expansion across the continent. This collaboration underscores the app's mission to make the world a better place, one credential at a time.
Absolutely. So we have a partnership right now where that partner already sells credential verification in Kenya. And once that partnership has been finalized, it means that Akọ̀wé will be able to provide credential verification for Kenyans. So if you are a Nigerian trying to hire a Kenyan, you'll be able to come on our platform and verify that Kenyan based off of that partnership that we have. And it's a two-way thing. So that partner also will be able to access all of the records that we have in West Africa to be able to sell. So collaborations like that help us scale very quick. And this is not just a problem we're trying to solve for Nigeria alone. So think about West Africa, East Africa. The problem exists across sub-Saharan Africa, basically, and many parts of the world as well that are not on the African continent. So we want to make sure we focus on the first iteration. If it's good enough and people like it and people seem to find value in it, I think it then begins easily scale. Okay. Earlier we talked about the Benin Republic and the issues that are happening there. We are in conversations with companies in Benin Republic where we're trying to say, this is our solution. We want to bring it into the country and actually help solve that problem. So already we see that the problems exist, and with digital technologies, you can scale and solve those problems at scale. But you have to get it right. And once you get it right, it's easily replicable, across countries.
Looking to the future, Akọ̀wé has bigger plans. The team is exploring opportunities to extend their services to secondary schools, focusing on reducing the alarming rates of fake results in WAEC and JAMB. This move will revolutionize the education system and provide a foundation for a more transparent academic process.
Welcome back. Now, global financial services often present daunting challenges for businesses in emerging markets, from arbitrary compliance thresholds to perceived risks and sudden service disruptions. Now, businesses frequently face obstacles that hinder their ability to scale and grow. Today, we turn our focus to a company revolutionizing cross-border payments and financial accessibility. Let's dive into the story of Waza and its groundbreaking platform, Link.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods. I'm Maxwell Obi. I'm the CEO of Waza.
Registered in the United States as a money service business, Waza specializes in foreign exchange and money transmission. Since the launch and start in January 2023, the company has partnered with financial powerhouses like Visa and Currency Cloud to deliver payment services and account issuance. In just 1 year, Waza has served hundreds of businesses, processing an impressive $700 million in annualized payment volume while facilitating payments across 6 continents.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods.
But WASA is not stopping there. To address the unique challenges faced by businesses in emerging markets, WASA recently introduced a new product called Link. Designed as a viable alternative to existing financial solutions, Link offers multi-currency. These accounts enable payments to more than 100 countries and are equipped with robust features that extend beyond traditional wallets.
There's a big void that Link is feeling in the market because traditional banks haven't been able to cater to the needs of these businesses over time. They have an outsized perception of risks for businesses that operate in higher risk jurisdictions like emerging markets in Africa, Southeast Asia, etc. And so we decided to plug that gap by launching Link, which is, it's not a different brand, but it's a different product under the same brand, right? And so it's still solving B2B payments from the perspective of FX and now banks. Small businesses, startups, other financial institutions, corporates, even large organizations can use Link. I think I would say if you have a need to operate in the global market or you have a need for international banking and you're operating in an emerging market, automatically you will be perceived as high risk and we are the alternative, we are the go-to for you. So that's our target, right? And that's from a customer segmentation standpoint. If you take a wider scan from a market perspective, we want to look at markets that have a lot of cross-border activity and a lot of buzzing startup ecosystem, right, or startup activity. Even as we target corporates and large multinationals, right, or even if large corporates and enterprises are part of the customer segment, they are not our sole target. We know that startups are also super affected. So we want them to also bank on Link. We want them to come get their multi-currency accounts, do exchange, and just use us as a de facto banking platform to make payments to their vendors and suppliers globally.
What sets Link apart is its comprehensive payment support. This ensures businesses with operations across the globe, which can efficiently manage their payments and focus exchange liquidity on a single platform.
Most people that have tried to provide multi-currency platforms approach it from a mature market mindset. We're taking a very localized approach, paying attention to emerging market businesses that cannot access international banking services. Like, I mean, if you take a quick look at what happened last year, banks like Mercury, fintech banks or other financial institutions like Mercury, SVB, Silicon Valley Bank began to shut down businesses that have either directors or UBOs in emerging markets that deem high risk, right? So it's not, we on the other hand have provided this service with a keen eye for streamlined compliance processes, speed and cost, right? If you can bank with these guys, you can bank with us. And not only have we streamlined that compliance process for you, we can now give you can deliver your payments very fast within the same day. FX, yes, is a great value prop there, but it is not the entire thing. Transaction fees, we don't charge a monthly transaction fee, it's really cheap. Eventually, as we launch more features and evolve the product, there will be more customer segments unlocked, right? We're thinking about building APIs that will cater to other financial institutions that want to build on top of our infrastructure. And when we think about B2B payments, which is our core focus, it's usually happening in the context of trade. And trade can be seen as an ecosystem. There's a supply side, there's a demand side. So there are other things we will launch that will also cater to suppliers in different jurisdictions and unlock new customer segments. But today, businesses, importers, exporters, corporates, startups would be our ideal customer target.
Importantly, WASA clarifies that it is not a bank. Instead, the company partners with banks that adhere to strict rules and regulations in each country of operation. This strategic approach ensures compliance while maintaining flexibility and innovation.
First, WASA or Link is not a bank, we're a technology company, and so all of these services are provided in partnership with licensed financial institutions. So we've been able to build on top I would say really strict compliance protocols and whatever other value services that they can offer. Today, we're making great progress we want to launch interest on deposits, financing. These are all value-added services that makes us stand out, right? So it's not just, yes, we're going to give you faster payments, cheaper payments, a streamlined compliance approach so you can actually bank with us if you can get access to the US banking infrastructure. But also, eventually, we're going to launch other features to cater to all your needs for you to actually operate competitively in the global financial market.
Speaking about the operation in Nigeria, Maxwell Obi, the WAZA CEO and co-founder, emphasized the adaptive approach to navigating local policies, highlighting WAZA's commitment to supporting businesses in emerging markets.
First and foremost, we pay really keen attention to security, trust, compliance. We don't joke with these things. It's top priority for us. I think I would also re-emphasize that we are not a bank. We are a technology company that is building on top the services and licensing of banking partners that have strict adherence to AML, CTF, and other regulatory requirements, right? But beyond that, if you take a look at the banking side of things, these guys are already complying with all of these regulations, right? They're complying with the central bank regulations, the BSA Act in the US, and other regulatory bodies. So from a banking standpoint, there is that compliance aspect and trust and security. From a technology standpoint, we've also tried to pay attention to global standards in terms of building the product. So we've implemented bank-grade encryption, security protocols, and we also pay strict attention to KYC and KYB regulations. And we also licensed, right? We're registered as an MSB with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network of the US. We're also licensed by the central bank as an IMTO. So while that regulation or directive is in place, yeah, we pay attention to it and we try to operate together with our banking partners within the frameworks of the regulators.
Despite being incorporated and operational in the US, UK, and EU, WAZA has identified a significant challenge for businesses with ties to emerging markets. These barriers often lead to service discontinuation, uncompleted transactions, and disrupted trade flows, resulting in substantial financial losses and hampering business growth. Link was developed to address these critical issues. The platform's extensive payment capabilities and competitive FX rate ensures businesses can manage their finances efficiently while also scaling globally. And that's how we have on today's episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkolie. See you again next time. On the news, in observance of this year's Children's Day, President Tinubu calls for collective action against bullying, assures of government's efforts to protect Nigerian children. NEMA reveals Abuja explosion caused by suicide bomber attempting to sneak into army barracks.
And Nigeria targets 1 billion standard cubic feet daily gas production by 2030. Thank you for joining us on News Now on TV360 Nigeria. It's Mr. Latikun. As the world commemorates Children's Day, President Bola Tinubu has strongly condemned the rising cases of child bullying in Nigeria, pledging decisive action to create a safer, more nurturing environment for the nation's children. In his official message marking the 2025 Children's Day celebration, President Tinubu described this year's theme, Stand Up, Speak Up, Building a Bullying-Free Generation, as a powerful call to action for building a society where every child is respected, protected, and empowered. The president cited alarming statistics to underscore the urgency of the issue, noting that more than 1 in 3 children globally experience bullying regularly, with studies estimating that up to 65% of Nigerian school-age children have endured physical, psychological, or social abuse. Reaffirming his administration's commitment to child welfare, the president highlighted the recently launched National Plan of Action on Ending Violence Against Children 2024 to 2030, which lays out a clear framework for prevention, accountability, victim support, and multi-sectoral coordination. He commended the progress made so far, noting that all 36 states have now domesticated the Child Rights Act, a major step towards safeguarding children's rights nationwide. Let's speak further on the issue of bullying amongst children with Kaka Chiedu, a teacher and an education advocate. Thank you for your time, Kaka. Bullying is no doubt a worrisome trend among children, even though it is not new. We've seen viral videos of school children being harassed by their peers and even their teachers. Now the president has highlighted this as a major problem in the country. What would you say are the factors responsible for this growing threat? And tell us the far-reaching consequences.
All right, thank you so much for having me. Bullying is not new in the education sector. I, for one, am an educator. I grew up in a society where bullying wasn't encouraged, so to say, but then it happens continually. Then in school, it has always continued to happen. In as much as school organizations, the government, parents have always tried several means to curb bullying or to stop it totally. But this would always happen. And for example, a child that is in school being bullied sometimes would not want to say it, would not want to express him or herself. But then it is the duty of the school management to identify this, to help to control that. However, I want to applaud the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This wasn't expected of him by me. The President making sure that he addressed the issue of bullying, because presently the education system is facing lots of challenges about this bullying. And we have lent our voices, brought in parents, been able to educate the teachers themselves. There are several programs on child rights training and so on, having to sensitize the educators, the parents, the whole institution about bullying, even the children themselves, to be able to stand up, to speak up. Now, having the president himself talk on this, on a special day for children, it is amazing. I really, really love it. So, bullying is a phenomenon. It is happening. We cannot deny that. We need to also look at homes. Children are coming from somewhere. They are coming from homes. This is not the time to point fingers. Oh, my child learned this from school, or the school saying they learned this from home. It is about coming together of the school, the home, the entire society, even the worship centers, to be able to find out ways through which we can curb this bullying. It is affecting the learning and teaching processes. It's affecting the well-being of the child. It's affecting every area of the society. Children are growing up with the knowledge of being bullied one way or the other, be it physical, psychological, in every form. It is no longer tolerable. Even for educators who are in charge of children, any form of bullying is not tolerated at all.
Let's speak more on the necessary steps that should be taken to ensure that bullying is curbed both in the education system and in homes as well by both government and citizens. What should be their immediate action following the president's speech?
All right. The immediate action, well, actions have been taken already, coming from sensitization, punishment that is necessary for anybody who is involved. But then I would suggest if there is a way that schools, the policy makers in the nation, would find a way to create special punishments. I am not in support of proper punishments where cane is used, no. But for parents and children to know that there are consequences. Some of the children these days do not even understand the consequences of bullying another child. We talk about bullying of a child. Do you know that some children as well turn around and bully educators? And that is also because educators' hands these days seem to be tied. Many educators, many school owners' hands are tied because of several policies that are created to take care of bullying or reported cases of bullying in any form. Therefore, when a child does something, certain educators or people in the education sector would find a way to group away or change the narrative so that everybody will feel safe. Everybody is no longer feeling safe. It is serious now. Children are very smart. They know when the system is not serious about something, and they will take advantage. They are taking advantage. You would watch that children coming from several homes, from things that they've learned from their parents and so on, are beginning to display certain attitudes that are not tolerated in school, which is hindering the teaching and learning process, which is number one primary assignment of education system. Now, the parents need to get involved more than ever. The government needs to take it serious more than ever. It goes beyond the president just saying this. This is the right step in the right direction, but then the president needs to take it serious. The governors, not just the governor, the local government chairman, the necessary institutions need to take it serious. Go into school, sensitization, be it the missionary school, be it the government, the private school, sensitize children. It is a continued education in sensitizing people, then laying out the punishment meant for bullies.
Kakachi Edu, teacher and education advocate, we do appreciate your time and your thoughts. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Moving on, Nigerian children have been advised to be good ambassadors of the country and stay away from drugs and social vices. Senate President Godswill Akpabio gave the admonition while receiving students from selected schools in Abuja to the Senate chamber on Tuesday. Akpabio restated the commitment of the 10th National Assembly to protecting the rights and privileges of Nigerian children through effective legislation, adding that the present administration of President Bola Tinubu would continue to prioritize the needs of children.
We commit ourselves to creating the enabling environment that will support your growth, support your education, and support your well-being. We pledge to prioritize policies and programs that protect your rights, that will promote your welfare, and unlock the potentials within you. Already, the Senate of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is already pro-people, pro-Nigerians. And this time around, on a day like this, we dare to say pro-children of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So to our young heroes and heroines, we urge you to dream big, work hard, and never give up on your aspirations. Your generation is the future of our nation, and we have no doubt that you will shape Nigeria into a brighter more prosperous, and more equitable society. On this special day, we wish you joy, happiness, and love. We welcome you to sit here and dream to come here when you become an adult.
Unveiling us the opportunity to participate with my fellow uncommon children to celebrate this year's Children's Day Fun Fest celebration in the National Assembly complex. Observation of plenary sections in both chambers, tours of library and rows of reading and libraries in children's development and academic or fun games and plays. We, the Nigerian children, have no doubt that just as Your Excellency, as Governor, provided landmark facilities such as the ICT Center, International Stadium, all the best in Africa, so do we know that subsequent edition of this occasion will witness your uncommon transformation. On behalf of all the participating schools, I say a big thank you to Your Excellency, the uncommon President of the Senate.
While Children's Day is set aside to celebrate childhood and promote the welfare of children, in Nigeria, the day also highlights the severe crises that hinder the growth and development of many children across the nation. In this report, we bring the spotlight on the remarkable resilience and quiet strength of children displaced by insurgency in Borno State. TV360 correspondent Solomon Josiah reports from Maiduguri, the state capital.
Years of armed conflict in Nigeria's northern region due to the Boko Haram insurgency have displaced millions of people, disrupted livelihoods, and left children and adolescents in harm's way. 12-year-old Adiza is one of the many internally displaced children in Borno State, the epicenter of the attacks. But despite the trauma, loss, and the difficult living conditions, Adiza remained determined to survive. She makes and sells traditional caps as a means to cater for herself and family.
In 2014, during the Boko Haram insurgency in Bama, I was forced to live with nothing but hope. I trekked all the way from Bama local government area to Maiduguri on foot. But when I arrived, I had nowhere to stay. For 2 months, I lived without shelter until I was eventually taken by the IDP camp. It was there I began making traditional caps as a skill that now helps me to feed myself. Boko Haram slaughtered my father in Bama, and the tragedy forced us to leave everything behind. Life has been so difficult, but I believe things will get better with time.
Speaking of the resilience of children in conflict-affected communities, an official of UNICEF, Joseph Senesi, highlights the importance of continued investment in these displaced children to secure a guaranteed future for them.
Our children are the greatest treasure and investment of any nation. Prioritizing them through quality education, sanitation, nutrition, health, and protection delivers the greatest returns for our collective future. However, several indicators remind us that urgent work remains. Only 3 in 10 children across Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa have their birth registered. This denies them legal identity and blocks their access to health care, education, and protection services.
According to the United Nations, over 1 million children have so far been displaced by insurgency in Nigeria's northern region. The experiences of internally displaced children underscore the urgent need for sustained humanitarian support, inclusive education programs, and stronger child protection policies tailored to the needs of displaced children. Solomon Josiah, TV360, Borno.
An explosion that occurred near the Nigerian Army's Mogadishu cantonment in Abuja on Monday has injured a passerby and killed the carrier, suspected to be a suicide bomber. The The Nigerian Army announced the explosion on its X handle on Monday evening. In a statement issued by its spokesperson, the FCT Police Command disclosed a comprehensive investigation had commenced, including detailed forensic analysis to ascertain the exact cause and nature of the explosion. Meanwhile, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, says the suicide bomber was trying to sneak into the barrack when the explosive detonated. We'll take a short break. Still to come on News Now. South Korea bars 2 former acting presidents from overseas travel over alleged link to martial law bid. Stay with us for details.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. Let's give you a recap of our top stories. As the world commemorates Children's Day, President Bola Tinubu has strongly condemned the rising cases of child bullying in Nigeria, pledging decisive action to create a safer, more nurturing environment for the nation's children. We also told you that an explosive that occurred near the Nigerian Army's Mogadishu cantonment in Abuja on Monday has injured a passerby and killed the carrier, suspected to be a suicide bomber. In a statement, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, says the suicide bomber was trying to sneak into the barrack when the explosive detonated. In case you missed any of our news bulletins, or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
It's time for business news, and Victoria Akonde has the latest. Over to you, Victoria.
Thank you very much, Simi. Welcome to Business News. Now, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas Ekpo, has urged major gas-producing companies to increase production by 1 billion standard cubic feet per day to meet Nigeria's 2030 target. Speaking at an engagement with upstream gas industry stakeholders held at the NNPC Towers in Abuja, Ekpo urged the producers to align with the nation's gas production goals and work towards eliminating routine flaring. He stressed the need for accelerated growth in the sector to meet the federal government's target of 12 billion standard cubic feet of gas per day by 2030 from the current 7.3 billion standard cubic feet production capacity. Right now, we'll go on a short break and be back with stock market updates. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's the second trading day of the week, and the Nigerian equities market closed on a positive note, advancing by 1.57%. The market capitalization now stands at 70.4 trillion naira. In total, 126 equities listed on the NGX participated in trading, with 36 recording gains and 21 posting losses. Airtel Africa led the gainers, appreciating by 10% to close at 2,372 naira 50 kobo per share, and was followed closely by Omatex Ventures. Now, at the close of today's session, over 409 million shares were traded in 15,992 deals, amounting to a market value exceeding 9 billion naira. Now, when this is compared to the previous trading day, which is Monday, May 26, today's data reflects a 1% decline in volume, an 11% drop in turnover, and a 19% decrease in the number of deals. Now, turning to the global scene, Wall Street stocks edged higher on Tuesday after U.S. President Donald Trump backed down from a proposed 50% tariff on the European Union. The move eased trade tensions and boosted investor sentiment as markets reopened following the Memorial Day holiday. All our tracked equities, the UK's FTSE, US Dow Jones, and Japan's Nikkei, all closed in positive territory, as you can see on the chart. Now, meanwhile, in the foreign exchange market, the Naira continues to face pressure. On the parallel market, it traded at 1,620 naira to the US dollar and at 2,050 naira to the British pounds and 1,720 naira to the euro, reflecting ongoing currency volatility. And that's it on both business and stock market updates. Back to you, Simi, for the rest of the news.
Thank you very much, Victoria. In South Korea, authorities have slapped travel bans on 2 former acting presidents as part of an investigation into alleged insurrection linked to ex-leader Yoon Suk-yeol's martial law bid last year. Police barred former Prime Minister Han Duck-soo and ex-Finance Minister Choi Sang-mok from traveling abroad in mid-May as they underwent investigation as suspects in the insurrection case on Tuesday. Yoon, who served as president for 3 years, declared emergency martial law in December 2024, claiming that anti-state and North Korean forces had infiltrated the government, deploying troops into the streets of the capital. And Argentina has ratified its decision to withdraw from the World Health Organization and reaffirmed its collaboration with Washington during a visit to Buenos Aires by United States Health Secretary Robert Kennedy. The decision to pull out of the WHO was initially announced in February by Argentina's President Javier Milei, following the footsteps of his U.S. counterpart Donald Trump, who had previously made the announcement in January. Buenos Aires has previously accused the agency of disastrous management during the COVID pandemic with what it described as its caveman quarantine. And on sports, referee Adebayo Kudus has been suspended indefinitely by the Nigeria Football Federation following a string of controversial decisions during a Nigeria National League fixture between Gateway United and Sporting Lagos on Saturday. In a letter on Monday, the NFF Refereeing Development Committee cited Kudus' Kudus' conduct in the matchday 19 encounter as a breach of the laws of the game. He was found guilty by the committee of awarding an unjustified penalty to Gateway United alongside several other decisions that undermine the integrity of refereeing. Still on sport, the Saudi Arabian government is set to provide the necessary funds for Al Hilal to complete the signing of Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen in a deal worth up to 50 million euros, with the player in advanced talks over a permanent move from Napoli. According to reports, Osimhen is in direct negotiations with Al Hilal president Fahad bin Nafel, with personal terms close to being agreed on, a contract that would see the 26-year-old earn an annual salary of up to 17.5 million euros, including bonuses. Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Sports is yet to approve, with the Financial Viability Committee yet to give the green light to release the necessary government funds required to finalize the transaction. And that's it on News Now. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again next time. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Simisola Adigun. There's widespread condemnation for the brutal killing of 16 hunters from Kano State by a vigilante group at Uromi, Edo State. According to reports, the 16 hunters were among 25 travelers on their way to Kano State for the Eid al-Fitr celebrations who were intercepted by the vigilante on the suspicion that they were kidnappers and were lynched to death. Governor Monday Okwebolo of Edo State has now pledged that swift justice will be served for the 16 slain hunters. Okwebolo made the pledge when he paid a condolence visit to the bereaved families at Torankawa in Kano State in company of Governor Abba Yusuf. While expressing deep sorrow over the tragic incident, Okwebolo said the government will not relent until justice is served, adding that 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. Currently, police, military and plainclothes security agents have taken over strategic junctions in Urumi to stave off reprisals. Joining me to discuss more on this is a former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, Mr. Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Now, judging from what has played out ever since, what do you make of this unfortunate incident? I mean, vigilante groups are not new in Nigerian communities, and they've no doubt been helpful over the years.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. You see, we have to look at the root causes, because these things will continue happening. You know, it will not be the last time. And if we don't look at the root causes and take care of those root causes, then they will continue happening. Now, what do I mean? We've had these killings all over the place. You know, we have these killings, and it is because of these killings that you have vigilante groups, even like Amotekun. You know, and these groups have been you know, taking care of some of the bushes, the forests, the ungoverned spaces that we have. But we have to regulate it properly. You know, regulate it in the sense that these vigilante groups should be reporting to a formal law enforcement agency. You know, they cannot operate on their own. And when they start operating on their own, then of course they go descend all the way down to jungle justice and other kinds of things that are happening. So I think there is work to be done about this particular issue.
Now, the government has repeatedly called on local vigilante groups and hunters to step in to fill security gaps in the fight against bandits and terrorists in Nigeria. However, the Edo State governor described these vigilante groups as illegal. Now, what makes a vigilante group legal, and how should, well, you've mentioned that they should report to higher authority, but then what's the process like in seeing that these vigilante groups are legal?
Well, I'm so surprised about for the governor, because this is not the first time, this is not the right time for him to come and say that that vigilante group is illegal or this one is legal. Vigilante groups have been existing for long. And you know, if you think very seriously about it, vigilante groups were formed basically to protect the communities, because we've had history of herdsmen going and killing in the bush. And the best thing is that, you know, these communities should start to, you know, take care of themselves, you know, and it has continued like that. And of course, this self-help program has been, you know, giving birth to different kinds of vigilante groups. Like you hear of the Amotekun and all the rest of in the western states and everywhere. Most states have their own vigilante groups that they use. Now, which one is legal and which one is not legal, I don't know. But they should have even legalized, or should I say register them, before anything like this come to happen. But if you don't, until when something like this happens, then you come and say they are illegal or not illegal, I think it's just begging the question. Because the root causes, like I said, is for the people to protect themselves, and there has been a lot of killings, and I don't know whether those killings have been fully addressed.
Now, this incident brings to mind similar ones where people have taken the law into their own hands and commit these condemnable acts of jungle justice. We understand that activities of kidnappers in the area might have triggered the action, like, it has been told in times past. How significant is this particular incident in highlighting the dangers of mob actions or jungle justice, as the case may be, in Nigeria?
Well, you know that people have been pushed to the corner, whereby they are really, really worried about their own security. And of course, for people to now come back and say, hey, let us get a vigilante group, and these vigilantes are actually working. They don't, they stay up at night, they go into the bushes, and they come across some of these people. This is not the first time vigilantes have been arresting, people marauding in the forest and stuff like that. And of course, you find out that a lot of killings, especially around Uromi area, a lot of killings are taking place. And that's why I think the governor himself should go back and look at it, talk to the security agencies and find out, what has happened about those killings that happened in Uromi before, because they've been doing these killings and people are just crying. And I'm surprised that this time everybody is taking it so seriously. This is what should have happened all the time when people are being killed. So I think we regulate the process, the procedures or the processes of these people. Let them not descend to jungle justice, because some people are so angry, losing their family members, and they feel that, look, this is the right time there's no need to go and call police or anything like that. Let's just finish it up. But that's not how it should be.
Right. Now, response mechanisms in the country have also always been a matter of concern. The response of the police in matters like this, for details provided, there was enough time for the police to storm the scene and control or prevent further harm, but nothing of such happened.
Well, that is, the problem with the police. Because for a place like Uromi, there's a DPO. That's a DPO. How can he say that something like... And that's what I'm saying, that there's a disconnect between the vigilante groups and the police. Because if there's a connection or a reporting line, when they find these police, arrest them, and they've even discovered arms and ammunition with them, the next person to call is the DPO. And the DPO will quickly send his men down there. And then, of course, remove all these people for better interrogation on what they are doing, where they are going, why they are carrying those kind of arms. But there is nothing like that. And apparently I can tell you that maybe the people don't even trust that distrust between the community people and the police must have caused a situation whereby they will say, don't even think about him. Let's do what we have to do, and they went ahead and do this. So I think the police should start taking charge of their area and make sure that these kind of things don't happen.
All right. Mr. Macri, we'll continue this conversation after this break. Do stay with us. The program will continue shortly.
Hello. Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello? Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I'll just call you.
Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet there. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country. In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the go-to app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. We're still discussing the killing of 16 hunters in Uromi, Edo State. And my guest is still the former Assistant Director at the DSS, Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much, sir, for staying with us. Now, so far, Governor Kwebolo of Edo State has suspended the head of the Edo State Security Corps. But then, do state governments have the capacity to handle these various security groups and security initiatives as well, so that their duties are defined?
For state police, and when the state police comes, the state governors are supposed to be the ones that are going to supervise the operations of these state police. And I think that, in fact, all these vigilantes popping up in different places, because everybody was thinking that, yes, we really need security down at the grassroots level. And this is the chance for them to even practice on how they will be dealing with the state police. And in fact, state police are not supposed to be one for political to fight your political enemies. It is meant for the security of the communities. So the governors are well placed to take care and follow the procedures, or even write down or gazette all the procedures that they are supposed to follow. The police is supposed to cooperate with the governor in doing this, so that these vigilantes are properly managed. So, yes, the governor he has the capacity to do this.
Right. So let's discuss the issue of arms possession, which is one of the factors that sealed the fate of these hunters. With the current state of the nation, only uniformed officials can legally possess weapons, and they're let go. And what should the government do in this case? Hunters cannot be found without their ordained guns, but then what can be done to prevent this kind of incidents from happening?
Well, the thing is this. Vigilante groups popped up all over the country because of the threat of herdsmen and all kinds of bandits, who are operating in the ungoverned spaces of the country. And of course, when they are going to help, they have to carry some form of arms. Yes, some of them are supposed to be hunters and carrying Dane guns, which they use in their hunting, not to fight the bandits. Now, if that is the situation, then they should have a very strong link with the police, where as hunters, if they observe that there are some kind of movement, of some people, unknown people, then they could be the eyes and ears and, also report down to the police and tell them, look, this is what we have seen. They are not supposed to engage, okay? They are not supposed to engage. So if they are supposed to engage, as most of them are now doing, then the form of arms that they are going to carry is supposed to improve. Because you cannot be fighting a bandit with AK-47s while you are carrying Dane guns. It's not done, It's like carrying a knife to a gunfight. So we will expect that when these things are, being formalized, then you should go ahead and register them. And if you register them, then you should also provide arms for them. So that you know the control of what is happening before they can really possess those arms and ammunition.
There's now fear of a reprisal. Matter of fact, there's a video circulating online where a young man from the north has threatened that if the issue is not properly handled by the government, they will take revenge on southerners in the northern state. What should the government do to avert looming disaster?
Well, I think that's a good job for the Ministry of Information and Public Orientation to do. Because like I told you, there are fundamental, root causes. And you will see that this particular incident in Uromi has brought out other things like religious intolerance, ethnicity, where people don't, these are root causes. These are things that they have in them that, they've not been able to express openly. And when things like this happen, then they start talking. I saw that video, where the guy was talking about killing of Southerners because they are Muslims, and anybody who insult their leader is supposed to be killed and stuff like that. I think that we should be past that kind of rhetorics. And we should be able to, adjust people's mind to change that kind of narrative. Because if we allow these things to fester, like I said, many Christians were killed in the north. Nothing really happened. And then, of course, when there is a killing in the south, then you see a lot of people coming out. And then even the governor of Kano State was really talking tough the other day. But, the root causes have to be addressed. It is not what we are just seeing. Those ones are symptoms. The root causes of ethnicity, the root causes of religious intolerance have to be looked into properly to avoid this kind of situation in future.
Finally, the Edo State government says, or governor now says 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. That's 14 people arrested in connection to the crime. What protective measures should be adopted and what steps can be taken to ensure improved working relations between the government and local security outfits? I know you mentioned certain steps, but now in terms of enhancing intelligence gathering and response strategies against criminal elements in the country.
Oh, well, the governor has taken some steps to make sure that, this illegality, because of course, jungle justice is an illegal thing to do. And of course, they've been arrested, they've been taken for interrogation, but that's not where it should end. I think this is the time to now gather these vigilantes or whoever and then sit down with them and then, of course, properly seek some advice from either the DSS and the police to make sure that, they structure the vigilante properly. Who is going to supervise them? What is their communication systems? Who do they report to? And stuff like that. So this is the best time to do that. Because if you just arrest some people because tempers are high, and then, you allow people the vigilantes to continue until they meet another set of people again with guns and ammunition, then there is nothing we can do about it because people are angry. People have lost their family members, and you cannot overlook that. And if the vigilantes are being formed to take care of that situation, then the governor should come in and, of course, formally structure them. Because we don't want them to go into illegality, but we want the services they provide. So let us formalize this and then, of course, create certain structures, communication lines and stuff like that for them.
Well, as we speak, the community tempers are high, like you mentioned, in the communities. They are scared of a reprisal, and hopefully the government controls the situation before that reprisal is carried out, which will be far worse. Mr. Dennis Amakri, former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, we appreciate you sharing your thoughts on the program. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that's it on this episode of the program. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Welcome to the program. I am Joy Uchejem, and we begin in Kaduna State, where a measles outbreak at Ungwan Kanawa community in Zaria local government area of the state has claimed 2 lives with 20 others affected. Now, according to health experts, the outbreak is attributed to years of parents' refusal to immunize their children. Following the incident, the Kaduna State government, UNICEF, and WHO are working together to strengthen disease surveillance and launch emergency revaccination campaigns in Zaria and environs. Describing the measles outbreak as a humanitarian emergency, the UNICEF Chief of Field Office in Kaduna, Gerida Birukila, warned that vaccine shortages were compounding efforts to halt the spread. And to commemorate the 2025 World Immunization and National Polio Week, the Lagos State government, in collaboration with the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, and key health partners, has launched a rigorous advocacy campaign in Lagos, calling for united action to eradicate polio and protect zero-dose children. The event held in Alausa brought together stakeholders from across the health sector under the theme Humanly Possible, Saving Lives Through Immunization. TV360's Opeyemi Olusheni brings us more in this next report.
It is more than just a walk, it is a movement. From the Secretariat through the streets of Alausa, health advocates, government officials, development partners and volunteers march to raise awareness and promote equitable access to vaccines for every Nigerian child. The advocacy work culminated in a high-level stakeholder engagement where the wife of the Lagos State Governor, Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, reaffirmed the resolve to leave no child behind in the immunization drive. She declared that the state is committed to tracking and reaching every unimmunized child, especially those missed during the COVID-19 pandemic. Referencing Governor Sanwo-Olu's Themes Plus agenda, she said the fight against vaccine-preventable diseases must continue until polio is totally eradicated.
Saving lives through immunization challenges us to do everything within our power to ensure, again, no child suffers or dies from a disease we have the tools and knowledge to prevent. In line with the vision of our governor, your governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, and the Teams Plus agenda, it prioritizes health and health development. Lagos State remains resolute, and I keep on repeating it, no child should be left behind.
Speaking further, the UNICEF Chief of Field Office for Southwest Nigeria identified the importance of trust and community education in fighting vaccine hesitancy. She warned that while vaccines have saved millions globally, misinformation remains a deadly threat.
Today, 2 million Nigerian children remain unimmunized, or zero dose, as we like to call them. Yet since 1974, vaccines have saved over 150 million lives worldwide. What that represents is more than 3 million lives per year, or 6 lives every minute in the last 5 decades. Vaccines are very powerful.
Stakeholders from the World Health Organization and the National Premier Healthcare Development Agency called for increased domestic investment, stronger outreach to remote communities.
WHO as a leading partner in health is calling on the Lagos State government to continue to conduct and support high-quality polio vaccination campaigns to achieve and sustain a society free of any forms of polio viruses. Also, we need to increase domestic investments to secure sustainable immunization financing.
Other stakeholders also highlighted the importance of youth involvement, grassroots advocacy, and community-led impact. They praised the dedication of frontline health workers and reaffirmed the Lagos State commitment to ensuring that no child in any location is left behind.
The government, if we are trying to do any activities and you are not involving the youth, then we are not ready to move as a government. Hence, my presence here got here early as requested, and we will continue to work with all of the stakeholders to ensure that we achieve this objective.
So I'm also challenging each and every one of us to be an ambassador for this cause. We have to spread the news. We know the awareness is there already. After the awareness, what is next? I want all of us to ask ourselves, how do we convey this message, especially to the rural area?
As part of our intensified efforts, Lagos will join the nation in launching the National Immunization Plus Day, NIPDs, starting after the World Immunization Week from 3rd to 6th May 2025, to ensure every eligible child is reached, vaccinated, and protected.
As Nigeria pushes towards a polio-free future, the message is clear: every child counts, but achieving that goal will take trust, tenacity, and teamwork from the policy table to the most remote village. Okpeyemi Owoseni, TV360 News, Lagos.
Let's take a quick break. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. Now, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has called on all citizens and communities in Nigeria to join in efforts to protect people of all ages against vaccine-preventable diseases through proper immunization, noting that statistical evidence spanning about half-century show that millions of people, especially children, have been saved globally by the administration of essential vaccines. The Chief of Field Office at UNICEF's Enugu office, Juliet Chiluwe, made this known during a two-day multi-zonal media dialogue to commemorate the 2025 World Immunization Week with the theme, Immunization for All is Humanly Possible. She said that for 5 decades, at least 6 lives have been saved through immunization, considering the fact that over the last 50 years, essential vaccines have saved at least 154 million lives in the last 50 years. Well, joining me on the program to give more insight is medical doctor and public health enthusiast, Dr. Adikbojo Adejoke. Thank you for joining us. Now, I will start by asking which vaccines are most important for young children in Nigeria and why are they needed to protect their health?
So, most of the available vaccines are actually focused on children. And as a matter of fact, they are all important. If they are not, we won't have them being given to children as a routine. So we have examples like the BCG that prevents against tuberculosis. We have OPV, it prevents against polio virus. It's oral polio virus vaccine. Then we have the IPV, that's intramuscular injectable polio vaccine too. We have HBV, which is for hepatitis. We also have another one that is pentavalent vaccine. That's 5 vaccines in one. That's why it's penta. It contains the HIV, that's Haemophilus influenza, HBV for hepatitis, then diphtheria, pertussis, and tetanus. So that's 5 in one. That singular vaccine caters for 5 different infections. We also have the one for measles. We have for yellow fever. We have for meningitis. And we have for rotavirus too, to prevent diarrhea in children. So basically, all of these are very important in children. And these are even the ones in the NPI schedule, the National Immunization Schedule. We have other ones too, like the one for cholera, for typhoid, that are being given to children, but we are currently not in the present immunization schedule that we use for children. But basically, all of these are very, very important for children because they, help them from childhood to build up immunity against all of these diseases, so that even if they eventually come into play, they get exposed to them, they don't eventually come down with them, or the severity is lessened.
Now, how do vaccines work in the body, and why is it important for many people in the community to be vaccinated?
Vaccines generally are substances that are, introduced into the body to prepare the body's immunity, the innate immunity, to act against, infections or diseases when they eventually come. So the way they work is that most of these vaccines, they come in inactivated or killed form. So it is actually a representation of the actual germ, so to say. that is present in the vaccine. So when it's introduced into the body mounts up, or in response to that foreign body or that harmful thing, the body is able to mount up immunity against it, build antibodies against it. And the antibodies are resident in the body, waiting for the day the body will be exposed to the actual germ. So, and having been prepared ahead of time, when the germs eventually gets into the body, or the body is exposed to these germs, the antibodies are able to fight it all out and prevent the person from coming down with the actual infection. So that's how vaccines work, basically. And the importance, just from this explanation now, it's clear that it's for prevention. So the importance generally on an individual and the community as a whole is that it helps to prevent the body against diseases, against infections, those that are vaccine preventable. And also, on the long run, for maybe the population that is well vaccinated, like in an environment or in a community where we have a large coverage of vaccinations in that particular population, we have something we call herd immunity. And this happens when a lot of people in that community are vaccinated. So the vaccination of 1, 2, 3 people, and majority of them helps to be able to weigh against or prevent the outbreak or even the infection from affecting them. Because, like, for instance, now, I want to use polio as an example. Polio is a fecal-oral, it's transmitted fecal-orally. So meaning that maybe somebody that has the virus inside the stool of the person, that's where the germ is. So anybody that comes in contact with the stool through the mouth and everything gets the egg into their body, and from there the infection spreads. So let's assume that in a particular community that all of them or majority of them are actually vaccinated and in turn immunized against this. Definitely their stool, even if it's lying everywhere, would not contain the eggs of this, or would not contain these viruses. And as such, the people in the community, even if they come in contact with one another's stool, will not be exposed to this virus. So the entire community will, at the end of the day, be immunized or be immune against such disease and infection. So basically those are the importance of vaccination to individuals and the community at large.
Okay, now for those who don't really understand the different types of these vaccines, why have vaccines like the HPV and malaria vaccines been added to Nigeria's immunization list, and what health benefits exactly do they bring?
Okay, let me start from the rear. The health benefit is just like every other vaccines that we've known about. Vaccines are only relevant for vaccine preventable diseases. So now, the one fact to establish is that HPV, that is responsible for cervical cancer, and malaria have been known to now be responsive to vaccines. They are vaccine preventable. And because, the burden of malaria is much, and especially in this area, in endemic regions like we still have complications arising from malaria. And because it's something that almost everybody battles with, some people even have severe forms of malaria or complicated forms of malaria a lot of times in a year, as the case may be. So it's just like, let's say, a good action, a welcome idea for scientists, for researchers to work on having it, vaccine preventable. And we are happy that it's now on board the immunization schedule, although we've not started giving it yet. But I believe that very soon it will be part of the MPI schedule. And the same goes for the HPV too, that is responsible for cervical cancer in women. You know that the burden of cancers all around the world is very huge, and we are not even prepared for this kind of things when they eventually come. So HPV vaccine has always been, but it's costly, should be told. So, it's just a way of the government helping the populace by making it to be part of the free, vaccines that can be accessed for children, so that right from childhood, they build up immunity against this. And when they become adults, the fear of coming down with cervical cancer is not going to be what we'll grapple with. So the advantage basically is that it will definitely reduce the burden of malaria and also that of cervical cancer amongst the general populace.
Okay, now I also like to ask, what health problems can happen if children or adults miss their vaccines and do not get them on time?
Well, for anyone that misses vaccine, for immediately there may be no problems, because you know that what the vaccine is meant to do is actually to prevent against future occurrence. So if the individual is not exposed to anything at that time, there will be nothing. And if it's maybe for an infection that should happen in the future, like HPV, there might be nothing. But at the end of the day, when there is an exposure, that's when the effect of not having been vaccinated would now come in. So that's why we always advocate, because you really cannot predict what your exposures will be like. You really cannot predict what will come on, later in life. So that's why it's better to just have it. And for some of the vaccines, actually, when they are missed, they can still have them. When they present to the health facilities, we start them on the vaccines and we schedule them according to how it should be. But while some ones it's missed cannot be taken again. Like although HPV is given to children, adults can also take, but for adults it won't be part of the free immunization schedule that they will benefit from. They would have to go and pay out of pocket to get their own vaccines. And there are some that are totally for children. Once missed, they cannot be taken as adults. So such people can only pray that they don't get exposed or have the disease or infections on the long run.
Now, I know even with the government's effort in immunization in the country, we still have some lapses in certain areas. So as a doctor, which vaccine preventable diseases do you still see in your clinic, and what does that say about how well vaccines are being used?
Okay, so we still see TB, although it's common, or all the TB patients that have been able to see are adults. So I want to believe that probably this generation or this age group of people missed the vaccination at the time they were children. I've never seen a child. I know it may happen, but I've never seen a child with active TB in my years of practice. So I believe that the narrative should change. We shouldn't be having children coming down with this, because the coverage of the vaccination immunization coverage now is wider. So we see mostly adults with TB. Then we also see measles, a lot of measles, and as a matter of fact, amongst children. And this doesn't mean that the vaccination is not valid or what we've been doing has been a waste. And it's not like we see them a lot of times. They are just few anyways. And part of the reasons that can be responsible for the fact that we still see cases of measles is, one, some people are not vaccinated. Up till now, we still have zero coverage amongst some people or within some people in some communities. So some people are not vaccinated at all. Or maybe this measles, the first dose of measles vaccine is taken at 9 months of age. So it's possible to have a child younger than 9 months coming down with measles. You know that for that reason, there is really nothing that could have been done, because it's not yet the time for such child to be vaccinated. And even for those that come down with measles, even after they've had the first or the second dose of measles vaccine, we also have to check the potency of the vaccine they've taken, because these vaccines, they have temperature considerations. Some of them have to be refrigerated at particular temperature to keep them potent. So we have to be sure of the sources of this vaccine. Maybe it's just, so to say, as in an inactive form of injection that was eventually given when they had it or not. That's one thing to note. Then another thing is that some may not even have developed immunity as at the time they were vaccinated. You know that normally when they have the vaccine, their body is meant to, build up an immune response against it and prepare and have antibodies to prepare them to wage war against the diseases when they eventually come. So the person, a child could have actually gotten vaccinated, but the body response did not build up any immunity against the measles virus. And as such, if there is an exposure, such child or such individual can still come up with the infection, although this is not likely to be a very common occurrence anyways. And another thing is, if the individual hasn't completed their doses, there are some vaccines that have like 2, 3, 4, even 5 dosages. So if they are not completed, you know that for those individuals, they do not have a lifelong or lifetime immunity conferred on them. So they can come down with the infection at any time as well. Like measles now, it used to be just 1 dose, but now it's been increased to 2 doses. So I believe that Probably it's because of maybe the increase in the prevalence of the measles infection in children even after taking the first dose. It might be the factor that was considered to make sure that there is a second dose for measles vaccine. Thank you.
Okay, now, how do you check if someone, especially a child with health issues, is safe to receive a vaccine?
Generally, if anyone is having health challenge, it's not advisable to take vaccines, because the way vaccines, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, that they are as a form of the germs, maybe the killed form or the life attenuated form. So it's not advisable that anyone that is ill as at the time of vaccination should have it, because that can, trigger some other reactions or, aggravate the already existing health condition. So for instance, if any child comes or that has fever, is due for a particular vaccination, we usually don't give, because even the vaccine itself can cause fever in the child. So you'll not be able to tell if it's the existing fever or the reaction from the vaccine. And, a lot of other things can happen. So generally, when a child has fever, such children, the fever has to be dealt with first. The cause of the fever has to be dealt with before they can take the vaccine. That any other person with any chronic illness or illnesses that cause immunosuppression, they are not also qualified to take vaccines, because with depressed immunity, they might not be able to withstand the effect of the vaccine. The vaccine, instead of building up an immune response against, can now make them calm down with the infection, actually. So they may not be qualified for some vaccines, especially the life attenuated ones, or those ones, they may not be able to take them. And also anybody that has had maybe reactions to vaccines in the past, serious reactions to any vaccine at all in the past, may not, it may not be advisable to make such individuals also go for such vaccines again. So basically, we weigh the risk and the benefits, and we're able to determine if such persons are qualified or not.
All right, I'll also like you to expatiate on this area. What exactly is the difference between normal vaccine side effects and more serious reactions, and how do you handle these in your work?
From the name, where there's no effect that is normal. It's just like the adverse effect from immunization, that we call it EFI, they range from mild to severe. Most times you see just the mild ones, which may range from fever, pain at the injection site, swelling at the injection site, or irritability. You just see the children, they become so cranky and all. So, and on some occasions, we have very severe forms of reactions. You have people that will be so, that will have anaphylaxis reaction to the vaccine, or they will come down with something similar to the illness for which the vaccine is expected to prevent. But we always advocate that every reaction should be reported. So it's part of the counseling session that the parents or whoever is taking the vaccine, who is an adult, has, that if you see anything different from how you were before you got vaccinated, please report immediately, because it will not be the ones, after evaluation and, ruling out things and ruling out some stuff, we are able to tell if it's actually related to the vaccine that was taken or it's something entirely different. Because for all we care, somebody might come with fever after being vaccinated, and it's because of malaria. It might just be, the issues, or the reactions happening in the body that just, triggered the fever or the malaria that was already going on underground in the body. We just trigger it and make the symptoms to be more overt at that time. So we can't just conclude and say, it's the vaccine that caused the fever. We should be able to rule out some other causes of fever at that time, then ascertain if it's actually vaccine related or not. So basically, for any reactions at all, once it happens shortly after the vaccine has been taken, it's best to report, to come to the health center or the health facility, have them evaluated, and if we suspect that it's actually vaccine related, we escalate. There's a DC surveillance group that every health institution has, where we report, and the report even gets to the World Health Organization and every other organization that is involved with immunization, so they can bear that in record and also work on it if there's a need for that.
Okay, so I'd like to ask, new types of vaccines like the mRNA have been developed. Now, what could these mean for the future vaccination in Nigeria?
Okay, mRNA vaccines are just another type of vaccine. Like I've mentioned earlier, we have the types of vaccines we have. We have the killed one, we have the life attenuated, we have mRNA that you mentioned. We also have toxoids and conjugates. So it's just like you saying we have tablets, we have capsules, we have syrup, we have suspension, we have injections, forms, but these are just the way the vaccines are composed, what they are made up of. So for the killed vaccines now, those ones, there is nothing active about the germ at all that is inside the vaccine. For the life attenuated, it's just a little bit of the life, just like the name implies, that is taken off. So we still have some active forms of the germs inside them. And for the mRNA, it's just some protein of that, of the germ that is used to prepare the vaccine. So, and it's a novel thing, and that's what the COVID vaccine was used, that was what was used to make the COVID vaccine. So as of now, I think it's only the COVID vaccine that is, publicly known or generally known to be an mRNA vaccine. But I believe that very soon we might have so many other vaccines too that will be mRNA. And it just shows that there is, progress and innovations going on in the medical research world, and things are getting better. But so far, the vaccines have been okay. There have been no untoward things recorded about them. At least a lot of us took the COVID vaccines, and we are fine, still here, nothing happened. So just like the other ones that we've been taking to, mRNA vaccine is just one of those doing what is best for the expected organisms and germs.
Okay, now, lastly, before I let you go, are there any improvements that you think the government needs to make in the health sector in Nigeria?
The coverage is getting wider. At the moment, another vaccination program is commencing tomorrow for polio, for oral polio vaccines. And you know that before there used to be a lot of tales, a lot of myths about vaccination that made people to shy away from it. But with education, with health education, with publicity and awareness, people are beginning to drop their myths and beliefs and embrace what they think is good or what they see to be good for themselves.
Okay, medical doctor and public health enthusiast, Dr. Adekbojo Adejoke, thank you for speaking with us. And that's a wrap on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I am Joy Ucheje. See you next time.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate-impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises
was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
Hey people, what's poppin'? Welcome to another exciting edition of your one-stop show, 360 Vibes, your one-stop show to everything and everything entertainment, where we get to give you the latest and trending entertainment news. Is it music, fashion, comedy, lifestyle, everything? We got you covered here. I'm Victoria Akode on Instagram, Victoria_extra, and of course, I cannot be alone on the show. We are a squad of powerful ladies that bring you gist, all the juicy, because I cannot be doing the talking alone. So, you know, men mount. Now, this time around, it is women mount. Hey, ladies.
Hi. I'm feeling
It's so good to be back on the show. How are we doing?
I'm fine.
And happy new month.
Happy new month. Welcome to May.
May the month of May be a blessed month.
Amen.
It is already. It is already.
Yeah. What's up, guys? It's your girl Joy Uchejem, Sheen_Joyoma on Instagram. And as Victoria said, this promises to be a very exciting episode because the weekend has been very hot. So don't go anywhere.
Hi fams, welcome back to your favorite show. I am Faith SJ, as you all know. Stay right there, do not go anywhere.
So right now we'll be going on a short break, and when we are back, we'll be bringing you the latest gist. I know some of you might be aware, but when we get back, we'll dive right straight into the conversation. So stay with us. Welcome back. So over the course of the weekend, something happened in Nigeria, and social media has been, you know, going agog. Everybody's like, oh, free this person, free this person, free this person. So if you are late on that gist, is no other person than the one and only Otise, very dark man, aka VDM. So over the weekend, we heard the news that he was arrested by the EFCC, the Economic Financial Crimes Commission. He was arrested, and that was shortly after he made a video calling out a particular bank over something that happened to his mom's account, you know, NIN issue and the money being removed. And before we knew, shortly before we knew it, he was arrested, and you know, everybody on social media, free VDM, what's going on and all of that. So, and today, Monday, EFCC came out and released a statement that apparently the reason for VDM's arrest was because they have received several petitions from different people, multiple petitions, that VDM is they accused VDM of cyber stalking, and now he's going to be arraigned in court shortly, and they would release him after he's able to meet his bail conditions. Where we are at the end of the day. The last time it was House of Reps that summoned this guy, and now it is EFCC that actually arrested him, and now they are taking him to court based off multiple, petitions that okay, this guy has been cyber stalking. So you guys, what do you think? What do you think is going on? What can you make of this?
You know, the whole funny thing about this instance right now is that is the timing. Coincidentally, he was arrested immediately after he went to the bank to actually make make clarifications on what exactly happened to his mom's account, because apparently her entire salary was deducted over a loan that someone else made with her own NIN, and it's very complex actually, but he went to rectify it. And then shortly after he left, he was arrested. So now people on social media are thinking it's in relation to the bank. People think that the bank is possibly behind it. But then there's no evidence. There's no proof. So I feel like it's just this social media excitement. Like, okay, I've suffered this thing from the bank too. So that's why they're just pulling this against him.
You know that at a point, Guarantee Trust Bank had to like shut down operations that day because Nigerians, let us be calming down. Honestly, the way we just run with news is scary. Actually, you don't know whether the information is verified or not. You don't know why he was arrested. And before you know, people started like making large withdrawals of their money from the bank. They're saying that they're not going to use the bank again. Like, yo, calm down now. It's not like let's just calm down. In as much as we had not gotten like verified information from the bodies involved, GT Bank didn't even give any statements. Yes. And I didn't even see any reason for GT Bank to even arrest him in the first place, to cause his arrest in the first place. So Nigerians, that's the first thing I'm going to say. Let's be calming down. Like, let's quit jumping into conclusions.
But then they don't actually.
Okay, so VDM, recently, I know I'm always on that opinion, like VDM talks so much. And recently I started liking him. Yes, recently I watched one clip where he said he has been very busy of late trying to fix one or two things in his foundation, that there are lots of projects he wants to do, that's trying to reach out to those schools that don't have boreholes, get them uniforms and stuffs. And when I saw that, I got touched. I love that part of him. But then if ESCC is coming out to arrest him for cyber stalking, really, I won't be surprised, because Baba, they talk too much. Over time, I just keep saying it. Now, when you look at the trend that has happened recently about him, Iyabo Ojo, Tonto Dike, and coming out, the way the guy they talk,
even the messaging,
do you get? And the way he talks is as if he has proof. Like, and then when he talks, you have people behind the scene dancing to VDM, like now, like as of was it
today?
Okay, let's say today. Yes, today being Monday, they are protesting for him.
Yeah,
he has created a lot of fans already. He has fans out there. Now we are not disputing it that he has fans, but my major issue here is he bullies people. So I wouldn't say I'm not. I don't want to
bully is a strong word though.
Yeah, he bullies. No.
He's fond of calling people out.
And that's bullying, Victoria.
I would say
Victoria, that's bullying. Imagine you say words. There are some words VDM threw to those set of people.
I feel like it's back and forth though. They come for him, he comes for them.
That depends on the celebrity involved.
Exactly.
Because there are some that don't really reply him in that sense.
Now, you know, okay, there was the, what's it called, Davido's wedding. During Davido's wedding, he came out and said some people went to the wedding, they didn't invite them. I watched that clip. And then I'm like,
okay, you know, underlining
do you get? So when I mean bully, guys, I know what I'm saying. VDM bullies people too, aside the fact that he's actually on the good path, trying to help citizens out there. I am not disputing that fact.
Although I have a strong perception of the word bully, yeah, I know that VDM can be a lot sometimes, but I feel like most of the time it goes for people that come for him. If he doesn't have any business with you, he would not come for you, except for this time, like this old messy Chinwo's case and all of that. But I really cannot wait to see what happens after this whole thing. Let's wait till he gets arraigned into court, and let's just, you know, those people that petition, let's know the instance. At least they'll provide evidence when they got cyber stalked, what he did and everything that, you know, they're accusing him of. And I think I would like to just commend, this whole philanthropy thing from his end, because at a point people were like, okay, what is he even doing with his platform? All that. But because I remember there was a time when they started this whole foundation thing that people came together and contributed money, and he started that. That's beautiful. However, I think that maybe, I don't know the kind of person he is, maybe he will calm down with the old
setting. He doesn't even used to use ring light. He would just place his phone
Anywhere.
He can just place it in the car. He doesn't even have time for a ring light, and just calm down with the type of words and things that he says, because you can't be social if you don't have verified information about certain cases. You cannot just be dishing, opinions and ideas, because people's life actually, actually at stake with
this thing. Because even when you add all of this, the way he speaks, he's known as an activist, online activist. And if you even read the comment sections in some of his posts, people are of the view, some people are of the view that he has even done more than some politicians, more than some government representatives. Like, he has spoken out more, he has helped more people than those that are in the so-called positions. So some people are actually of that view. So when you now say he has been cyber stalking people, usually I think he tries to build this brand and maybe he has evidence or something, but then the words he uses are always harsh. They're always harsh.
And he uses demeaning words.
Very demeaning words. And even if he has evidence for the so-called accusations he's making, the way he says it is actually very harsh, and it can even lead people to possibly petition him. So I think that's why this whole thing came up. But we're looking to get more details from EFCC. Because the identities of those petitioning him will not be released, because that's their human rights. They have the right to petition people, but their identity don't have to be out there. But just the evidence that he has done this. But in the meantime, Nigerians, especially those that claim they have also been suffering this same thing from this same bank. You have been suffering it since. Why didn't you take your money out of the bank since?
That brings me to what I even want to say now about our banking system in Nigeria.
No, before we enter the banking system, okay, I understand that you've been, let's say, allegedly being deducted, they've been taking money, too much charges, whatever allegations these people are bringing.
It's not just this bank, it's virtually
generally. That's why I said banking system in Nigeria.
Especially with the increase in tariffs, in telecommunications, and all of that. So even if anybody has grievances against this bank, you can take it up with the bank, you can take it up with the management, customer care is there for them to explain to you why they are doing this. And if you are not satisfied, you can quietly leave.
And trust me, it's not just that one bank. I think all banks in Nigeria are affected,
obviously,
based on the regulations and policies that have been rolled out lately. So they have different policies now, and that was. Trust me, I'm also not cool with some of these things. But trust me, it is not that one bank that is guilty. All banks right now, even the fintechs that were able to say, "Oh,
exactly."
No, they're already charging.
Not true. Do you understand?
So it's not peculiar to that bank. All of the banks in Nigeria are going through that. So let's calm down.
I feel like it's
but Jane, ladies, what do you guys think about the fact that the banking system in Nigeria is operating this way? Do you think we can do better? Or what do you think? Because no, when you look at the fact that these little deductions they do, they go a long way, and most times when you just when you see their when you see the debits, you are pissed off. You're like, these guys have come again in a month. They can take.
You can't even track most of the amounts.
And then they tell you for maintenance. So does it mean that you should be staying off your ATM? You can always do your transfer with your phone.
Whether you use your ATM or not, they are going to always deduct the maintenance charge.
You always charges. It's so alarming.
I feel like it's a general problem.
And that's why you see citizens are coming out. They are even supporting VDM in a way.
My issue with this thing is
because of what
they're now witch hunting this particular bank. I mean, we all know that different banks have their different their shortcomings and the rest. But why is it that, okay, because he made a complaint about this particular bank, and then now everybody just went after. At some point, youths are even protesting in Abuja in front of this same bank.
But
why didn't you protest since? You're waiting for a celebrity to just make a statement so you can just fly off.
Let's be realistic. Not everybody even uses that particular bank. Some people are just looking for like a platform to just unleash violence. Some people just want to be part of a particular, protest. If you should go on set now, if you go to that location now, how many of you are using this bank?
How much is even in the account?
How much is in the account? So I feel like they should calm down and just relax. I know Nigeria is going through a lot right now. So don't let us, please, and while you are protesting, keep it peaceful. Before you know now, because Nigerians can be very funny sometimes. Yeah, they can start destroying things and can be hijacked by thugs and everything. So let us, in all things that we do, let's apply wisdom. So alright guys, so that's it on the first segment. VDM, we will just wait and see how the whole case unfolds, and hopefully justice is served at the end of the day. So right now we'll go on a short break and be right back with the rest of the gist for today. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back. So on to the next gist. Joy, you changing? Over to you.
I've got the latest. So we're just going to dive into this whole family matter. I know we are all upcoming wives. Nobody is too young. So we're going to delve into this. Apparently, a lady came up on Instagram and she was trying to get an advice. So when she told the whole story, it begins with her husband, who was a big-time staff in a multinational company in Nigeria, and he was even close to his foreigner boss, and he had lots of benefits. They had cars from the company, they had a house on the island, and even had the company pay their children's school fees. So it was a good life, really, until the husband was disgracefully sacked for harassing a female corps member that was posted to his department. And this thing came with very damning evidence that was not even disputable at some point, because he made very disgusting remarks. He made this, according to the part we can actually say on air, he made this couple sit on his lap and feed him and gave her body very disgusting names. And then she actually recorded some of these statements and reported it to the company. So now he's sacked. But the twist now is that, okay, since he's sacked, they've lost the house, they've lost the cars, the children have left these expensive schools. The man has now, since then, given his life to Christ. He's now a member in the department in church. According to the wife, he fasts and prays very regularly. But then he's still unemployed. And the wife is not the one paying the rent, paying the bills, and taking care of the entire family. So now she's asking, the disgrace has been a lot. She's going through a lot of stress. Should she stay with him? Because she's thinking of relocating with the children and leaving him to deal with it so she can start her life afresh. So the question is, should she stay with him and support him as a loving, caring wife? Or should she take her children and start her life? According to her, she's actually a very good-looking lady, and men always ask her out all the time. So she can actually start afresh. Let's just put that one there. So what do you guys think? Should she stay or should she go?
So first, the lady in quotes, the court member, that reported him. Why did you even report him at first?
Wait, what question?
Hang on.
Okay. I'm surprised they're asking this question.
Yes,
though.
because how did you get to that point that he had to rubbish you that way? Was it a rape case? No, she gave her body to him.
No. I beg to differ. I beg to differ.
That's a very strong way to comfort.
Okay. Because if she didn't enjoy everything that happened.
Are you sure about this?
No, ladies, hang on.
Okay.
They didn't tie her up.
Okay.
Even if he made some move, there should be a no. There should be a no. Knowing the fact that you know what you want.
Okay.
Do you understand?
But we call this case an harassment case.
Actually.
And nobody can hold this man's mouth that should not talk. He said some of these things. So will you say it's because the lady put herself out there, that's why she received this? Women that are harassed or women that are harassed generally, it's not about dressing and putting yourself out there.
Based on the statements that she made, based on the statement that he made, she didn't throw herself at him. It didn't seem like something like, I'm sorry, I cannot defend her, I don't know what really happened, but it didn't seem like statements that she probably threw herself at him. But it was just a case of a very indisciplined man
now
trying to harass a young lady.
Don't get me wrong.
Mind you,
do you know that you can still stop whatever it is?
No,
it's wrong. See, I don't want to know whatever reason you have.
Except you're being drunk. I will blame the lady.
I won't blame the lady. I am surprised that you are blaming the lady in this case, because it's a case of sexual harassment. I come to work every day and you look at me lustfully and tell me demeaning statements, and you're not saying I should not report to you.
Victoria.
I'm going to report to you because I am there as a core member to serve. So why should you make me sit on your lap to feed you?
How will you even sit? How did you get to that point you sat on his lap?
See, the fact that she stopped him was the main thing, because I'm pretty sure even if she
must have done it to lots of other ladies.
Because
tell me when you get to the point that you are naming. See, let's leave the lady out of this. Let's focus on the bad behavior of the man.
The man is bad.
So, because I won't see the reasons why someone be blaming
what he
the
did
lady.
is very bad.
See, let me tell you, whether or not she threw himself at him, a disciplined man would have actually said no.
Of course.
But he didn't say no. He went on to start giving her body parts names and telling her that he was going to, get down with her.
For still going that
blame her for what? Have you ever been in a position whereby you cannot defend yourself? Have you ever been in a work situation that have you been in a work situation, because I am being triggered right now. Have you been in a situation whereby you cannot defend yourself?
There are situations like that.
Because you have a boss eye up there and you cannot defend yourself.
Victoria,
this is actually very triggering. It's triggering.
It is, but let's just bring it back home. All right. The fact is, we don't know what exactly happened prior to all of this. What we know is that this man was indisciplined and he was indecent and he sexually harassed this lady. There was evidence apparently before he was sacked. There was evidence, but we cannot say anything from her. We cannot throw the blame.
So why did he repent? Why did he start going to church?
We cannot throw the blame at any lady.
He has been doing that act.
No, let's not defend anybody. I know we planned on making this discussion about whether the wife should stay with him or not, but it seems like that's taking a different.
So for the wife,
So let's just get your view on that.
All right, for the wife's case now, the truth is, God forgive. I will always come from that angle. I know it's not easy, right? Knowing the fact that your husband did this very bad behavior and it has gone viral. His colleagues are aware about it and all. It's very painful. You have to let go of. But if you think you can manage it, the load is way too much, you can find other alternative. And then for the young man, kudos to you for repenting.
If I don't repent.
No, people like that, for him to be a worker in church. Now, I'm not coming from that part that you're a worker in church. Makes you saved. Like, you are saved, you accepted Jesus, right? Like, you made that confession deep down your heart. Now you are saved. Kudos to you for doing that. That one is even the most paramount thing. Now, for the wife, if you know you can't cope with it, seek for a counsel. Look for a counselor. Get views. Don't just take the decision on your own by leaving.
Okay, that's the thing. Because if you even look at it, at the end, only Jesus knows whether the man's life is really with him or not. Because people, if you look at it this way, he knew about Christianity before he got into that position. It's not a new thing for him. So he allowed. I'm sure he will blame the devil now in this case, that, okay, the devil used him and all of that, and now he has gone back to Christ. If he's put in that same position again, in a position of power to control people's affairs, will he do this kind of thing again? But the fact is, he has been punished for this one, and then who knows how long this whole phase of punishment is going to last. But I really hope that he has actually sincerely learned his lesson.
Since he has received God as his Lord and personal Savior, God will make way for you.
We cannot deny the fact that there are people who carry this. There are people who carry this church, people who carry God and church, and then somehow they have this dark past, and they have this. Some even still go ahead, even with that position in church, and they still do things that are very wrong, things that are very disgusting in society, and then they embarrass the name of the church. Well, we have several situations like that. Pastors who do the unimaginable. You get. So the fact is, whether he says he has given his life to Christ or not, we just hope that he maintains it. But as for his wife, I feel like she should just do whatever will be okay with her in that moment, because it's a lot. He can't be carrying someone's cross all the time. And if he's really sincere, something will come up at the end, and he'll be able to find a way to survive. Yeah. But then his wife should just do whatever makes her happy at this moment. That's all I have to say, though.
Okay, so I really have a lot to say about this, but our time is fast spent. We have to call it a wrap. on today's edition of the program. So one thing I will just go on to say is that in this life, just always do good, because when tables turn, when there's a time for you to have to just I don't know the right words to say. There's a time whereby you have to pay for the things that you have done.
Yeah.
And those that might be affected, it's going to affect wife, it's going to affect your kids. Even it will go way beyond that you can think. So as much as possible, let's try to keep up our best behavior. The scriptures that gave us the 10 Commandments, God knows why He gave us all those rules. It's not because, He just wants to restrict us, but it's actually for our own benefit, so that to avoid having scars and having dark past that we would not want to revisit. So, till we come your way next time, guys, just stay safe, stay jiggy, and avoid stories that touch.
Nice.
All right, bye, guys.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion.
Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
On the news, renewed attacks in Taraba State leave over 30 residents dead and several others injured. Reps bow to pressure, withdraw compulsory voting bill following public outcry. And Nigeria's southeast region loses 7.6 trillion naira on IPOB's sit-at-home order. Many thanks for joining us on News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I am Simisola Achikun. Over 30 persons have been killed and many others injured following an attack by suspected herders on a farming community in Munga Leilau of Karim Lamidu local government area of Taraba State. The Taraba State Police Command has confirmed the attack on the community. According to reports, trouble began after farmers and herders raised questions on the whereabouts of their cattle, leaving the entire village in ruins. Victims have been given a mass burial within the community under the watchful presence of soldiers and police officers deployed to the area. Neighboring villages also came under attack, although no official casualty figures have been released from those areas. There seems to be no end in sight to the crisis rocking the main opposition People's Democratic Party (PDP) as Minister of the Federal Capital Territory FCT, Nyesom Wike, has withdrawn from all reconciliation agreements previously reached, citing repeated breaches by the party's leadership. In his statement issued over the weekend, Wike alleged that the breakdown of trust among key party figures, particularly Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, had undermined all efforts to stabilize the party following the 2023 general elections. The former governor revealed that several high-level meetings had been convened to resolve the internal rift